Chapter 1026. With the lost flag retrieved by Alva, Corallo was able to reform a smaller bubble of safety, though the instability had caused a permanent deterioration in the flow of energy that could only be resolved in a safe space by completely taking down the formation. As they were still in a void between the relatively stable partial dimension subspaces of the Nystar sect, that wasn't possible at the moment. They continued forward one small step at a time, no longer in range of the other exalted light cultivators and elder Ludek. They bore both old and new wounds, especially Alva, who had stepped out of stable space to retrieve what they could of the formation flag. As the group trudged along, Velvet and Alva did their best to support Corallo's energy holding together the formation. Alva sensed the incoming danger first, but their uninvited guest was already properly positioned to react. Lelka responded to Alva's sudden alertness by calling upon as much of her energy as she could, her mirror-shined shield blocking the rear of the group. A beam of light the size of their entire bubble appeared, tearing through the void. It was a mixture of the energy of Elder Ludek and all of the others with him, who apparently hadn't given up just yet even though he was beyond their best senses. The struggle took only an instant, but it felt like an eternity. Lelka kept her shield pressed as far out as she could, as their already unstable bubble couldn't endure the intrusion of more foreign energy. It was greatly diminished by distance and unstable space, but she could barely defend against it. She had no additional strength to keep herself in place and began to stagger back. She was caught by Durf, bracing her with his forearm pressed against her shoulder blades and pushing her back forward. "You're a pretty decent person," he said. "You can't just lose to some guy who doesn't even have the fancy title he's going for." His words came too late to actually help with the struggle, but his support had been enough. The diminished energy had only caused a minor disturbance to their stable zone after all was said and done. Though all of them were running low on energy, Alva grumbled. "They're still in the same spot. I could probably shoot some of them," she shook her head. "But we need to be prepared in case that happens again." She shifted herself to the rear, Velvet moving in front of Corallo alone. They continued moving, further and further. 2 more attacks came, but each were greatly diminished in power as the separation between stable spaces became too much for any amount of pure strength to overcome. There was one more they sensed, but it passed far from them. Whether it was a ploy to keep them off guard or a true lapse in targeting, they did not know. Velvet wished she could conceal them, but her techniques would risk disrupting their hastily constructed moving zone, so she could only use what power she had to support Corallo. Each step they moved along, they wished for true darkness around them instead of statusy cracks in reality. What seemed like a mobile field of stars swirled around them and blinked in and out of sight. The bubble shrunk even further, until they had to crouch as they moved, packed together to conserve energy and maintain what stability they could. None of them could say precisely how long it was at the time, but eventually they sensed something. And anything but a distortion beast in this place was a good sign. As they drew closer, Alva was the first to confirm what was ahead. "It's the same space from Metanin," she said. The connection was successful. They still had to reach it, but were filled with newfound vigor in their approach. That lasted for long enough that they pressed into the mostly stable space. They were able to breathe an actual sign of relief, finding themselves somewhere they weren't constantly expending energy and could even recover slightly. Most of them even found it quite refreshing, as it drew upon the power of the local star. Even Lelka's tangential connection aided here. Durf had no affinity for light or fire in his nature or his techniques, so he simply curled up on the ground, exhausted. "So," Alva said, "nothing to be alarmed about, but it's different than I remember." "How so?" Velvet asked. She hadn't memorized the layout, nor was she sure it was entirely possible. With the overlapping states and positions of things, it was a chaotic mess to begin with, especially as it had been damaged when they arrived. "Like I said," Alva commented calmly, "it seems all right, but it almost feels more stable. Either way, someone has manipulated it. Did the Alliance do anything?" "We secured the higher layers," Velvet said, "but I don't think we had done anything this deep, and it would be odd timing with the war." She frowned. "We'll need to, though. We don't want enemies to be able to sneak into our territory like this. And even if they don't fully understand how, the fact that they saw us is enough. A shame about Ludek, though. running into him and his survival both. She looked suspiciously at Lelka. Still, thank you for the warning. And your aid. Lelka nodded. My reasons aren't that complicated. You still seem like better people to stake my future on. I think that's enough here, Corallo said. It's still somewhat unstable here. If we can find where you broke back to the higher layer, we can reach true safety soon enough, he said. I'll lead us there, Alva said. Follow my movements carefully. Everyone was well aware of the hazards, including Lelka and Corallo, given what they had recently experienced. Alva had the senses to predict what they would run into instead of being surprised by a sudden unfortunate overlap. And tired as they were, it would be harder to avoid damage if they had something trying to share space with them. They dragged themselves to the location 3 of them had been before, with Durf and the others having been extracted via this location. Corallo didn't find much useful in terms of lingering remnants, but with the stability forcing themselves to the normal level of subspace was more achievable. Corallo set up a temporary formation that shunted them closer to where they wanted to be. When they arrived, they found that the area was indeed populated by a number of guards who rushed towards them. Fortunately, they could recognize the aura of various Scarlet Alliance sects, including the 100 Stars and the Dark Ring. Even though they recognized each other's cultivation styles, they approached cautiously. A young woman led the group of guards. How did you get here? She asked as she looked down at a scanner that should find their registered energy signatures. At least, most of them. Same way as last time, Alva said. And what does that dash? She stopped as she seemed to get a final reading. My apologies. I was unaware any of the founders would be here. She still looked slightly suspicious, which made Velvet proud. It's not a secret, Corallo commented. As guards here, you should have been apprised of the deeper subspace. We were forced to traverse it. One of you is unregistered, the woman said. Is she? A prisoner, Lelka assured the woman. My restraints were eased due to the dangers of travel. Velvet nodded, taking the cue to pull out her secondary pair of restraints. She couldn't carry that many of the necessary quality to bind an augmentation cultivator, but it helped when they were placed willingly. Lelka let herself be restrained again, and soon enough they were escorted out of the secret realm. Do you know the status of the war? Alva asked the guard. We don't have many details, but it seems that the enemy retreated, she replied. We're a bit remote here, so the rest, she shrugged. The full news was something they could only hope to find out when they returned properly then. But they sent a message ahead and took solace in being somewhere safe for the moment, even Lelka. With the infiltration group returned, the infiltration group met up with Timothy and Katerina, along with other leaders. Lelka was taken to a secure, if comfortable, facility until they could be certain of her legitimacy, though her efforts had proven her words sincere to those with her. Together, they began to put together the whole story. Our timing seems to have been perfect, Velvet commented. The battles took place simultaneously, and I think we might not have survived otherwise. Katerina nodded. It is a shame that Shakir was unable to return alive. She was responsible for what appeared as a small wound, but that might have been sufficient to tip things on our end. When Chitty's slash cutting off Zor's fingers was revealed, Durf had a comment. Should have cut off his whole arm. Chitty laughed. I was aiming for a full bisection of the man. Getting that much is quite fortunate. He shrugged. I wish I could show Shakir. I have this still. Durf pulled out her arm. She gave it to me, I guess. But it's the wrong arm. And I don't know if she really meant for me to use it, or was just saying that because it sounded good at the time. Chitty's face suddenly lit up. Can I hold it? Durf tossed it to him with no further prompting. Chitty's fingers traced the metal. I still feel her energy. Is she alive? Katerina asked hopefully. I don't think so. Chitty shook his head reluctantly. Not in any way we'd recognize, at least. Some of her is imbued in this arm, though. She also cut the planet in half, Alva said. I don't think we got to that part, but I'm not sure quite why. Because that way nobody could forget her, Chitty said simply. Plus, she could prove she was the best. I'll need to visit someday. Tano laughed. You say that like it's not deep in the heart of enemy territory. We're going to destroy his anchor eventually, Chitty shrugged. So maybe it will be then. Anyway, Alva said, we learned some important things. A domination cultivator can protect their anchor from any distance, it seems, but they're harmed by damage to it. How long do we think Zor will be injured for? Those fingers aren't coming back, Chitty said. Not that he really needs them. He could be back to full fighting strength sooner, except for whatever that means for his anchor. I have to ask, was it damaged already? Signs of repairs? Not that I noticed, Alva said. Velvet shook her head. No, I'm not quite sure what that means. Potentially perfect recovery, Zazel said, which would be quite problematic, though I'd bet this takes a long time to recover from. However, I would postulate it is more likely this was an exceptional circumstance. Most injuries should not transfer to the Citadel, like the fight with Ratna, but we don't have an easy way to find out. We do, actually, Velvet said, because Lelka was there the whole time. She could have witnessed any changes. She should also have quite a large amount of other information. With that, their discussion turned to how to handle their new captive. We should get what information we can and get rid of her, Tano said. She's too dangerous to have around. I would not accept that, Timothy said. She came freely to offer information. Even if we don't trust her, we can simply not allow her freedom of movement. We can even keep her energy bound. That would result in a lessened lifespan. But her only desire seems to be life. We should at least provide that. The Scarlet Alliance should also be seen as fair and balanced, Prasad commented. There was an implicit acceptance of her terms, at least to some extent. Publicly accepting her could be valuable, Zazel added, though it may provoke further conflict with the Exalted Quadrant. I would not wish to risk that in the near future, regardless of our apparent victory. And a victory it was, because even without the damage to Zor and his show of fear, their losses were relatively minor in comparison. Not that the death of someone like Chakir wasn't a huge sting, not the only damage they suffered, but it was another chance to continue on and build strength for whatever came next. Hopefully, nothing too soon. Chapter 1027. The damage to the Scarlet Alliance had been kept to their fleets and orbital platforms due to the swift appearance of Zor Barids. It was over so swiftly it almost didn't feel like a war, but that was part of the reason they created the formations to force their enemies to attack a certain point. It would have also been terribly difficult for them to bypass the system after entering. Zor's retreat had been a great victory, but with their forces concentrated, there were still significant losses in a short time. It didn't necessarily feel like they won, but more like a disaster had struck. It was difficult for most people to process, but some ended up with more mundane issues. I didn't even get to fight, Yuval complained to his brother. I was with the planetary forces defending the ground. Be glad it wasn't necessary. If you seek combat, war is not the best place for it. You might learn much, but the risks are not worth it. Chitty shook his head. Trust me when I say a protracted war is worse for everyone involved. The war with the Harmonious Citadel was a bitter struggle. But you got to be a war hero, Yuval sighed. I'm just a kid with important parents who didn't even get to see battle. Chitty shrugged. You were still on the front lines. It wasn't like you were placed back on Xianxia, like some people. Nobody in your squad was lost, and you were ready to battle. That's all that matters. Fine, but I need to experience something real, or I'm going to grow old as I fail to advance much beyond the 100th star. I would suggest asking Vari for advice on proper challenges. Her style is most similar to yours, and she could judge you best. Maybe I can fight the Trigold cluster. There are plenty of challenges outside of the great powers, Chitty said. The rest of us don't go charging into their territories and battling them. Most of those that go perish. What about the Everheart system? You have enough information to judge the lethality yourself, Yuval. Well, maybe. But unlike the rest of you, I've never really experienced it. Chitty thought that was for the best. But everyone got to make their own mistakes, and Chitty wouldn't stop his brother from trying to grow. Word of the assault spread into the Trigold cluster. How could it not? With the personal participation of a domination cultivator, Ratna was always on the lookout for such things. But the information that reached her was less than she might have liked. As it turned out, the Scarlet Alliance was pretty good at filtering out spies. Paying members of the general public? That was easy. But their reports were lacking the details she desired. She wasn't quite sure how she would have reacted if Zor Barids had been killed by them. The grudge between them required personal vengeance. However, his current state was quite pleasing. The extent of his injuries was unclear, but forcing him to retreat without a single domination cultivator on their side? Fantastic. That was followed up by information from within the Exalted Quadrant, which shed more light on the situation. The Citadel itself assaulted, their home territory unable to crush an attack by 4 cultivators. Sure, they'd killed one, but it wasn't possible for them to hide the fact that she cut their planet in half as she went out. Normally, a clean cut down the middle of a planet would be less impactful than it seemed. The two halves would just press against each other, and it would be like little happened. A cultivator with more power might force the two halves apart during their cut, but that wasn't what had happened. No, the results were much more interesting. It was as if the idea of the planet itself had been cut in half. There was a clear line. People could see through it, but not pass by. Or at least not without fortifying themselves against being sliced into pieces. To take a single step from one side of the border to the other, it was quicker to take a ship off the planet and back around, which was extremely interesting for the impact it had on the core sect of the Citadel of Exalted Light. Durf had made good friends. Ratna was most impressed that he survived the battle, and the loss of an arm was a relatively small price to pay for an integration cultivator standing up against a planet. And if she put the pieces together right, he was the one responsible for catapulting the Citadel off the planet. Zor would probably try to turn its new location into some sort of symbol, but the truth was he couldn't have visitors because showing off whatever damage he had would be an embarrassment. Reports varied wildly on the weapon Durf used. Some said a club made from the bones of a giant. Others said his own arm. Still others said a hammer made out of Starheart. The latter was most compelling, as it had come from an individual who had come into contact with an object made from Starheart once. Not that he'd touched it, of course, just been in its presence. It was too bad Zor was so far away. Ratna would have liked to finish him off, but as tempting as it was to dive deep into Exalted Quadrant territory, she was worried about drawing the attention of the other Exalted ones. She could perfectly hide her presence from the mundane cultivator and could likely reach Zor, but going into Exalted Quadrant territory herself would likely reveal her to people she couldn't afford to fight. Besides, even finishing off Zor would probably leave her in an unacceptable state of weakness. She wanted him dead, but not at the cost of her own life. The point was for him to be gone, and for her to still be around. Ratna found herself needing to reassess the power of the Scarlet Alliance. It didn't matter how they had defeated Zor, though she very much wanted to know. The fact that they could do it at all, with any amount of preparation, meant they were more than just an upstart faction with a few centuries behind them. They also appeared to be producing augmentation cultivators at an astounding rate. Maybe in another few centuries, they'd have expanded far enough to be forced into conflict with one of the powers. Most likely, that would be the Trigold cluster as they were closer. Well, there were many factions closer to the border than the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance. They would deal with that, while she dealt with the long-term conflicts that came with being part of the core. Some of the sects were gearing up for massive invasions of the lower realms. Personally, Ratna didn't find that a valuable use of the time and resources of sects when the Guardians could instead expand into contested territory when eyes were focused elsewhere. And if the foolish rumors that they were sending a domination cultivator to the lower realms to cow their planets were true, Ratna would laugh as they lost systems to their neighbors, all for the sake of some sort of worthless honor. It would also be a shame, because whoever it was would probably take away the planets in chunks, which wasn't an efficient way to harvest their resources. Much better to take objects imbued with natural energy from ascenders, though there had been a strange drop in their population lately. Probably due to the wars down there, though. There had been a few systems that were pretty much wiped out, she recalled. Wars were a good way to gain insights to ascend, and also a good way to die before you could make use of said insights. Durf was sad to see the most compatible weapon he'd ever held be taken away, but he was also glad that he'd be able to use 2 arms to swing a weapon again. He wasn't quite sure how they stitched his arm back on. He watched it all, but all he really understood was that they had special needles, string, and some solid and liquid goops. The goops were used to replace the missing parts of his shoulder, since it wasn't a perfect and clean cut. He was amazed to see that over the course of several months, they turned into his arm, or his arm grew into them. Either way, it was pretty sturdy at the end of things. perhaps even more than his shoulder had been before. Durf wasn't willing to accept that, though. The original sturdiness, of course. Sure, he'd been fighting enemies well above his power, but he still shouldn't have let an injury like that happen so easily. He needed to be more durable, like the seemingly unbreakable planet he had smashed together. He also needed a weapon that could stand up to him, and that was compatible with him, or he couldn't perform the same regardless of how good it technically was. The smith who had made his latest hammer seemed like a decent guy, and Durf had to admit that Sadiq's technique wasn't at fault. It wasn't even the materials, necessarily. It had merely been an experiment, and while swords had been turned into what should have been a good hammer, it just didn't fit. While Durf kind of wanted to tear some chunks off of the planet he'd smashed together, that wasn't quite right either. It had the right sort of weight, but it was a bit too feisty. At least that was what he thought. Maybe he'd change his mind later. Chitty sat in silence in the middle of a sensory deprivation chamber. No feedback came to him, not sounds or energy or even a sense of touch. It was as if he floated in a void. He felt that was just perfect for recalling a memory. He replayed it over and over, the moment where he cut Zor. He could have done it better. Not that he was beating himself up, as if it was some sort of failure. Instead, he simply recognized the potential growth. If they ever came into contact again, Chitty doubted that Zor would make it so easy to enforce negation on him, but an improved technique could help. He saw the minute imperfections in his mind, and repeated the attack over and over until it was perfect. His theoretical attack cut the man directly in quarters, centered on his dantian. That would have the best probability of preventing any sort of backlash upon his death, or at least a controlled one. Great as the power of a domination cultivator was, it was not limitless. When spread out in all directions, it would diminish quickly. Chitty would prefer to survive, however, and since he would have to be up close, it was in his best interest to consider the possibility. He was quite satisfied with his results so far. Negation had been his idea precisely because of Zor's previous attack. It had worked better than he expected, even. He hadn't actually been confident in facing off against him so soon, but he wasn't going to sit out of the fight either, and with his mother's formations helping, he'd found reading the flow of energy tolerable. Enough that he was able to actually do it. A shame the only route he could comprehend had taken his sword where it did through his arm, instead of through a vital point. But landing a wound at all on a cultivator who was a whole stage ahead of him and more than 1,000 years older was satisfying. As a bonus, he hadn't even died after. Even though Zor absolutely could have killed him and Timothy. But fear of the unknown got to the man, and he'd run. Regardless of when he changed his mind and came back for revenge, his martial path would be weakened. Even if his cultivation for some reason dealt well with cowardice, Chitty was prepared to face him again. If he didn't instantly die, he thought he could manage mutual destruction this time. Of course, the chances of not being annihilated from a distance were a bit dismal. Maybe he should practice cutting apart light beams. He could do it, but he might need to be better. It certainly wouldn't hurt to have experience with it. Chapter 1028. A very specific communicator was held in Velvet's hand. She just received an acknowledgement of her message to Runa. The main content hadn't been about her void steel dagger. Even so, she was heartened that her friend said they would provide a replacement for Velvet, should they ever again meet in person. Nothing further was required. That did give Velvet some ideas for the future. The spirit-slicing sect by itself couldn't stand up to the Exalted Quadrant, but as part of the chaotic conglomeration, they were able to cause them quite a bit of trouble. They were already in conflict with the Exalted Quadrant anyway, so it wasn't like Velvet would be leading people into trouble unnecessarily. Thus came the main thrust of her message. Obviously, the Citadel of Exalted Light would not want to spread the message that Zor Barids was injured, so of course that was exactly what Velvet told Runa. She gave as many details as she could, as it wasn't like she had retained anonymity in the assault. It was fairly obvious who the responsible parties were. Thus, even if the message were intercepted somehow, it would merely have been inconvenient. The return message had taken some months to arrive, given both the distance and the particular methods required. The spirit-slicing sect didn't exactly have the required technological setup for a more secure and swift transmission. That said, it wasn't entirely unsecure. It was simply Velvet's job to think about such things. The chances of interception were quite low for each individual transmission, but it would increase greatly if they were actively trying to capture transmissions along a particular route. Even with paired communicators, the security was imperfect. Velvet needed to find an opportunity to see Runa again, both for practical purposes and because she did believe in their friendship, even if they had only spent a relatively short number of years in each other's presence. Such a friendship was no less real because of the time involved, though more likely to fade into practical acquaintances if no effort was taken to maintain. Anton felt a great amount of tension from the events in the upper realms, even if he couldn't affect it in any way. Or perhaps because he couldn't. Learning that they had even partial success with their counterplans was quite gratifying. The reason he worried was not because he didn't trust their abilities, but because he didn't have anything else to concern himself with in the lower realms. Not that everything was perfect, but because nothing needed him in particular. So he felt like he was waiting for the next big thing, instead of actively participating in anything. So he assigned himself a project, a lengthy one, but one he thought was worthwhile, yet one that was also entirely unnecessary. Sometimes, the things he enjoyed doing and should do turned into chores, and he had to correct himself so as to not fall into a lasting ennui. Cultivation was supposed to be pleasant, if not necessarily exciting. A return to Maheg was what was necessary. All of his questions about the star would be answered in time, even without his involvement. Hordes of archaeologists were swarming the planets looking at the remains of the civilization there, not exactly preserved but not decayed in the usual fashions. As Anton entered the system, he felt the star reach out for him. He approached closer, and they exchanged a handshake. The energy Anton extended for the effort was still annihilated like his previous attempts, but more slowly than before. He got a feeling of pleasant recognition, though the rest of the emotions the star might have held were too alien or muddled for him to make much out of. He then flew to the planet, avoiding those working there. Hordes might have been a bit of an exaggeration, but there were teams in each major city, and as it was a whole planet, they could have easily had thousands of people just to begin to scratch the surface. Anton, however, was unconcerned with their style of pots or delving into their history. He would gladly hear it if anyone managed to figure out more than the surface-level destruction that had occurred, but detailed information on that front was slow to piece together. What Anton had planned wasn't anything world-shattering. He simply searched for any remnants of plants that had survived the excessive solar radiation. What he really wanted were seeds. The chances of anything remaining viable after so much time was negligible, but he managed to find a few remnants to start his project. At first, Anton intended to simply begin work where he was, but he wasn't sure how long the efforts of others might take surveying the planet. His plans would also disturb what remained, since he intended to try to re-establish life. The balance was a bit harder to manage with only plants and nothing that would eat them. He'd have to at the very least bring some bacteria to help break things down. Beyond that, he couldn't say what he might need, if the project even went anywhere to begin with. A single segment of grain rested in Anton's palm, a seed from which could grow 100 times what it was or more. Or at least, that was what it was supposed to be. But what he truly held was pretty much nothing more than some loose organic matter. He dove deep into its structure, below the cellular level. Most of the cells had collapsed, even though they were more durable than animal cells. Deeper than that, the pieces that made up each cell had withered under the fury of time, as well as intense solar radiation. Strands of DNA were broken down, no single chain holding the pattern for what this seed might grow into. Anton slowly manipulated tiny strands, attempting to piece together at least one whole replica. Between every seed he carried with him, he managed to piece together what he thought was a representative sample of a single chain. Well, 2/3 of one, and not connected in the middle. If only he could grow 2/3 of a plant with his results, he would have been content. He needed something more intact. He returned to the planet, driving his senses deep into the ground, searching for long-buried traces of organic matter. Fossils of various flora occasionally revealed themselves, but they were useless for creating anything but an image of what once was, and an incomplete one at that. But he did manage to find traces of what he was looking for, buried in the ground. The deeper it was, the longer it had been there, but the more protected it was from solar radiation. Anton scooped a pile of deep soil from 1,000 years prior, taking it with him to the moon which he was beginning his project on. It took quite a few different strands to replicate a single proper stretch of DNA. Anton wasn't even certain it was all from the same plant or plants, but he did his best. Piece by piece, he put together something resembling a seed. He planted the seed, providing a secure area with healthy soil, a balanced atmosphere, and not too much sunlight. As he waited for it to grow, he formed another and another. Each took days or weeks, and even then most of them didn't manage to begin growing. That could have been from various failures. Perhaps he had not replicated enough of the plant's structure for it to take hold. Some didn't even begin to put out roots, having no sense of life in them despite Anton creating the various structures of cells, comparing them to actual healthy plants he had from elsewhere. Ultimately, he had to admit this wasn't his specialty. Anton was a farmer who grew plants from seed, not a scientist who manipulated genetic information. He could tell a healthy plant from one that was sick, but he worked at a much higher level in general. But just because he was apparently quite poor at what he was trying to do didn't mean he wanted to stop. Because though the first sprout to break the surface soon withered away despite the care he gave it, it gave him hope. Years ticked by without Anton doing anything useful. He wasn't growing new crops that would have great yield or strong resistance to disease. Nor was he certain any of them would be edible, let alone have decent flavor or proper nutritional balance. Even so, very slowly, he began to get viable samples that properly maintained their form. The first thing he grew would generally be called weeds, scraggly things, known only for their hardiness. But weeds were defined by whoever didn't want them, and Anton wanted these. So instead, they were examples, demonstrations of what could be done. Not long after, Anton had a decent grass growing, a long grass that happily filled up whatever space it was given. Then some mosses and shrubs, the growing environments diversifying into their own little formations, representing different climates and seasons. The formations were simple enough that even Anton could put them together, small bubbles that contained air, imported from elsewhere, since the moon couldn't hold it. A smile lit up Anton's face as he watched them grow. He was truthfully still uncertain if anything he made even resembled the flora of the planet, despite being made from them. Anton became better at recognizing what things might grow into from their base genetics, but that might have biased how he stitched the pieces together. However, the more semi-complete segments he saw, the better a picture he had of the correct arrangement of things. At the very least, he was more consistent at creating viable seeds. Occasionally, Anton was called away from his new gardens. Sometimes, that was for a discussion with the people nearby, whether the archaeologists or the various people studying Mahag itself. When he had to leave the system for some matter or other, Anton did his best to make sure his garden would last without his care. He also created backup seeds, so that he would have future generations of anything. It probably didn't matter, because they were at best imitations of what the system must have once had, but he found it quite pleasant. Then there was a ship in distress, its engines having failed between systems on its way to Mahag. That wouldn't have normally needed Anton to assist them, but the failure caused damage to the ship's hull as well. He would reach them before any of the local ships, and he rushed off to aid them. Bringing a single small ship with him was easy enough, especially now that he didn't have issues of recovering his natural energy between systems. Once the matter was resolved, several days had passed. Not enough to be catastrophic for anything stable, but Anton worried about some of his newer seeds. When he returned, however, he found everything well taken care of. He assumed one of his regular helpers had come along, but when he asked around to thank whoever it was, nobody took credit. While it wouldn't have been a big deal for someone to come around and make sure things were watered and the like, he was still curious. He searched for traces of lingering energy, but found nothing abnormal. There weren't any signs of anything except for his own energy and the normal background energy of the system. But his curiosity wouldn't fade, and he continued to ponder on the subject for some time. Then he realized what it might be. However, he had no way to prove his hypothesis while he stayed around. Rushing off immediately wasn't the best plan, however, so he tended his gardens for a while longer. Then he asked some of the helpful people from Rotera for some simple technology they had. With that, a short journey should provide some answers. Or perhaps he'd have to start his garden again, but that wouldn't be the worst thing. Chapter 1029. Though Anton was being sneaky, he didn't really intend to trick anyone or anything. He was just curious and trying to confirm his suspicions. It didn't seem like any harm would come if he ignored it, but this was also another avenue to move things forward. Thus it was that Anton left his little garden once more. It wouldn't suddenly fall apart if it wasn't tended to for a few days or a month, but he was the sort who provided daily care, especially when dealing with the new plants who didn't exactly fit in the climates he had created, or might belong in one of the other categories. Anton made sure to stay away long enough to have some results, then returned to find his garden a little bit more grown than he'd left it, but just as well cared for. He was quite eager to see the video, searching through for activity, aside from the growth of the plants, which was actually quite something to watch in fast motion. He finally came to what he was looking for. Nobody showed up to help his plants grow, but that didn't mean that nothing was actually happening. The camera recorded energy impressions, but it barely revealed any change. Just a slight ripple in the flow of the system's natural energy, forming into a form solid enough to interact with things. The only energy in the system came from its source, the star Maheg. And unlike the handshakes, it seemed to have gotten down the ability to be gentle. Or perhaps that was a product of being at a much further distance, combined with some amount of practice. Strands of energy held clippers, very carefully cutting off dead leaves and unwanted shoots. Clearly, it had been paying great attention to Anton and those he'd had taken care of things for him. He wouldn't say it was perfect. It clearly didn't understand why it was doing what it did, but it was careful. Next floated the watering can. It was actually an enchanted object containing a vast amount of water. Actually producing material was more difficult than just storing it. Anton had neither the infrastructure nor the desire to have automatic sprinklers, nor even a garden hose. The watering can was good enough for his purposes. He watched as precise amounts of water were poured out. Any extra instantly evaporated by strands of solar energy. It was more or less the correct result, but once again lacking true understanding. A repetition of actions taken with care regardless of the reasons. Various attempts had been made to communicate with Maheg. It had emotions of some sort, but no real concept of language. It seemed to understand the greeting handshake, but otherwise projected only a general friendliness and curiosity. Anton took his time to plan out another set of plots, including the necessary space and materials for the formations. He also placed an order for more tools, which would be delivered at significant expense. Someone was going to see more of the galaxy than they had probably bargained for, but the payment and experience of travel should be valuable. Besides, it would only be a couple of months with a fast ship. Though Anton wanted to prepare the soil, he stopped himself. Instead, he simply made a mound of dirt. Now that he was aware of Maheg's interest, he realized he was pretty much constantly being watched. That wasn't unexpected, as any cultivator did the same for everything within the range of their natural senses. Anton just hadn't realized that all of the flow of energy Maheg produced was part of that. It didn't return to the star, but that was for the best as it was needed for the system to have more life in the future. Plus, trying to contain its power might actually be terrible for the star. Ultimately, Anton set up the area of a plot, but did none of the work beyond the formations. Simple as they were probably too complex for the star to understand their importance. It might not even be able to tell a difference in temperature except in quantities of thousands of degrees. Once he was done, Anton took a sack of seeds and the tools, holding them up to the sky. He reached out, offering them to Maheg. He tried to give that impression with his energy, but he wasn't sure if he was understood. When he set them down, nothing happened for a full day. Perhaps that was the time it took the star to process a new idea, or a reasonable response time for something of its size. Finally, energy began to concentrate at the second set of plots, while other energy carefully watched Anton's response. He nodded encouragingly, still uncertain if his gestures would convey what he needed. But he did nothing to disrupt the energy, while doing his best to make it clear he recognized something was happening. Then the bag of seeds went up in flames. There was a sudden wave of panic, followed by the instant withdrawal of all of the star's energy. The scientists would absolutely be having a field day with that data. It wasn't long before the skies went pitch black, and it was a good thing that everyone in the system had their own habitations that could keep them warm. For his part, Anton replicated the effects of a sun on a much smaller scale. He provided light and warmth for his fields, making sure that his efforts would be felt even by Maheg's withdrawn senses. Heat was not something that was bad, but a necessary feature. It was simply too much that was a problem. Anton should have realized that the enchantments on the tools had made them more durable, and the living plants had been untouched. The star's energy was quite condensed, but it wasn't crazy for there to be an aura of heat beyond it. Anton was patient, but he was beginning to consider drastic measures to get Maheg to return to normal. Fortunately, he didn't have to go through with any of that because about a month later Maheg finally allowed itself to return to its normal output. It slowly reached out towards Anton, watching. He had spare seeds and some other things he didn't mind destroying. So Anton decided to demonstrate flammability. He produced a certain amount of heat, showing how it didn't damage the tools but did damage the crops, and how more heat would destroy pretty much anything. Maheg seemed to naturally understand that, but the important part was the relatively minute differences. On the stellar scale, of course, Maheg had far more power than Anton could draw upon at once. It was power. Not quite a giant star, but a bright blue. Anton could only call upon the tiniest fraction of his stars, even if he was next to one and wielding something like a solar flare. Maheg, meanwhile, was the energy. Though it would likely be dangerous to do too much with its own energy, Anton supposed. Once Anton thought Maheg should have had sufficient examples, he provided a number of things for it once more. Materials of variable flammability, so it could practice control. He provided them for most durable first, laying them out in order. It still took Maheg a week to work up the courage to try, then several months before it could avoid burning solid wood. After it managed to constrain its energy to the proper heat while grasping things, it managed to pick up a seed, which it immediately stuck in the native dirt of the moon and watered. Maheg was, unsurprisingly, very patient. However, after another month of nothing, it seemed to realize something was wrong even with regular sunlight and watering. The seed had barely sprouted. Anton spent his time giving various hints, adding new soil and compost into his garden during that time. From there, Maheg dug up the soil, replacing it with what Anton had provided. It was hilarious to watch it work with a garden trowel to dig an acre a half-meter down, but it did it. It probably helped that it was tireless, though Maheg didn't seem to understand extending the shape of tools to go beyond them. After a week, Anton gave Maheg a bigger shovel. Big projects needed big tools. It could have probably scooped away all of the soil in a single moment if it understood how, or even burned it away, but it was even gentle with the soil. To the extent the star could be, at least. Anton felt genuine excitement when seeds began to sprout. Then a wave of fear and concern washed over him. Anton felt his energy drawn into Maheg, swirling around. Flashes of emotion. Suddenly, the world existed. An awareness of self and other. The largest objects were tiny compared to it, and even smaller upon it were things moving around. But in what seemed like mere moments, they slowed. Many stopped, one at a time, until all of them did. Slowly, they became nothing and everything was boring. Anton understood he had gotten an extremely abbreviated version of things, of course. The feelings didn't represent vision or even how he would interpret his own energy senses, but there had clearly been months or years of activity. However, he was able to comprehend that Maheg's consciousness had come nearly in tandem with the burst of solar energy that had wiped out the local populace. Which triggered the other was unclear. Anton was glad to confirm that Maheg hadn't maliciously attacked anyone, though he'd been fairly certain of that from the beginning. It might not even have been at fault at all. Though based on the resonant emotions, Maheg wasn't quite convinced of that. He offered a sense of comfort. He drew Maheg's attention to the life it was helping to sustain. That seemed to be sufficient. It soon became clear there were significant differences between Anton's garden and Maheg's. Anton did his best to demonstrate why, but it was 1,000 small things that could only be learned with time, and preferably understanding of what the goal was. When Anton first ate a fruit from a tree he'd finally gotten to grow, Maheg was horrified. But Anton revealed the seeds. Fruits were basically made to be eaten. Some were meant as nutrients for the seed, but many more were meant to attract the right sorts of animals to distribute it further. Or at least that is how the balance had ended up. Sadly, there were no such animals here. All Anton had were bacteria to help things decompose, though he was considering importing insects. That could rapidly lead to escalation, and he didn't know if he should be maintaining a whole ecosystem. Then again, he kind of wanted to. Everheart had managed it, with a bit of cheating with formations. The man was intelligent, but he wasn't a disciple of nature. The balance had been maintained with a bit of brute force, or there would have been nothing left on the moon. The moon Anton's gardens were on currently did not have a proper atmosphere. He wondered if he could change that. Maybe paradise would be helpful? He'd done wonders elsewhere. And the turtle wouldn't mind in general, though this was quite some distance from his normal path. Anton thought it was unnecessary to terraform a whole planet himself, but he didn't want to steal the atmosphere of the other planets either. Perhaps he should be content with a smaller garden, a fun experiment. Maheg soon learned to multitask. That had resulted in more than a few accidental burnings as its concentration wavered, but Maheg was learning to take the damage in stride. Anton hadn't been able to explain it, but ultimately these plants didn't have thoughts or feelings. Not that Anton would say that for the universe in general, because it wasn't unreasonable with everything else he'd seen, with the ultimate result being the recreations of local plants growing to be more and more. A little damage here and there didn't matter. It was better to be safe, but that might be the biggest reason Maheg focused its efforts around Anton. It was clear it would find it more difficult to accidentally harm him. The world was now a better place, and they had learned more about both the history of the system and what the plants might have looked like. Recreating local animals was much further beyond Anton's skill, but he was sure the plants were wrong anyway. If he ever got to it, he'd just pick whatever seemed compatible and not worry about being correct. Chapter 1030. The question of whether or not to trust Lelka was a difficult one. Her intentions appeared genuine, but it was also clear that they were shallow, rooted in desires of survival rather than some sort of loyalty to the Scarlet Alliance. Of course, it would have been strange if Lelka had any attachment to them. It wasn't like they'd done anything for her, except let her leave with them. Velvet felt personally responsible for sorting that situation out, which meant frequent interactions with Lelka. For her part, the woman seemed quite content with her position. At least, overall. Do you think I could have more time outside? Lelka asked. That would be quite difficult, Velvet said. We are already quite generous. She had heard the woman's story, at least how she came to be in her final position. Doubtless there were centuries of earlier life within the citadel of exalted light. Ultimately, she'd been forced to be a replacement by her association. Why did you not try to stop us? Lelka raised an eyebrow. Did you forget? By the time we met outside your ship, everything was over for me within the citadel. Before that, though, Velvet said, you spotted us. Giving us away would have doomed our mission and secured your position. And what position did you think I had? Lelka asked, seneschal to the sect head. That seems like a pretty cozy position, except for the part where I was responsible for everything, and not in the good ways. Plus, it's not like I wanted to spend more time around Zor. Lelka shook her head. Besides, I dispute your premise. Your group would have managed a ridiculous success no matter what I did. I'm pretty sure that swordmaster with you died and then cut the planet in half. In that order. Shakir's martial prowess is an exception, Velvet said. We survived the battle with Ludek without her. It's at least partially due to you that your group set foot on our capital world before we spotted you. I thought you noticed us slipping onto the ship? Semantics. You were practically there. And you can't tell me that shooting that ship out of the sky would have helped. I think the results justify my assumptions. I am alive. That's what I wanted. Velvet looked at her. You complain about being imprisoned every time we see each other. Because I know you won't make things terrible for me, and I might get lucky. It got me the best pillow I've ever had, Lelka shrugged. Aren't you bitter at us? We were enemies. Not personally. And yes, I know that Lorit died to one of you. But that was her own fault. Or Zor's. Or Everheart. Everheart is to blame for everything, Velvet nodded. Exactly. Maybe even for Lorit dragging me into view and ending up as seneschal. I had plenty of good reasons to not want to be there. Velvet shook her head slowly. I imagine I would be quite bitter at the people who killed my sister. It's that sort of thing that made me interested in your group to begin with. You don't even torture your prisoners. It's an ineffective method of information extraction, Velvet countered. You can make it effective, Lelka said, but you didn't even develop things in that direction. What's the point of all this anyway? I already said you can just keep me locked up forever. It would be fine. Velvet deflected her question with another one. Why were you an ineffective seneschal? Because nobody can do the job if they aren't actually given the necessary authority, Lelka said. Did you know Everheart robbed the vaults during that first war? I wasn't even allowed to check on the security. It probably wouldn't have helped, Velvet said. But I get the point. With a finger on her chin, she went back to the other topic. We wouldn't start you in a position of any importance, obviously. Lelka's expression was clearly trying to hide excitement. No matter how much she expressed acceptance of her current position, she still had complaints about her status. So there's actually a chance of me getting out? We have to verify more of your intel first, Velvet said. Like that list of domination cultivators. It's probably not complete, Lelka explained. But everyone on there I listed had been confirmed. Not that it's a long list. Sudden is a bit of a problem, Velvet said. Why him specifically? Actually, it's only natural to assume that the Twin Soul sect would have one. They could even have more, with their reincarnations. They're all the way over in the Trigold cluster anyway. You do realize that they're a lot closer to us than to where you were? Lelka shrugged. Honestly, we didn't even consider the Scarlet midfields as a relevant stretch of distance. But anyway, you guys haven't even had conflict with them. What's the big deal? Him? You can't just respond with him. Now I'm curious, Lelka said. Seriously, did you fight them and we never heard about it? Oh, was it before you ascended? I suppose they might remember you, potentially. But they have a lot of grudges to take care of locally too. Then there are the people in the lower realms. I heard they lost an entire sector. Honestly, that was kind of hilarious. Then she frowned. Oh, what? Velvet stood up. You're too clever to languish in a minor position if you ever get out. Can I request something that's not public-facing? Lelka said. Because of assassins. And it being a pain. Got any informants in the Trigold cluster who would swap? I know some that would be glad to sell the same information to another set of people, Lelka commented. Does that count? Probably. You could join the information division. Can't I get a job in, the backwater farming division? Sorry, that one's full up. And way more competitive than you might think. You should see the tree growing contest. It's a mad brawl for second place. Wouldn't people be trying to win? Only if they had a chance, Velvet said. Lelka had made some guesses about their connections to the lower realms. It wasn't clear how much, exactly, but that just meant being even more careful about trusting her. But Velvet had the feeling that as the years passed, she was the one who was going to get worn down. Especially since she really believed Lelka, and Durf did too, which helped. Starheart would be good. Durf was looking over a list of materials. There were a lot of properties that probably made sense to the right sort of people like hardness and tensile strength and stuff. He just knew they were different words for durability that he'd need to feel to know if they suited him. Starheart was at the top though. And more than that, the tiny fragment he'd gotten to experience was great. But since most domination cultivators didn't have access to anything made with Starheart, and he really didn't like how Worldheart was harvested either, he had to settle for other options. Turtle shell? He wasn't sure why it was on this list, or why it was so highly rated. It was weird. What kind of turtle? For it to be that good, it had to be a specific turtle, didn't it? Like the Lord of the Seas or Queen of the Depths or some fancy titled one. Why was the potential arrival date indeterminate instead of unavailable, like Starheart? He also wondered where they got the information on Starheart to begin with, because he was pretty sure they didn't have any. Durf wanted to find someone to help answer his questions. He wasn't really good at using this information network he had access to. He could put in the question, why is this turtle shell so important? And it would just bring up a bunch of stuff about Acaris. Acaris was pretty cool, actually. He kind of wished he could visit, but then again so did a lot of people. Either way, it was in the lower realms so he really couldn't. Unless, it was less than a century until the shift in the tides of the world. Would that be okay? He'd have to ask. Lots of people would probably have opinions. The person Durf found to answer his questions was Alva. She'd at least do her best. Why is this turtle shell on the list? Alva blinked. And hello to you too, Durf. She looked at the list he was holding up. Well, it seems pretty strong. Did someone kill a big turtle or something? It's not listed as a limited resource, though. Or rather, it's just time limited instead of quantity limited. That's kind of the same thing, Alva said. Here, let me look it up for you. All she had to do was enter some of the information, and with her credentials she could find a lot more. It wasn't like they were hiding anything from Durf, but even if he could operate computers, his security credentials couldn't be that high for such things. Just in case someone could replicate his aura, getting the password from him would either be trivial or harder than squeezing water from rocks. Tricking him would be the easier option, but forcing him definitely wouldn't work. He'd never willingly betray them. He just wasn't that sort of guy. Oh, it's Paradise, Alva said. Are there really strong turtles on this planet called Paradise? Durf asked. Paradise is the turtle. Apparently, bits of his shell are removed occasionally to help direct his growth. So you can theoretically get some sent with someone ascending, since he's in the lower realms. Oh, that's why it's an indeterminate time. Durf nodded. Is Paradise strong? Stronger than mauled by wolves? You met that guy? Alva asked. And yes, he is. Would you like to see him? Can I go to the lower realms? Durf asked. No. I mean, nobody can. Right now? I'm in a picture. Alva held it up. Oh. Durf looked. Cool turtle. Doesn't look that tough, though. Alva looked over at the picture and began to zoom it in. Soon, towering trees and buildings began to appear. He's big. Oh. Durf said. He's big. He leaned in, as if that would help him see better. Is that a painting? It's a picture, Alva said. You know pictures. It's a copy of what you'd actually see. Where's the water and why are there stars in the background? Alva shrugged. He's in space now. Are there fish there? Durf asked. What does he eat? Distortion beasts. Like the worm? Pretty much, Alva said. Okay. Durf looked around. How do I order stuff? I would like some of his shell to make a hammer. I'll help you with that. If she requested it, she could explain why Durf deserved to have it. She was still going to make him pay for it, though. He'd been pretty eager to go out and be active anyway, and just because they couldn't transfer things from the upper realms to the lower realms directly didn't mean they could just ask for whatever they wanted. Besides, they did their best to pay things back with research as much as possible. They might have an inter-realm alliance held together by people they knew, but that was even more reason to try to be fair. Crost and Tinny received a message sent with the highest priority. She was worried that somehow the tides of the world would have shifted up by a few decades. Maybe things would even start immediately. She would act as well as she could with what she had prepared, but the message was from her sister. It was, technically, of no importance whatsoever. You're going to ride on some invader ships to the lower realms, right? When you get here, have someone send you to Acaris. We need to wrestle. Sorry I haven't sent more messages, but I heard you were busy, and you seem to be doing well, so I didn't want to interrupt. But you've got a bunch of mini-yous running things now, right? You need to tell me about them. Also, being a mother is weird. A complete waste of things sent on secure channels. That was why Crost and Tinny was here, and not fearsome mandibles. But maybe soon they'd both be in the same place again. Next time, she wouldn't sign up for such a long mission. Chapter 1031. A vague fuzziness filled Katarina's head as she slowly awoke. She actually couldn't remember the last time she had slept a full night. Not that she really needed to as an augmentation cultivator, but as had been pointed out to her, she did need to rest. Though her brain was only slowly shifting to where it should be, at least by her elevated standards, she understood it was important. Today was the day of the final checks, and she needed to be at her best lest there be some mistake. As it turned out, putting in a formation that spanned a great number of systems in all directions took a great amount of resources. It was only possible by using special insights into space and the power of stars. It annoyed Katarina that some of the latter tools had come from Everheart once again. The Scarlet Alliance had actually managed to begin moving past his expertise, developing new techniques of their own. But he just had to go and show off. Katarina refused to believe it was a copycat, because simple solutions were better and Everheart certainly wasn't dead. His system was as functional as ever before. While his various followers were currently missing, that was only more reason to believe they knew things others did not. Rahayu would have been accepted among the Scarlet Alliance, as his methodology was no worse than most cultivators. He had simply sought out a practical way to grow his own strength. Luxa was another matter. Having been part of the Harmonious Citadel, while most wouldn't remember her as an enemy, it was unlikely she would be easily accepted into their number if Everheart was actually gone. But enough about him. Katarina didn't intend to play into Everheart's plans by thinking about him overly much. Whether it made him stronger or simply wasted people's time, it didn't matter. She was just glad they were going to complete the project before the shift in the tides of the world. The Void Ants would be revealed in the upper realms, and not working to exterminate them would show their connections. It would be nice if they could start colonies within the Scarlet Alliance before that, but that wouldn't have worked for many reasons. She just hoped they would be able to have them after, though that might depend on what the Void Ants wanted as well as the local populace. The Void Ants deserved to live where they pleased, but they would also respect the opinions of the locals. They'd have to live together, after all, and most of those in the upper realms didn't have the history alongside Void Ants that some of them did. They were just people. Tiny, dangerous people. But that was no riskier than other cultivators in the end. The next century or two would be tumultuous for many reasons. If the plans of the lower realms went well, the upper realms would be in shock. If they went poorly, then foundations of the Scarlet Alliance would be greatly disturbed. They could survive, and potentially even thrive with just what they had in the upper realms, but to be their best they needed the lower realms. And as many of their members had friends and family still there, it was not a future anyone wanted to consider. The last of the formations were around Xianxia itself, unsurprisingly despite the fact that the majority were around their borders, scattered even in unpopulated systems in a spherical pattern. This was merely an extension of what they had already done, funneling travel to specific border worlds. It was finally time to connect Xianxia to that, except they wouldn't be testing it. That was the worst part. Perhaps unsurprisingly, it was a massive expenditure of energy to invert a sphere over 100 light-years across. Even if they were only technically affecting a thin shell on the outside, that was still a tremendous area. Everything worked in theory and in practice on smaller scales. Bringing Xianxia to the front lines would allow them to concentrate their forces where their best defenses were against attacks from any and all directions. The rest of their systems would remain safe. But while a significant number of people were aware of the project, the actual effects were less well known. Hopefully, secret from their enemies. They should just think it was an expansion of the already functional efforts to funnel people along a particular path, which it effectively was. But since they couldn't test it, they had to be extra careful. Katarina would pore over every inch of this latest system herself, and there were many others who were doing the same here and elsewhere. Corallo and her other apprentices were involved in the project, as well as pretty much every formation grandmaster in the Alliance. Soon, it would be ready. No matter which side the attacks came from or when, they would have their grand formation. Though they could hope that their enemies would kill themselves off, realistically whoever survived would begin to find new trouble with their neighbors, so it was a vain hope. And even Katarina's practical side didn't actually wish for the total annihilation of the Exalted Quadrant or Trigold Cluster. That would come with the deaths of countless trillions, and the results would no doubt be far worse than what became of the blood-soaked nebula. Meheg noticed it first. Perhaps there were some advantages to being at a greater scale, tapped into the fabric of the galaxy itself. But Anton was quite content being a human still. The shift in Meheg's attention was quite noticeable, and the star had become more capable of communication over the last decades. A sense of worry and concern, though perhaps not as much as it might have had, given what the event entailed. After all, it didn't seem that any invaders had come here in the last cycles. That was about how long Meheg had been conscious, though that consciousness had also been less developed on the order of 6 and 8 centuries prior. But Anton fairly quickly recognized the beginning of the shift in the tides of the world. They still had a few decades before it actually allowed for easy traversal between the upper and lower realms, but the time was coming. At this point, plans had to be solidified in short order on both sides. Meheg expressed curiosity and even seemed to notice Anton's worry. Anton responded with both words and feelings. "Some enemies may come to our stars," he said. "I do not know if they would come here. They come to plunder and destroy, and there is nothing much left here. But the other stars, they bear a grudge. Anton sent feelings of war. Maheg responded with its memories of death and the pain that it felt. The star seemed to question why anyone would want that. Anton just shook his head. He wondered the same. But he did have an answer. People seek power. He indicated the energy of the weaker cultivators in the system, himself, and Maheg. They want to grow stronger and stronger. Maheg swirled some energy above their fields. The moon was large enough that even with consistent efforts, they had only covered a small portion of the surface. Though neither of them were really pushing for maximum area, either. They just enjoyed watching the plants grow. Maheg seemed to be wondering about that. Yeah, not everyone is content to grow plants, or anything beyond themselves, Anton said. It's just the way things are. I'm going to have to spend more time away to protect those I care for. Maheg reached out towards Anton. It wasn't just their traditional acknowledgement of greeting or departure, but something more. Even so, Anton responded in the usual way, but now his energy was not annihilated. Though he could have reached for something more, he thought it was a particularly poor idea. We can try that later, Anton said. The strength I might gain is too much compared to the risk of side effects. Like being annihilated by Maheg's energy, whether it intended it or not. Having two consciousnesses sharing an energy pool on such a level was not something they had good data on. The hive minds didn't count, nor did they actually share their internal energy in any significant way. Maheg knew there were risks to it as well, but Anton appreciated it had offered, knowing he drew his power from stars. He just hoped his gardens there, at least, could know peace. Anton had not spent all of his time with Maheg for the last century, but it was likely the majority of his time when he was not checking in on the various branch heads of the order. They didn't really have anything they needed him for, but there were plenty of things people didn't need but would appreciate nonetheless. Acknowledgement of their existence, their efforts, and the fruits of their labor were all valuable. Since Anton could give them that, it would have been a shame to just assume they would be fine without him. Would they carry on? Absolutely. But why not aim for better when it was an option? The lower realms were ready for whatever came their way. They'd been preparing vigorously, and Anton was certain they were taking things more seriously than the upper realms. Not that the upper realms didn't take domination, oppression, or vengeance seriously, but they weren't fighting for their survival. Hopefully, they would be too much in their habits of victory. They might bring what they felt was an overwhelming force and find it lacking, though that wasn't something that the lower realms would assume. That included the Alliance, the Shining Cooperative, and even the Adamant Federation and the Free Planet Guardians. The latter two were perhaps in the least stable positions, though the Trigold cluster might blame what happened there more on the others instead of what remained. Or they might wish to crush them for their rebellious nature. What do you think? Anton asked Lev, as they stood in the shade of the grandfather willow. Are there enough of us? Of what? Enrichment cultivators? Lev shook his head. It appears it's more difficult to reach this level than augmentation. Perhaps that is something to do with upper and lower energy, or, he shrugged. We could always use more of our numbers. But if you mean us, he spread his arms broadly, then we simply must believe so. All of our allies, both big and small, will fight with all of their strength. Among the ranks of the enrichment cultivators, there was of course Anton himself, Lev and Devon as well. Paradise, and through him Aaron, the head of the island tenders, should count as well, though perhaps as one entity. At the very least, they would fight together and could cover only a single position. The Great Queen would count as well, most likely. Then Thanda. Though her path was divergent, it was still powerful. Finally, some of their Ascension-class ships had been upgraded over the centuries to nearly match enrichment, though that was with the benefit of large crews and modified versions of the numerological compacts techniques. Between them, Cerritos, Weos, and Rotera had the most at enrichment, or some equivalent, which was unsurprising given they had among the greatest amount of time cultivating. The Solanis cluster had a similar history and had even gotten a jump start on world-binding, but the war had been hard for their bigger sects and their recovery had been slower. They had several of their own, enough to defend each system at least. In the former compact systems, they had a number of confluence cultivators, including Byron. Their strength they could reach when supplemented by others could rival enrichment, though it was limited by their leaders even when they were entangled in hive minds. None had reached a personal cultivation level high enough to fight independently, but they should be secure enough. It was other parts of the alliance that were in worse trouble. Ikikt was just shy of having proper enrichment cultivators, but they were likely one of the prime targets. They would need support. And as far east as Inistra, Verges had not quite reached enrichment either. It wasn't something one could just decide to do, and merely copying Anton was bound to be problematic despite sharing the same style. To the north, there were a few systems off on their own, including Nidek and Vrelt. They might face some retaliation, especially the Nidek, as their hardened crown cultivators had withdrawn from the Exalted Quadrant's influence. They were close enough to have one defender join them. Then there was Acaris. It was unclear how their world had ended up in its state, but clearly someone had intentions for them at some point. If there was an invasion, however, it wouldn't be for revenge. In that manner, they should be able to fend for themselves. Anyone intending to harvest some well-developed beasts would be in for quite a surprise to descend upon an entire cultivating civilization, complete with assimilation cultivators. If they had the chance, the Lower Realms Alliance would lend out some of their cultivators to the Shining Cooperative, but they had to take care of their own people first. Positioning their forces would be important, but before then, they had a few more years of relative peace to remember what they were fighting for. Chapter 1032. When she took stock of how many humans were on her chosen planet, Crossed and Tenny thought they may have significantly undershot their population targets. There were almost as many humans here as void ants. Well, that wasn't actually true, it was just a lot of humans. But there was certainly more human biomass than what the void ants made up. Estimates indicated almost 1 million humans amassed on the planet, replete with ships to ease their journeys. Crossed and Tenny truly hoped this was the most significant population of invaders on any of the border planets. And while she thought it should be, other locations might have surpassed it depending on timing. She wasn't focused on bounty, despite that being her first world. It was too close to the midpoint between the Exalted Quadrant and the Trigold Cluster for either side to focus on bounty as one of the border systems. There were still a few more years for the last people to show up, though she suspected most of those who could be here had already arrived by the latest batch. She and her people had been keeping careful tabs on the humans. They had a few cities plopped down around the planet, targets upon which the void ants were now converging. They could only move so fast, after all. Fortunately, the humans would be leaving plenty of places to hide, and they had food nearby. The void ants could consume some small portion of it to supplement what they brought with them as they traveled. The planets only had very basic nutrition available, but it covered the entire surface. The humans were farming more, probably finding it impractical to supply such large armies for many years at a time simply via shipping. They were terrible at it. Oh, sure, they produced enough staple foods to feed their entire population, but that didn't make them any good at the process. Crossed and Tenny had seen good farming on Acaris. Care taken to make each plant produce as much as it could, and to not simply slather the area with energy hoping things would grow. Most of that energy would be wasted, not finding its way into the plants. Otherwise, she wouldn't mind so much. More humans might be on their way, but it wasn't terribly likely. In this particular group, there were a dozen augmentation cultivators. Maybe 10,000 were integration cultivators, which would be a serious issue for any planet they attacked if they had a balanced fight. Nowhere had thousands of assimilation cultivators. But of course, the battlefield wouldn't be balanced. Any upper realms cultivators wouldn't be able to recover their energy, nor would they be able to fight at full power. They could adapt to lower energy, but they simply wouldn't be as effective after that. Except for natives, but the majority of the armies simply couldn't be native to the lower realms. The remaining nearly 1 million who were below integration had been born in the upper realms. Probably most of the integration cultivators, too. Instead of going through ascension, their numbers and total fighting power were still alarming. But optimally, every single one of these fellows, starting from the top, would die in transport. Not that the lower realms was counting on that. It was impossible for the void ants to solve all of their problems. And while they were especially potent against human cultivators, void ants could be defeated by proper tactics, or just squashed. Crossed and Tenny was willing to bet that whatever ship she ended up on would be cleared out, though. Technically, all of the others were betting their lives as well, but they were individually weaker. She had tried to use her authority as queen to force her 4 weird guards to go to other ships. Their skills would be helpful, with their various abilities. But they insisted they have a proper royal guard retinue, and that the other royal guards could go wherever she desired instead of the 4 of them. She couldn't argue with that. So with 5 of them, they could definitely take down a ship. Not that she would be foolish about it. She had assigned to herself a small contingent of 10,000, enough to create a few combat formations to more efficiently assault the humans. From now on, everything was about stealth and timing, as killing humans in confines of ships would be much easier than chasing them down across far fields or into the skies, given that only a small portion of void ants could fly. There was now a communication blackout with the rest of her people on other planets. The training they had received would have to be sufficient. She had to trust them. It was surprisingly difficult, but she didn't really have a choice. Hopefully the lower realms was doing well with their own preparations. Once more, Anton visited Zissel. He figured it wasn't too burdensome to cause everyone to flee inside once every few decades, right? Okay, it was a massive disruption, but it was unlikely they needed the labor. The planet was doing great. It seemed that they had rearranged how they grew crops. To Anton, it almost looked natural now. They were limited in their selections given the arid nature of the planet, but they had a wide variety of plants with the core of their production being cactus and succulents. They were no longer placed in clear rows, which would be inconvenient for harvest, but perhaps better conceal them from observers. Anton had slowly noticed a small change in style, but they seemed to have ramped up and finalized it just recently. Perhaps their people sensed the shift in the tides. Anton left just a simple message in the same area before, in case they hadn't noticed. The tides of the world shift. Keep safe. I will return after the end of the cycle and hope to speak to someone, but will respect your wishes if you choose to remain isolated even after that time. What else could he say? We have detected no invasion forces on a path that would bring them here, but cannot completely deny the possibility they will come. Sometime later, Anton found himself on Azan. The tiny star had been hugely influential on the course of his life, affecting both his encounters and his cultivation. If he had not come to seek the neutron star, they would not have met many of their eastern allies. It was also possible there would still be a strong presence of the Trigold cluster further east and closer to the border. While the Shining Cooperative would have ended up at war with them still, without the support of the Lower Realms Alliance it would have been a hard-fought war, perhaps ending in a stalemate. Verges and Inistra, Apra. None would have been part of his life without Azan. The star itself was quite amazing as well, with astonishing density that had shaped Anton's techniques. His abilities to make use of gravitation and magnetism were mainly due to Azan, though he had to admit that Weo's star had provided him his first guidance on the former. Should they have reached further, to try to find more oppressed by their enemies? No, the alliance would have been stretched too far and too thin. They were even now still building up the strength of their longer branches. Maybe with another 6 centuries, they would expand their total domain, if that was even necessary. Though Anton had no doubt that there were many planets unduly controlled by the upper realms even now, so it was still a worthwhile cause. But they could only do so much, and they had to consider their own survival. Anton reached down and scooped up pieces of the neutron star. They were far beyond his capability to lift naturally. It came only due to his connection. Since Anton could be called upon to fight both masses of enemies or single powerful opponents, different techniques would be necessary for each. Gravity might be the best tool in his arsenal for groups, unless they happened to come in on metal ships. He could employ gravity directly, drawing things in. However, Anton had other ideas. It wasn't really the style of technique he usually went for, using energy on its own. From the beginning his style had grown from the bow, and he felt that was still appropriate. Previously he had practiced various sorts of techniques. He could indeed create a wave of gravity that followed his arrows, but it was a bit too indiscriminate. Anything he shot past would feel the effects, potentially drawing them in. That meant long circuitous routes around his allies, and while Anton didn't mind such displays, he didn't want to be forced into a particular method. An arrow imbued with his energy could carry it to a certain designated point then release it, drawing in everything around it. This would allow him to target the core of an enemy fleet without making his assault as obvious. If he simply used his energy, it was like a wave of power sweeping over the surroundings. Like that, while the attack would still register as dangerous, Most wouldn't expect the spread of that danger until too late. Then there was another method, meant for targeting individuals. While Anton might have liked to do something like collapse an enemy in on themselves, by the time he managed to reach their body, there were any number of more efficient ways to kill them. Instead, he used more esoteric methods that only had the essence of gravity. This was to create an arrow that could strike someone and pin down their position to a point in space. It was somewhat relative to Anton's perception, and the extent of what he could actually do depended on the power he used. He could even lock someone into their current movement trajectory for a few moments, preventing changes to their acceleration with a sort of weight. The important part was that he did not need to pierce their defensive energy, at least not completely. His attack could attach to it instead. The weaknesses were that it could be overpowered, especially if he left it to passive control as he focused on other shots. But it never hurt to have another tool in his arsenal. Anton practiced, shooting arrow after arrow from Azin's surface. Sometimes, he let its gravity bind his shots, fighting against its power. Other times, he allowed them to fly free of its influence, streaking off into the galaxy to reach whatever point he pleased, within a certain number of light years, of course. An odd thing that, once, Anton's world had been Dunganon, and within those confines, his family farm. The woods were part of that as well. At that time, the range of his bow had been measured in the low hundreds of meters, and the world around him had been just as limited. Not that it had been bad. It had suited him for his entire life. Slowly, everything had expanded. He joined the Order of 99 Stars at the time and improved his abilities. He began looking at international politics and learned horizon shot. His archery allowed him to influence the broader world, and as his power grew, he went from nations to continents to the whole planet. Long ago, he had gone from the planet to neighboring systems. Now he felt himself watching over a good slice of the lower realms, though Anton understood them to be expansive enough that he might never reach the end of them if he chose to travel as far as he could. He wasn't sure how far the dominion of humans had spread, but he was content with his slice of the world. It simply happened to be larger now, and whenever outside forces intruded upon him, he would be ready to face them. That was the one thing he regretted from his first life, believing himself safe where he was. He'd almost been right, but almost was not sufficient. Chapter 1033. It had taken time for people to be comfortable with Lelka being free from confinement and also to take on any sort of role in the Scarlet Alliance. However, it was decided that the place she could cause the least damage, should she still secretly hold some loyalty for the Citadel of Exalted Light, was the Information Division regarding the Trigold Cluster. If she was loyal to her previous group, then even if she passed along information, her ultimate goal should be to work against the Trigold Cluster. Velvet had spent enough time with her to be as convinced of Lelka's sincerity as she could be of anything. However, she still felt it wise for the sake of caution and political appearance to keep her acting in a probationary period for a while. Maybe a full century of activity. So far, it had been just a couple decades. She was good at what she did, analyzing information rapidly and finding oddities. Velvet regularly had personal meetings with Lelka to talk over anything of note she had found or suspected. If Velvet agreed, they would devote further resources to an area. This information is suspicious as hell, Lelka commented. Or at least its origin. What about it? Velvet asked. She had her own ideas, having read it, but she wanted to compare without bias if possible. The agents who got this information shouldn't have been able to get their hands on it. Furthermore, they're from the Southwest, regarding events quite far from their purview. Why would they be the ones to learn this? A good question, Velvet admitted. Were you able to trace the origin of the information? That's where it got even more suspicious, Lelka said. If I'm right, this information traces to the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance, not too far from this informant. They could be on the take. And the Guardians, well, you know. I think I agree with all of that, Velvet nodded. But that does not mean the information is inaccurate. Why would you say that? Lelka asked. I previously interacted with the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance, a group which, I should remind you, is not our enemy in particular. Oh right, Lelka said. Any information from the Veiled Brilliance to the Citadel would be inherently suspect, but, well, I wouldn't necessarily trust it given the circumstances. Not entirely, Velvet agreed. But we have enough context to believe it to be accurate. And I personally had previous contact with a knowledgeable individual in the Veiled Brilliance. Durfsant, in fact. All right, Lelka commented. Now, I know our hammer-wielding friend is well regarded by pretty much everyone, but he's not politically savvy. He could have fed information to this ant, possibly unknowingly. He hasn't been in contact with her, Velvet said. I have asked him to mention it if it comes up, and as far as we are aware, his equipment was uncontaminated. That's to an extremely high degree of certainty. That leaves a lot of questions. Like why this group would mention movements by a domination cultivator in the Trigold cluster, or why they would send the information here, even if indirectly. They could be rivals, or they're luring us to act, somehow. Not that we would send anyone that deep into enemy territory. Lelka raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? And who was it that was attacking the citadel, then? That was a special circumstance. We don't even know what anchor their domination cultivator would have. The Twin Soul sect also hasn't caused us too much trouble in the upper realms, given their position. So you believe, Lelka said. I don't know what their anchor would be either, just to clarify. Perhaps one of their reliquaries? Or their soul jars? Or, something more esoteric. It could be some form of their sect itself, but nothing pops into my mind. Tell me about these soul jars, Velvet said. Pretty simple. That's where they keep all the souls that reincarnate before they place them in someone if they decide to. That sounds like a pretty weak follow-through on their promise. Anyone influential or powerful always gets reborn. Obviously, Lelka said. If someone lesser doesn't, well, maybe their soul got destroyed, she shrugged. Nothing is perfect. Sounds like a great excuse. Is the process expensive? Velvet thought about Jutsana. With the Phoenix rebirth technique, it hadn't been that bad. Though it was somewhat inconvenient regarding not knowing where she was going to pop up, or exactly when. The main costs came in making sure it was somewhere contained within Scarlet Alliance territory. It certainly can be, especially when looking for good bloodlines to place them in. Their breeders are quite busy. Sounds like an unpleasant place. Now then, the message. I think it's valid enough. If Sudin is joining the invasion, we need to at least inform the lower realms that it's probable. That doesn't make the information less suspect. It would probably have to come with the blessing of Ratna. She's, well, I suppose as long as I don't have to meet her, I don't think there's an issue. But it would be unlikely that information came from the Veiled Brilliance without her approval, if we're correct about the path. Including information on other domination cultivators? Enemies? Velvet asked. Obviously. See, now you're implying there's something important, but you won't tell me, Lelka grumbled. Velvet shook her head. Just that I shouldn't underestimate things. Now then, given this information, what do you think we should do? Send it down to the lower realms. Also, launch a war on the Silver Fang. Those seem entirely disconnected. They are, Lelka agreed. But I do think that's what you should do. Velvet sighed. Why should we launch an attack on our neighbors right now? To avoid appearing weak. I was reviewing the records, and the Scarlet Alliance has barely started any wars. You did a good job annihilating the Harmonious Citadel and Hans. Guy was a jerk. But since then, you haven't started a good war. People will think you're weak. Winning defensive wars doesn't count. Even if we injured a domination cultivator? That will last you a while, Lelka said. But you need to be proactive. And attacking the Trigold cluster is better than waiting for them to attack us. Why? Because it's just the Silver Fang. It doesn't even have to be a big war. You just go in, kill some of their guys, loot a few treasuries, and head out. The Trigold cluster breathes a sigh of relief now that you seem normal. Everyone moves on. Trust me, those who grew up in the upper realms will agree with me. Oh, and if you need a reason, pick something about their border activities. Claim a couple systems that they've harassed. I'm not really sure it's reasonable to look for trouble like that. Trouble will come, Lelka said, and you wouldn't have to make up an excuse. The Silver Fang really will have hurt people, and even if it's outside your technical borders, it's within your claim now. And then we have to deal with trouble near there after it's part of us? Velvet shook her head. You'd ask us to expand forever. Precisely. That's the proper spirit. There's no way the others will agree to this. Also, not what I asked about at all. Lelka shrugged. It is something you should do, though. Think about it. Crossed Antony was tired of waiting. But if she got impatient now, she would ruin centuries of work, or at least potentially compromise some of it. They needed the ships to be properly between systems, though in a way they would drift with the tides of the world to somewhere they could be retrieved. Right now, they were barely out of atmosphere. Sneaking onto a ship was pretty trivial, since people wouldn't sense them with their energy, and there were all sorts of routes they could slip in with humans. Thinking about the optimal way to fight was weird, as void ants could usually be sacrificed. Obviously she, as the queen, would not be. But other groups? They normally would have considered their mission successful by killing everyone on their ships. Their own survival would be irrelevant. But now they had individuals. And rather than making the void ants less effective, Crossed and Tinny thought they were actually better in a way. Because every void ant would still be willing to sacrifice their life if necessary. And if not, they would succeed and survive. Not that most had undergone many practical missions. That was the weakest part of the upper realms void ants at the moment. They did have great stores of knowledge to draw upon, and had trained according to the wisdom of those who came before, the Great Queen, and the victories of their people. Normally, void ants consumed much more food than their strict minimums. Not because they were gluttonous, but because they needed to grow. Crossed Antony was also counting the colonies as a whole, including new young. At the moment, their numbers were static. The last generation had been birthed a year before, with enough time to grow to a greater maturity. They needed every soldier to be effective. Just a few days. A few days, and they would be far enough to not be able to turn back. As long as they didn't immediately do so, but instead tried to deal with the void ants, they would be taken down. Hopefully, without communicating with others. Unfortunately, Crossed and Tinny knew that no plan would be perfect. There could be issues regarding timing. Some ships would leave at different points, based on their various thresholds. And some people would inevitably spread information to others. If they were only off by days, the message might not reach allied ships in time. The split between the Trigold cluster's various factions, and even the sects and clans of the Exalted Quadrant, would be helpful in that regard, as not all would direct warnings to each other. But ultimately, some would fail. Void ants on certain ships would fall, due to failure of strategy, bad timing, or particularly effective cultivators who could actually harm groups of them effectively. Poisons were one such concern, though less for Crossed Antony herself with bullet and fire present. She hoped at least that her fleet would be largely successful at taking out the vast numbers with them. Crossed Antony would guarantee the 3 augmentation cultivators on the ship with her. She resolved herself to do so, while also ensuring the survival of herself and the best of her royal guard. She had to show them off to her sister. After all, fearsome mandibles probably wouldn't find her fangs as fearsome as snips and chops, the quasi-sword cultivators who merely happened to lack traditional swords. Those of the lower realms could feel it. A vast number of people, their energies muddled together. Even so, the tides of the world carried their energies along to the lower realms, giving warning to their destinations. Each and every system and planet had prepared in their own ways. At this point, they could only do minor shuffling between nearby systems, their positions more or less locked into place. Anton was set up to cover he kicked in the nearby systems that they had colonized. Not that those were likely risk targets, but if some ships did happen to veer off course at the last moment, he could take them out. Actually, Anton had a particular advantage he planned to make use of. He could shoot from several light years away, so he would. Hitting something in the enemy fleet from such a distance would be trivial. His power likely wouldn't be enough to take down augmentation cultivators from such a distance, especially fresh ones. But he did have some ideas. But he wasn't interested in experimentation at the moment. He'd go for what was guaranteed. It would be some time before they arrived, at which point he hoped their numbers would be much diminished already. Or maybe the void ants would have total victory and the war would be over before it began. But given how many enemies he felt just in their sliver of galactic flow, Anton had his doubts. Even so, the void ants should prove more than just minorly effective. Chapter 1034. The great displeasure of having to deal with the fearsome menagerie fell upon Crossed Antony. They were a troublesome sort who took on animal traits, which included an emphasis on the body. While some of their abilities still required an active use of energy, being generally tougher made the void ants' job much more difficult. However, with proper tactics, even the weaker ones could target the humans' vulnerable points. It was unfortunate that bullet and fire could only carry a modest amount of poison, but there were space concerns affecting stealth and mobility that they couldn't get around. They might be able to drag around a proper sackful, but they wouldn't fit through tiny cracks or avoid being spotted. Not that crossed antennae could fit through small cracks either. She hadn't reached the size of her mother, but she was over a centimeter long and now in a different classification of size entirely. Fortunately, her speed had grown with her size, so she could dart behind cover and avoid notice. Since humans relied on their energy senses, as long as she avoided being directly spotted, she would be successful. Returning to the matter of the poisoners, technically Aconite had mentioned one that they could bring that could potentially wipe out the ship with a small dose. It was just guaranteed to kill them as well, with no adaptation being possible. They had considered it, but the safety of crossed antennae took priority. Besides, if they couldn't guarantee the poison spreading to the whole ship, that method would have been a failure. The time had finally come to act. The ship was far enough across the border that even if they did choose to turn around because of the attack, they wouldn't make it back anywhere safe. Thus, the humans would be trapped on the ship until the conclusion. They did use a poison put into the water stores of the ship. Its potency was minimal, but it was intended to keep their enemy off guard with sluggish reactions. That should allow the void ants optimal effectiveness. Their first targets were the augmentation cultivators. 3 of them, to be taken down simultaneously. Though crossed antennae thought it inefficient, Snips and Chops would be with her. She could not be without support, which to her meant she needed to grow much stronger so she could stand alone. But it was difficult to outpace them. Bullet and Fire would be going after another, using what direct poisons they had and hopefully killing their target in his sleep. The rest of the void ants would be going for the final target, a whole swarm of them. Yet their total fighting power was likely less than crossed antennae's group. The man crossed antennae and the others were going after was sitting in meditation. There wasn't much to be done in terms of training, though the tides did provide some energy where there would be none. Mostly, the man was likely using meditation to pass the time. Being an augmentation cultivator, he had exceptional senses. Even though there were no fluctuations of energy, the man's eyes snapped open the moment they attacked. Unfortunately for him, it was too late. Though normally he would be defended against attack by his robes, enchanted as they were, to the void ants they were nothing more than exceptionally sturdy silk, which would have stopped their lesser brethren, but did nothing to prevent Snips and Chops from driving into the man's sides while crossed antennae attacked from the front, all of them targeting one thing, his dantian. 3 void ants' jaws cut far beyond their physical reach, drawing upon strange mysteries of the universe. The man's reaction was to try to crush crossed antennae between his palms, but his failure was to recognize the void ants as what they were. He called upon his energy even as his dantian was tearing apart, crushing with the force of great elephants stomping, which was nothing more effective than 2 palms slapping together with the energy being negated. Crossed antennae imagined it would have crushed any of the lesser ants, though. There were limits even to their chitin. Perhaps Snips and Chops might have survived, or tried to cut through the energy. As for her, she felt the impact on her abdomen and rear legs, but the natural flex of the man's palms dulled the blow. One of her legs was dangling limply as the man's energy tore through him, though crossed antennae and the others didn't let it blast outward and destroy the ship. Most of them couldn't survive in empty space, and certainly not for a prolonged period. Plus, it was a good meal. The second augmentation cultivator died silently, though perhaps not painlessly. They hadn't chosen poisons with any particular properties in terms of pain, just quick incapacitation and then death. The third one, perhaps it was a matter of timing, sensing something happening with the others. Maybe the legion of void ants made a mistake in their approach. Either way, she reacted with great violence, tearing a hole through the walls of her chamber and scattering void ants everywhere. So crossed antennae was going to have to deal with that, and the rest of the ship was now alerted to them. It was time to fight. She willed her leg to move as she pleased, annoyed that she could be damaged at all. One thing was missing from Anton's perception, and as far as he had heard, nobody else had sensed it either. though the time lag of messages was enough that he couldn't be certain. Someone may have already spotted the domination cultivator. There was some chance they'd been fed false information, but something that would make them prepare for greater danger without trying to direct their attention to anywhere specific was a rather weak ploy. Anton believed it was genuine. So either the domination cultivator had changed his mind, the informants had been mistaken, or Sudin was able to hide his energy. The last of those was the most likely, simply because the man was part of the Twin Soul sect. Manipulating their own energy was something they did at a nearly fundamental level. Being able to display as a lower realm of power was not that odd. Regardless of what actually came, however, he could only face off against the foes as they approached. Though according to his reconning, they should barely have passed the border now. They would be coming in contact with the Shining Cooperative and potentially Acaris. The Golden Huntsman found traditional resource extraction from the lower realms to be trite and unappealing. Anyone could infiltrate cultivators and take what they had built up. Killing humans was easy. It was the challenge of great beasts that appealed to the Golden Huntsman, and such beasts provided better materials than anything that could be extracted naturally. Thus it was that they had set up for them a planet, seeded with life. Though to maintain their sense of adventure, they hadn't had a direct hand in the process. All they knew was that the planet had plenty of natural energy for beasts to grow wild and strong, thriving in battle and chaos. This was exactly what they wanted. When the tides of the world shifted, they were able to vaguely feel the planet as a whole, vibrant with energy. Thus the Golden Huntsmen eagerly made their way to the system, and as they drew closer the eyes of Vojtek, their leader, sparkled. He felt numerous powerful enemies. There might be beasts the size of mountains to battle. A sudden surge of energy from the local sun resulted in quite unfortunate circumstances. A rapid solar flare ripped apart 10 or 20 ships of unfortunates. In their haste, they had cut too close to the star, not expecting it to randomly flare so near to them. But the fact that they had been unable to avoid it made those who died weak. Vojtek cared not for their lives, though he did direct them slightly further from the star, as tempting fate in the same way twice was a certain path to death. As they approached the planet, Vojtek felt something odd. He clearly felt the energies of mighty beasts, but some also felt like cultivators. Had poachers come to take their game? How inconsiderate. Well, even hunters could become prey sometimes. Vojtek was a master of bow and spear, so when he felt the incoming arrows he was surprised but not unable to react. He protected his own ship, leaving the others to defend themselves. They weren't even that close to the planet yet, and arrows filled with the power of a star continued to fly towards them. No, not just any star. The local star that had also randomly flared. He narrowed his eyes. Even though this archer wasn't a beast, he would be the first target. Then Vojtek would be able to properly hunt. He was sure it would be enjoyable. Their ships continued to fall, but they had plenty. He cared not for the others, as they were responsible for their own lives. Many of them would make it down to the planet's surface regardless. Their momentum would carry them into the atmosphere, and only the weak would die from a simple fall. When they drew closer, Vojtek felt another anomaly. How unfortunate. These hunters had set up cities. Hopefully they hadn't slain the best beasts. No, there were still plenty. He could feel them in the cities? It made little sense, but perhaps they were beast tamers. How pathetic. A true hunter could take on any and all foes alone, without needing to rely on secondary beasts. The moment they entered atmosphere, more ships began to fall. They were being attacked by flying beasts. Vojtek had missed them among the blur of many energies, and because of their small size, they looked like normal-sized eagles. A few were larger, but none had 100-meter wingspan. Vojtek began to take aim, but another arrow impacted his ship, setting it aflame even with his energy defending it. Fine, he would have to take care of that one first. Though he did take a few shots on the eagles on his way down as he leapt overboard. He could feel his target. The aura of a great hunter. Bow and tiny paw? Was his opponent so far away he was hallucinating? The attacks were real, regardless. He dodged and twirled as arrows flew up towards him and circled around from behind. As he responded with his own shots, the beast? He really couldn't properly call a tiny rodent a beast. The rat made strange movements, avoiding his attacks as it danced among strange buildings. In a small area around it, Vojtek sensed numerous other different beasts. He kicked away an eagle that dared to approach, far too weak to consider a true threat. This rat, whatever it was, had a great store of natural energy. He wondered what it would taste like. It had energy beyond that of life transformation, but he was an augmentation cultivator himself. He might tire, but he would take out his enemy with raw force. He impacted a city street, cracking some form of pavement. Had wild animals taken over the homes of those who hunted them? No, the bow. It didn't make sense. But he didn't particularly care. The exchange of arrows continued, but a moment later 3 lions attacked him. Neither were strong enough individually to give him pause, but the strangeness of the situation got to him. Why were there so many powerful beasts, and why were they like this? Instead of increasing their size, as they naturally would, they were hardly larger than normal, but instead with energy like a cultivator. There was no way dumb beasts could develop such techniques on their own. Someone had interfered. Perhaps he'd find what planet it was and hunt them down too. Vojtek was forced to swap to his spear to keep the lions at bay, spinning it to block the incoming arrows. Elsewhere, he saw a hippopotamus tearing through others who landed in the city, quite violently obliterating them, not just with its jaws, but also with water element techniques. The lions even gave off signs of cultivating sharpness of claws and teeth, not just raw power. Truly fascinating. He would enjoy killing them all. Chapter 1035. None of the lions dared approach Vojtek as he held his spear at the ready. The golden huntsman narrowed his focus in towards the archer, one of those tall rats that stood on their hind legs. Nothing of relevance stood between them, and he strode forward confidently. When the creature turned to flee, he would give chase, no longer having to block its arrows. He felt something on his leg, looking down to regard another one of the beasts. It appeared half dead already, but not from any wounds. Instead, its energy spoke of age and rot as it clawed at his ankles. Obviously, such dull things would not be able to pierce through even the outermost layer of the hunter's armor, so he merely kicked away the thing, sending it crashing through nearby buildings. Many animals lay in hiding, not worth hunting. Even the lions, fearsome for but a few moments, were now merely roaring from a distance, expressing displeasure at their own weakness. Vojtek continued to parry arrows formed of natural energy with his spear as they came for him. He kept his eyes on his target. The small creature seemed incapable of realizing it should run, though he would have expected better for it having a weapon. Well, if that was all the creature had, it was time to end things so he could get on to hunting bigger prey. Perhaps that hippo that was slaughtering some of their weaker members. He stabbed forward to pierce the strange creature. It didn't even dodge, but his spear went wide. Odd. Was the world tilting? Vojtek saw an odd line of red in his vision. When had his left wrist been attacked? Why didn't it hurt? Why was his left leg not responding as he would like? His energy defenses protected him against arrows flying for his face, but it was inefficient. He held his spear in one hand and inspected his leg as he thrust. His leg was... What happened to his leg? It was simply covered in fungus, roots burrowing into his leg. Why didn't he feel anything? Why hadn't his energy protected him? Vojtek had many questions, none of which were particularly productive as his spear went off track once more. This time, he noticed a sudden lapse in the energy on his elbow and found his armor chewed through and tendons damaged as his arm dangled limply. A lion crashed into his side, followed by 2 more, toppling him over. The last thing he saw was a particularly large ant. Author's note: I know that fungus has mycelium and not roots, but this guy doesn't. Good job, everyone. 3 Squeaks said. Now that we're done with this guy, we'll move on to the next. It was extremely convenient that they had been able to shout combat strategy in front of this guy. He didn't speak Acrisian, obviously. Just that universal language humans used, which many of the people of Acaris did understand, which made the enemy calling out their strategies less viable for them. Though most of what 3 Squeak had heard were war cries followed by screams of terror, it's not like they were that terrifying. Well, maybe Meep. Even cultivator fungus wasn't supposed to spread that fast. The old meerkat was currently picking himself out of a wall. That kick had been serious, but not enough to take down a proper assimilation cultivator in a single blow. Meep had been hiding the full extent of his energy, or he wouldn't have gotten that close. 3 squeaks had managed to draw many enemies into their fortified capital as intended, but others were spread throughout Acaris as a whole. That wasn't optimal, but there were people trained for battle everywhere. Frankly, he pitied any of those who had landed in the ocean. It wouldn't even have to be the deep sea, but if they tried to flee there, they were going to get more than they bargained for. He sought out his next target. Acaris wasn't going to let themselves be taken apart by these foolish humans. They were stronger than that. But with the number of enemies, they were looking at quite a bit of damage and losses even in this short time. He shot down weaker targets so they couldn't set the development of a Crisian society back further. The fearsome menagerie ships were terrible. That was what crossed Antony decided. It was fortunate that they more or less remained on course during and after the battle, but even a small amount of damage had really limited the speed. At least they had plenty of food to eat while they waited to get into a proper system. Not the humans, obviously. That was barbaric. But what they had remaining in their stores was enough for the thousands of void ants to live for years, if it didn't spoil. Bullet came back with a report. "We managed to find replacement materials," he said. But we don't have any formation masters." With all of the odd techniques void ants under her command had picked up, Formation Master was not one of them. At best, they had those that were competent at dismantling them in elegant fashions instead of simply chewing through the energy. "We'll have to wait then. I hate to say it, but our job may be finished already." All that waiting for this? She just wished she could get in contact with the others to learn of their success or failure. But the communications devices viable for void ants were limited to begin with, even before they had to consider infiltration. Begin cataloging the food, and prepare to remove the bodies, leaving all of their gear on deck. "We don't want the decay," she said, "but our compatriots might like the rest. Though I dare say we can chew on whatever we like to absorb the energy within, as this is our prize." She hoped those watching the tides would find an opportunity to retrieve them soon after arrival. The plan was for them to watch for dead ships, after all. Hopefully they didn't end up enmeshed in combat, though there shouldn't have been anyone out ahead in this particular batch. Crossed Antony didn't know quite what happened with the rest of the fleet. Some of the ships were destroyed, and some others had pulled ahead. So partial successes and failures, it looked like. But there were many more that had departed from other planets. She could only trust in the preparations they had made. Soon, the Void Ants' role in this stage would be over, and the lower realms would deal with what was left. Hopefully, not too much. Word came in from various places over the course of the next week. The attack began and ended on Acaris in short order, as they were clearly not prepared to find what they did. Anton was quite pleased with that result, but they had never expected a strong assault on Acaris. There hadn't been an occupation there. Any reports from the Shining Cooperative were still forthcoming, as they were more distant. Ultimately, the Lower Realms Alliance had no other planets embroiled in battle yet, though Nidek and Vrelt should be dealing with their assaults soon. News was that the incoming fleets were diminished, however. That was true in many places, based on what could be sensed through the tides. As for the fleet approaching Ikikt, Anton couldn't pick out anything. That didn't mean the Void Ants were entirely unsuccessful, but a majority of the enemy ships were still functional. Perhaps they had failed to board, but they might have also been spotted early, and it wasn't impossible to neutralize the Void Ants. They had been exterminated in the upper realms, after all. Clearly there were methods. News from Cerritos and neighboring systems also indicated the fleets heading in their direction maintained most of their strength. They were among the stronger fleets in general, and while they had tried to balance the development of Void Ants to match, any number of things could have gone wrong. Hopefully, it was one where Void Ants lived. Anton didn't want them to be treated as sacrificial pawns, even if they were in general willing to do so. They'd never expected utter annihilation of enemy fleets, so they could only wait for the next step. Along with Nidek and Vrelt, the somewhat more distant Terillia, which had once housed the numerological compact, should be reached at a similar time, according to the initial reports. Inistra as well, though the more distant systems only had initial assessments coming in due to their distance. Anton didn't expect to hear from Inistra until everything was over, though he would actually be able to feel when the fleet got there. He did have a bound star there, after all. The same with Terillia. The only question was whether he could afford to intercede and risk tiring himself before the incoming fleet reached Iquique. Devon observed the sprawling arrangement of defenders around him. The shattered chains had been formed in these systems, and while their recruitment after the initial freedom had been low, that didn't matter. They still had the original members, both those who were integrated with hive minds and those who were not. Speaking of which, the various hive minds had a grand fleet of ships, using modified techniques that didn't forcibly take the energy from their cultivators. They were technically less energy efficient, but the hive mind would not accept the unwilling draw on their strength regardless of their knowledge that they could be freed and that people like them were in control. That weakness was made up for by each individual cultivator being able to grow stronger than before, and again by the unity of the hive mind. There was simply a certain level they would not stretch to for power. Devon could also feel Byron, the first of the confluence cultivators before the numerological compact had captured him and twisted his cultivation style. The man had his own ship, replete with thousands of other cultivators. Normally, such a packing of individuals in a ship was risky, as they wouldn't effectively fight together. However, in this case it was quite conservative number. The compact's magnitude 4 ships had carried tens of thousands of cultivators, and Byron was capable of channeling the energy of that many. In this case, however, he had a selection of elite cultivators developed over the last centuries. The last of those with them, at least that Devon considered notable, was Erona. That might have been a bit of personal bias, but she was an assimilation cultivator now. Unsurprisingly, she had chosen a social aspect. Much like Vincent of the 100 Stars, though not through connections to a particular sect. Instead, she had sown seeds wherever she went, distributed through many far-flung planets. Erona was still far weaker than Devon, but so was practically everyone else. Even the conglomerate ships full of thousands working together would have issues fighting him. An assimilation cultivation still put Erona in the top echelons of power, and more relevantly in Devon's opinion helped extend her lifespan. He did rather enjoy having his wife around. After all, "Are you nervous?" she asked him. He grinned. "I feel like I should be asking you that. But I can say, the forces here won't let any army prevail over them. Worst-case scenario is that we all die. And if so, we'll take down as many as we can with us." That wasn't just a bit of morbid humor. Devon truly believed that death was better than certain alternatives. So would all of the shattered chains, and most likely the majority of the hive mind cultivators. The rest would have heard the stories, but not everyone would have experienced any form of slavery since they would have been born after that time. Though the hive mind cultivators could share some experiences with each other, it seemed they tried to steer away from particularly traumatic ones, at least in any sort of detail. Better not to have the full experience. So death would be better. But best would be death to their enemies. Chapter 1036. The tactics used by Devon were more or less the same as when he'd been fighting the numerological compact previously. While their ships from the upper realms were constructed slightly differently, they still had their primary controller at the core. Their cultivators used the principles of confluence in their advancements to integration and augmentation, focusing on directing the energy of others. Just like before, they carried with them unwilling slaves to use as batteries. The rank of such cultivators' cultivations was higher, but being from the upper realms, they weren't adapted to natural energy. Despite the risk, Devon still intended to focus on keeping the innocent cultivators alive in a war, but Devon had enough leeway given his position in enrichment that it was worth it. He also had a team of skilled formation experts who would be able to swiftly dismantle the formations and thus allow him to roam freely in a short time. He didn't want to be locked down for the duration of a battle just to save some people they had no connection to, except perhaps emotionally. The augmentation cultivators among them had what Devon could only presume were magnitude V ships, with up to 500,000 cultivators contained within them. The power contained within was as much as some of the cities Devon had dealt with, but controlled by a more powerful individual. He picked out the strongest target first, and despite the total amount of energy arrayed against him, he felt confident in himself. After all, he had experience fighting against the compact's particular style, while they would at best have only received transmissions about him. Devon's power hadn't remained static over the last centuries either. There were actually a relatively small number of ships on either side of the battlefield, though that was because most were packed to the gills with cultivators, willing or unwilling. When the exchange of attacks began, Devon didn't hesitate to charge forward. There were 3 magnitude V ships that focused on him, grand behemoths brimming with power. Devon danced back and forth, seeming as if he could not approach with their combined firepower, cutting off his mobility, but in actuality he was trying to test their limits and the placements of their weapons. Having perfectly redundant weapons facing in all directions was expensive, even if it might have fit ships of that particular style. He found a weak point and pulled the team behind him along as he dove forward. Beams of energy tore towards him, but Devon had new techniques. He smashed his way through the outer barrier that was a shell around the whole vessel, though individual sections of ship were protected by more durable barriers over them specifically. However, Devon was prepared for that. His chain snakes around the nearest segments of the ship, cutting off the flow of power to the core and preventing the counterflow of energy that would signal parts of the ship to destruct. He didn't slow for a single moment, swinging himself with the chains as attacks tried to keep up with his movements. He did his best to be unpredictable, generally spiraling inward but not entirely. Devon knew that everyone not fighting with the first line of defense was standing below him on the planet watching and waiting, and the devotion from the shattered chains in particular, but the Terrillia in general where they were making their stand kept him energized. A drawn-out engagement might benefit him, as the enemy could not replenish their upper energy. But at least for the first ship he needed to be quick, to take out as big of a portion of the enemy's strength as possible. Devon's shielding chains brought the formation masters the rest of the way inside the ship's defenses about the time he reached the center. While the man controlling everything might find them suspicious, he really had to focus on Devon. The innermost barrier was a bit more tricky, retaliating as he kicked into it. However, Devon's chains encircled the branching pathways, cutting off the majority of the flow towards the core at the same time he squeezed the barrier. The bridge cracked, and he slipped through the destabilized barrier to see the man inside. He still had an augmentation cultivation, but an augmentation cultivator away from his home and an enrichment cultivator were not as balanced in strength as their technical cultivation tiers would otherwise imply. The man also clearly wasn't that specialized in single combat. He wielded a long spear, trying to catch Devon, but soon both man and spear were entangled in sharp chains. Devon was fairly certain that having detached himself properly from the core, the ship would not self-detonate, but he bound the man properly instead of directly finishing him off. He then loosened his grip on the flow of energy throughout the ship so that the ship's automatic defenses would replenish from the power of the surrounding cultivators to defend the formation masters against the other augmentation cultivators. 1 down, 2 to go. Meanwhile, the rest of the enemy fleets were experiencing just how much proper cooperation could surpass technically higher quantities of energy. Oh, and exactly what the will of hive minds could do. He wondered if the enemy even understood what was happening with those cultivators. He was fairly certain he sensed a few of them flooding the smaller ships with their combined thoughts and power. Not every enemy ship could be spared, despite the lives of innocents, but everyone was motivated to do their very best. The path of the fleets approaching Inistra took them first through the system housing Azan. No doubt they thought little of it. It was just a neutron star. After all, they didn't intend to drive their fleets into the star for no reason, so it should have been perfectly safe. But Verges was waiting there, and though their approach seemed quite distant considering they could barely even see the 10-kilometer across ball of flame, they were practically touching it. Verges channeled magnetism from the star, using his blade as an anchor. It was unfortunate in some ways that the majority of the construction of enemy ships was wood and not metal. It was quite difficult to magnetize so much that wasn't naturally that way. So he didn't bother, instead focusing on weapons and armor. His magnetic fields pierced through the traditional barriers of the ships, pulling on cultivators. When weapons and armor began to press against the side of the ships, it was only slightly different from directly pulling on the ships. The enemy didn't just stand there and let him, of course. Some launched attacks, though those splattered uselessly into the ultra-dense surface of Azan, pulled away from Verges by the massive gravity around him. Others simply did their best to negate his hold on their weapons and armor. Despite being in his domain, Verges couldn't counter an entire invasion force alone. Perhaps if it had been of the same magnitude as caused the devastation of Inistra in his early memories, but the enemy fleets were quite serious this cycle. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated after barely crossing the border. Some weapons and armor tore through the hull of ships, while other ships remained durable, which was ultimately a worse fate as they rapidly reached the Pull of Azan from which they could not escape. Verges was an exception, being bound to the star. He wasn't able to defeat the whole fleet in a single attack. Indeed, when all was said and done, Verges incapacitated at most a tenth of it, counting partially crippled ships and a few injured cultivators. Some abandoned the ships as they were pulled closer, but those who were not swept up by others along the way simply couldn't catch up. Verges finished them off, before taking a different route to arrive at Inistra before the rest of the fleets. Since he was going from bound star to bound star, a bit of Anton's techniques and the constant flow of power to him allowed that to be possible. Besides, the fleet had to travel at the speed of its slowest members, or if not, they could stagger into Inistra's territory in waves, which was also a victory. Your sect head lost to one of ours, a man of true spirit. Naima wasted no time in taunting the hardened crown that came to assault Nidek. Technically, she didn't know Sly all that well. He descended before the branch on Cerritos, chose to ignore the orders to fight the locals. That choice had resulted in their exile to another system. But Sly was imprisoned in the upper realms for something that ultimately wasn't his fault. But instead of being angry with Naima or the sect, he had shown a stubborn resistance to what became the other hardened crown. Sly could call the branch in the upper realms the harder crown if he liked. Naima didn't have to do that, because he couldn't punch her from there. Naima stood alongside Vera, from the Nidek branch. They had brawled into cooperation, and ultimately decided that the upper realms telling them what to do was the antithesis of their creed. They could still respect Sly's browbeating, though. "Sly is not here to protect you," said the older man at the head of the invading segment of the hardened crown. "We will see to it that you properly capitulate." Naima grinned over at Vera. Just as they expected, the main sect wanted to beat them back into line. Technically, they didn't mind such a philosophy, but they'd have to be able to back it up. And to do that, they'd need the right motivation. As the defensive side, their stubbornness gave an advantage to the lower realms. Not that being on the defensive side would make them do something silly like hide behind their planetary barrier. That was for the rest of the people and the rest of the fleet. "This guy looks weaker than Devon," Vera said. "Look at his nose. Hasn't even been broken once." Naima shook her head. "Let's fix that." The two of them charged forward, along with the other higher-ranking members. A head-on clash was the only way to settle the battle, perhaps literally. Good news continued to pour in, though not all victories were as impressive as Acaris. There, they had severely underestimated what would be required, most likely not even expecting active cultivation. Some systems might not have made it at all, if not for the blunting impact of the void ants. Even then, there were some severe losses, and some were still facing fighting on the ground as they failed to prevent the invaders from taking a foothold. But unless the defenders experienced total annihilation, it was still a victory. No, even total annihilation of a system would only matter if the entire Lower Realms Alliance fell. If they did not, they would still keep their techniques and heritage, instead of having everything forcefully reset. Not that the loss of so many lives wouldn't be a tragedy, but it wasn't nearly as bad as letting the old cycles continue. Anton continued to feel the incoming fleets. They would reach Ekid about the same time as other fleets reached the core worlds. Within the margin of error of the time lag of communications, at least, so most likely each conflict would be over rapidly. This time, they had the option to prevent their enemies not only from reaching particular cities or continents, but to entirely keep them off of their planets. That hadn't worked perfectly so far, but forcing the enemy to breach planetary barriers was still valuable. Soon this fleet would be within range of Anton's bow. Then he would be able to resolve the tension that had been building within him. Ikikt had throughout its history leaked a greater amount of information to the Twin Soul sect in the upper realms, and it was theorized that some of those who had stolen their cultivation had ended up in their clutches. That was the only thing that explained the response they saw here, perhaps even more than worlds like Cerritos. Anton concentrated on the field of stars that stretched off into forever, his hand clutching his bow tightly. The upper realms would not be allowed to get away with minor consequences for their evil. Not now, or ever again. And for the Twin Soul sect in particular, he had spectral energy with their name on it, courtesy of his inability to reincarnate. Chapter 1037. The assault on the Shining Cooperative was split among a great many worlds. When he was young, Isaac never thought he would see more than one. No, he hadn't even expected to see all of Mazlerth as he lived on his own farm. Or to live, for that matter. Anton might not have technically saved his whole planet, as they would have eventually found their own cures for the plaguing fungus. However, Isaac himself would have certainly perished, and his family wouldn't have done much better. Isaac himself had not followed Anton along the path of Archer nor of Starbinding. The latter was partially bred in timidity and partially a consequence of his earlier life. The fungus designed to wipe out life on Mazlerth, while spreading elsewhere, was defeated in large part by spectral energy that had influenced his own growth. It didn't fit perfectly within the cultivation method of the 100 stars, but he was still able to achieve a form of assimilation balanced around life and death, growth and decay. It sounded more impressive than it was, in Isaac's opinion. The invasion of the Shining Cooperative was widespread, though ultimately that had been favorable. Isaac himself had moved from system to system with many of the others, slaying the attackers. Those of the Twin Soul sect met their final end, the others as well, but it was less notable when someone not trained in reincarnation techniques perished permanently. The spread of the Shining Cooperative and the subsequent support by the Lower Realms Alliance had let many worlds grow strong in cultivation, enough that previous tactics of the Trigold Cluster would no longer work. Some of the fleets already arrived somewhat damaged, seemingly the result of void ants. They were not common in the Shining Cooperative, but Isaac had seen many of them throughout the Alliance. It had been impossible to completely stop the invaders, but they would survive and rebuild. That was what Isaac had learned at a young age, and he had been preparing for this moment ever since. The Light of Life left the last of the numerological compact invaders. Devon didn't enjoy it, but neither would he shy away from their deaths. And the compact lost the least people out of anyone in the war, since even if an entire ship was destroyed, the vast majority aboard were not theirs. They had managed to disable about 2/3 of their ships, which was an excellent ratio. But thinking of all the remaining individuals who perished needlessly, they could only blame those in the upper realms. That day, a great many people made the decision to ascend to the upper realms, where they would eventually be able to enact vengeance. Certainly, they had killed all who dared step into their territory using slaves as batteries, but those who commanded them were still far behind. Obviously, the numerological compact was but one part of the exalted quadrant, and thinking of defeating either of the great powers with just the Scarlet Alliance, even if their numbers doubled or tripled, was more than simply ambitious. But they could at least be a thorn in the sides of particular subsets of their enemies. Devon was proud of them, those who would fight for their own freedoms and for others, even those they had not yet met. He was personally bound to the energy of the lower realms, though he could theoretically survive a trip to the upper realms, unlike his grandfather. Though just like augmentation cultivators were weakened in the lower realms, so he imagined enrichment cultivators had to be lacking in the upper realms. But not everything was about battle, and he might wish to visit regardless. Once it made sense, the shattered chains would no doubt grow in numbers once more. The sudden influx of new people would be a burden on the surrounding systems, but nobody would deny those who were just freed a proper opportunity. And they even had convenient ships to drop them off in various places. The compact wasn't using them anymore. After all, even with his training, using magnetism at the same strength around Anistra was impossible for Verghese. That was fine, however, as using the same trick twice would get stale. The enemy fleets were likely already prepared. It was unfortunate that their route was more cautious about getting too close to the star, but fully expected. Either way, he was still able to display great strength defending his home planet. Verghese focused on individual targets instead of the whole fleet at once. In several places, the planetary barriers were broken through and enemy ships tried to sow chaos. They were successful to some extent, though they were quite surprised that everyone on the ground were cultivators as well. Even if they were not all combat trained, most knew at least the basics of using defensive energy. Individual cities also had their own barriers to divert enemy attention to better defended locales, and there were extra defensive emplacements. This wasn't an unexpected invasion on those who had forgotten the past or had it erased. People were prepared to fight, to defend their homes and their fields and their cities. Terillia and the surrounding systems made it through. Anton also felt the results of battle around in Istra directly, though official communications wouldn't arrive for some days yet. The core worlds would be the next reached, and after that only a scattered impression of various systems further from the border. The twin planets of Shren and Tenaune were untargeted. The upper realms believed them to have been completely annihilated previously, and all useful resources secured, at least those worth the time of the invaders. They still maintained a force of defenders just in case they were wrong, but many of their strongest cultivators they lent to other systems. Anton had some of them with him and he kicked. Every additional soul was welcome, especially when facing a sizable group like that incoming. With the guidance of others, E-Kicked had developed their own assimilation cultivators instead of following the practices of cultivation theft they had once developed. Anton didn't fault the original developers, and indeed, if they had only used it on those who actually wished them harm, he might have supported the practice. But they had masked themselves and stolen from the people of Cerritos and the rest of the Lower Realms Alliance, betraying the offered friendship. But that was long past, merely the history of E-Kicked. Now they were run by the younger generation who had the practice concealed from them, those who had truly believed E-Kicked intended to befriend their Lower Realms neighbors in turn. Along with them was Anishka, who had grown into her own during that war. She was supported by the sergeant, who had been her steadfast ally at the time and ever since. It made Anton miss the Great Queen, but she was focused on defending the core worlds. At a certain point, Anton decided it was time. He began to draw upon the power of his stars, and then he was slipping through space towards the enemy fleet. As an arrow, of course, because it would be foolish to make the trip towards them himself. It would be a waste of all his training. He chose to target a random mid-sized ship in the fleet. While he might have liked to try to take down one carrying an augmentation cultivator in his first volley, he thought it most likely they would be able to defend themselves and his element of surprise would be lost. Thus, he could take out some of their other ships and force them to at least consolidate their transportation. He couldn't guarantee everyone aboard would perish, after all. Though Anton hadn't been using his full power, he hadn't been holding back either. His arrow contained sufficient power to destroy his target ship and perhaps drive through to another. But instead, his arrow met with an unbreakable force. That clash told him all he needed to know. A diffuse aura throughout the fleet that seemed unimposing, but was actually the greatest among them, and unwilling to allow even the weakest member among them to perish. Anton wasn't able to confirm if it was the domination cultivator known as Sudan in particular, as there had been no energy impression in the reports. He couldn't even confirm from that single interaction if it was a member of the Twin Soul sect, but it didn't change his strategy. Anton shot another arrow, and then another. The enemy fleet was still many light years away, and Anton intended to take advantage of one thing in particular. His rate of energy replenishment next to his stars was astounding, and it had only grown higher as he bound to new stars. That should be exactly the perfect counter to anyone from the upper realm who should be unable to replenish their energy. Though Anton seriously doubted that his foe would somehow forget to defend the ships in a particular part of the fleet, his attacks came in from all angles. He wasn't using any sort of fancy technique, simply curving his arrows as he covered the intervening distance. A few kilometers on either side when he was covering a light year was only the most minute of adjustments. In fact, he had to avoid changing trajectory too soon, or he could go vastly off target. Without this domination cultivator, Anton wondered how much of the fleet he could have already taken down on the first day. It might have been enough for them to want to retreat, though he'd have the same amount of time again as they retreated. Perhaps longer, as they could be fighting against the tides to retreat at the current moment. Instead, he felt like he was trying to stab an ocean to death. He wasn't entirely certain that a domination cultivator couldn't recover energy, as his target felt limitless. But as long as he didn't give away any other special techniques, it was still worth his while to probe his opponent as they approached, and if Anton wore him down at all, it would be worth it. The Void Ants are going to be important here, Anton declared. Sergeant, if you could arrange for a strike force of the best? Of course, Sect Head Anton, the sergeant signed. I will prepare the best of the best. We have not tested ourselves against domination cultivators just yet, but we will. Be careful, though, he said to her. After all, we don't know what became of those who should have attacked this fleet. I don't think we would have missed one like this, however. Affirmative. We'll focus on a surgical approach, only attacking when this domination cultivator is distracted. We can also allow the rest of the Void Ant forces to appear at another part of the battlefield to assuage any worries. Anton nodded. I think anything we can prepare will be worthwhile. The distance from the last system beyond he kicked was covered in just a few days. Anton kept up his bombardment, despite the lack of discernible damage. The domination cultivator had still not revealed their full aura until the fleet passed into the system proper. When they did, Anton wasn't certain it was the true aura of the man. Anton was uninterested in attempting to force the man to reveal a twin soul sect cultivation if he was one of them. Better to not give the man a chance to learn the technique and think of a counter. So far, it seemed they had managed several techniques the greater sect did not know how to counter. Similar techniques were used in the upper realms, so it would be a problem if he learned something and survived. For the moment, Anton would just have to assume the man was student. For the moment, he was appearing as some sort of light element cultivator. Perhaps something like the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance, though it wasn't quite right. Anton doubted that was a mistake, and more likely it was a near-perfect replica of some other group that Anton had no energy impressions of. Or the man might just be a light element cultivator. Anton could possibly pick that out by using some of his own light. He was going to be pulling out every technique in this battle that he well knew. Chapter 1038. The tides that led to Cerritos first passed Wios and also glanced close to Ratera. It wasn't precisely possible to determine what proportion of the forces would attack each system, but transferring support from one to another would have been possible in a short time frame if necessary. Ratera wasn't expected to be a target, and indeed the fleets that pulled off towards them seemed to have been a last-minute adjustment. They recognized another system that now had natural energy, so they moved to attack. On the surface, it seemed like it would have been better for Ratera to remain isolated, or to only continue down the path of technology. However, that would have discounted all the good their technology did, especially when combined with traditional formations in areas of more substantial natural energy. And their own system was now flourishing in terms of cultivation after centuries of building up their natural energy levels. Ratera did not regret their association with Cerritos and Wios, nor the wider Lower Realms alliance. Besides, the incoming enemy ships had more than a few things they had to deal with. Like the solar cannon array that had been set up, each took only a tiny portion of the power that would have otherwise been scattered uselessly away from the star and focused it through itself. Together, they were a dangerous arrangement of weapons that began to start tearing into enemy ships as soon as they entered the system. Or at least, once they started getting closer to planets. Each was equipped with sophisticated tracking systems and subspace energy manipulation devices. Otherwise, even a beam of light would take several minutes to reach the planets they were trying to defend. It would be difficult to hit targets like that. The technological components of the solar cannons were some of the best that Ratera had, and the way the energy was concentrated it tore through enemy barriers like paper. They didn't appear to have any adaptation that could keep up, either. Ratera also had people like Ty Quigley, whose small ship happily flew through the enemy fleet, slicing apart any ship or cultivator he chose to approach. The impromptu break-off of the fleet wasn't even going to be able to provide information back to their systems in the upper realms, as all communications were being jammed. That same technology was present in the other core systems, and to a lesser extent elsewhere. It would be better for the results to be mysterious, and for the fleets to simply never return, if possible. Some of the ships were going for other planets than Ratera itself, but the rest of the system was no less well defended. And there was a particular moon that some of them took shelter on which was much less peaceful than it seemed to be. Or at least, for them it was. Vicesta was a very nice place in general. Massive forests full of life, and with a relatively small population. For the most part, it was the domain of the grasping willows. The invaders were at least somewhat cautious. They avoided getting close to the most massive tree. They were just looking for a chance to catch their breath and regroup. Landing wasn't a problem for them. But after that, disaster struck when the forest itself began to fight the normal grasping willows were without consciousness and merely grabbed anything that triggered their branches. But with the guidance of the sect and the giant willow, they took a more active role. They caught individual cultivators and moved to snag ships when they tried to leave. The largest among them wasn't as grand as Grandfather Willow had been in living memory, but it still towered into the sky, and its branches stretched much further than they thought they would. The scouting invasion of Ruttera would not be reporting back. There was an odd combination of ships that came to Cerritos. Both ships from the Exalted Quadrant and the Trigold Cluster had come for various reasons. They seemed to have a mutual agreement to stay apart, but they certainly weren't coordinated in their attack. They did happen to draw things onto two general fronts, however. The Exalted Quadrant had numerous ships, but among those stood out a few vessels pulled by giant turtles. At least, by most accounts, they would have been enormous, easily 100 meters long, and able to swim through space without issue. Unfortunately for them, Paradise was in the system, and while Aaron couldn't quite pick out what he was feeling, he was not happy to see them. She couldn't quite tell if he was mad at the cultivators for forcing them to do the work or the turtles for allowing themselves to be used in that manner. Paradise was helpful to humans, but that was his own choice, and nobody could force him to do anything. The whole region around the section with turtles, presumably upper realms representatives of the ponderous turtle clan, was suddenly covered with an ocean of water, trapping them inside. Paradise stuck his head inside and chomped one of the ships. Aaron followed up by beginning to destroy others. The turtle would be able to decide later what he thought about his fellows. Either way, the cultivators were clearly going to be one of the targets. The whole situation with Paradise caused the rest of the Exalted Quadrant fleets some consternation and delay, meaning that the Trigold Cluster began to reach planets first. Cerritos was their main target, though they took note of other planets having great natural energy. Even with defensive fleets and orbital platforms, the incoming fleets hit hard and fast. They crashed against the planetary barrier, and in some sections they broke through. Some ships began to descend, seemingly to invade the various landmasses below. But they stopped before they got close, and it didn't seem as if it was because of the other layers of defenses restricting them. Nothing visible happened, though some of the local cultivators got a sense of wrongness and danger. They were several steps behind Lev, however. The atmosphere trembled, and they sensed Lev's energy and that of the Grandfather Willow, catching on to something the ships were releasing. Not in small quantities, either. Indeed, it seemed they had opened up storage holds full of extra-dimensional space that could only contain invisible poison. That was what people sensed when it got closer. But instead of landing on the cities, or clashing with the lower-level barriers, it was instead drawn towards one particular place, the Grandfather Willow himself, where the masses of poison swirled and twisted, only to be devoured by his branches. Lev grinned. Most people couldn't see the expressions of the enemy ships, but he could pick them out. Speaking of which, he lashed out his energy and grabbed them, dragging them towards him. If they were going to do all that, they had to be prepared to die to their own poison, right? Luckily for them, there was so much of the poison that they died quickly. They were foaming at the mouth and coughing up blood before they even reached the leaves of Grandfather Willow where most of the toxins were currently being held. They died within a few moments, instead of enduring long periods of pain. That was fine with Leviticus. It was a poetic enough result. The rest of the Trigold fleets had pushed towards the planet with the intent to get those particular ships through the barrier. They'd thought themselves successful, and they were prepared to take advantage of what they had anticipated would be despair by the defenders. But they were thrown off guard when ultimately, their attacks were defeated swiftly. And they weren't far less ready when a few moments later they realized void ants had begun to board their ships, deployed from the various orbital defense platforms. The Exalted Quadrant forces were lucky to notice something happening and were more cautious in their approach. They tried to spread out towards other planets, looking for somewhere they could secure a foothold. Or at least, most of them did. There was some section of them beyond the ponderous turtle clan which was rapidly being dismantled that refused to call off the attack. Members of the Hardened Crown sect, unaware that those they wished to clash with weren't even in the same system anymore. They battered themselves against the planet and its defenders, quickly defeated without the support of the rest of their peers. Not all of them died before they had the sense to retreat, but that was also partially by design, because letting them go would likely cause them to push their allies to attack sooner, instead of making proper strategical adjustments. The Trigold fleets were repelled, their initial tactics defeated as they pulled away to try to coordinate for their next move. But already, It was clear that Cerritos would be tough to handle. The flagship of the fleet approaching Wios actually did not know what hit it. That was because their senses were looking for things like large concentrations of natural energy or other similar disturbances, instead of just something very heavy coming at them very quickly. An arrow pierced through the center of their ship, almost going through the augmentation cultivator in charge. It would have, if not for her quick reaction to the outer part of the ship practically exploding. There was only the tiniest instant to bolster her energy defenses, and even so she was propelled out the back of the ship. While it was an extreme indignity, she ultimately survived with superficial injuries. The ship, however, was not so fortunate. Most of those aboard were not injured in the preliminary attack. However, the first arrow was followed by others, and then there were the local cultivators they had sensed approaching. One cultivator in particular was a woman who carried the weight of a planet with her, drawing the ships of the fleet towards each other as gravity tugged them suddenly off course. A cultivator who was beyond life transformation. The invaders from the upper realms had some idea that such things were possible. Indeed, the Trigold cluster knew of anchoring cultivators among other things, and the numerological compact had shared their version of confluence with the upper realms. That was not counting other encounters with the Shining Cooperative and the Lower Realms Alliance, where they would have had some people survive and potentially send messages to the upper realms, though they weren't particularly good at doing so, which meant such information was limited. The woman who had been shot in the chest had assumed that being an augmentation cultivator would be sufficient. Indeed, she thought she could probably defeat the other woman, but that was considering a single battle, and also considering not getting hit by tree-sized arrows. Where were those even coming from? She tracked one along its trajectory with her senses. At least that wasn't complicated. It was practically a straight line except for subtle influence of gravity. What she was a woman holding something that could generously be called a bow. Though mostly, she was pulling back the string on a rather large structure that was supporting the main body of the bow. When the string snapped forward, tree-sized arrows launched towards other ships in the fleet. All of that could have been handled. Then one of the other augmentation cultivators died. No, was killed. By what? She could not tell, and that was the worst part. One moment the man was just there, in another section of the fleet. The next he was no longer alive. There didn't seem to have been an attack or any cause, but it happened again, moments later, to a nearby integration cultivator. And again, a few moments later, a wave of energy which was the panicked screams of that vessel called out something worrying. Void ant. They had some indication there were void ants in the lower realms still. There had been several incidents, including the previous invasion. But killing an augmentation cultivator without him noticing? If that was the case, could it happen to anyone? No, the woman knew it wasn't so simple. Even if void ants were particularly troubling, there was a limit to how fast they could move. It wasn't as if they could cover 100 kilometers in a few moments. The massacre stopped. Perhaps the ants had been defeated. Then the woman felt a slight ripple of energy in front of her. Normally, such a tiny fluctuation wouldn't have alerted her, but she was tense. And having energy just disappear without a clear reason concerned her. She caught just the slightest glance of a pure black carapace as something the size of a finger, maybe slightly more, suddenly appeared in front of her. And that was the last thing she felt or saw except sharp pain in her neck and then her head. Her defensive energy did exactly nothing to help her, and indeed the energy inside her seemed to tear at her body as it was devoured. She shouldn't have come. None of them should have come. She realized that, but far too late to do anything about it. Whatever rewards she might have received were nothing, now that she was dead. Chapter 1039. There was a thin web of formations surrounding the system of Ekit, just like most of the systems in the Lower Realms Alliance. That formation did nothing to stop the intrusion of the invading forces, so they put it out of their mind. They likely thought it was little more than a useless alarm, as it didn't leave any lingering traces of energy to even track them. Anton wondered what their reaction would have been if they took more time to inspect the formations. Anger? Fear? Indignation? Clearly, the invaders thought they would win the battle, so most likely something akin to the latter, that some lower realms deplorables would think to act against them. To be fair, they did have a domination cultivator. But the thing was, Anton didn't have to think about if he could win. He just had to do it. There wasn't another option. The same was true with all the others in the lower realms. The only alternatives were total annihilation or victory. The best aspect kept by the people of Ekikt that their previous generations had held was a rejection of the dominance of the upper realms. The problem had been when that extended to include everyone not from them, even those who meant good instead of harm. But the younger generation had fought in the war, and now they were full-blown assimilation cultivators of their own, not having to steal cultivations from others. They could continue their growth properly, knowing the paths behind and before them. Now the enemies who had forced their predecessors to tread down dark paths in despair had returned, and they were prepared to fight. What was a domination cultivator? To Anton, the man was a pain in the neck, covering the entire fleet with his energy. But as they entered the system, Anton's shots grew stronger and more frequent. Soon, he began to penetrate the outermost reaches of the man's aura. Whatever light-based cultivation method Sudin was emulating, it did well when widespread, good for large-scale battles such as this, but it was unable to perfectly protect everything. From a position next to the star, Anton shot down incoming enemy ships, stranding the cultivators aboard when he failed to kill them. Even if they could move in space, their arrival would be staggered from the rest of the fleet. Sudin attacked, a wave of light wiping out a squad of local ships, cultivators and all. A foolish thought in Anton's mind told him he should have been there to block for them. And foolish it was, because he was most effective offensively where he was. He had no reason to place himself in the line of fire, as he was a big threat in his current position. He did not enjoy watching his allies die, so he focused harder on taking down what enemies he could. Occasionally, some of his arrows targeted Sudin directly, but they ran into a wall of upper energy that he could not break through. Now he had first-hand experience of the struggle that had been relayed to him. Domination cultivators were powerful, but also not unbeatable. The Scarlet Alliance had proven that, and here where natural energy reigned supreme, Anton would prove it once more. He never left the man alone so much that he could get entirely comfortable. He couldn't instantly kill him like most of the others, but the fact that Sudin shifted his energy to block Anton's attacks, even if subtly, indicated he was cognizant of his vulnerability. Anton just had to make that into a reality. Along with the other forces nearby, of course. If they had known ahead of time that the domination cultivator would be coming here specifically, they would have had the Great Queen and more of her royal guard. Instead, they simply had the local void ants and cultivators. They were waiting for an opportune moment to strike as the battle began to swell in earnest. Ekikt had a huge diversity in cultivation styles. It was a major planet, so of course it did. But the war had broken up many of the large sects, while introducing opportunities for those who weren't particularly committed to particular styles. They simply had joined the most powerful sect they could find. Given the opportunity, people preferred styles that fit them. That was something cultivators could feel given some experience. It was quite different from the diversity of technique the Twin Soul sect was displaying. It was clear that many of the invaders were from that very sect, as they fought alongside each other, and their techniques didn't quite fit. Anishka clashed with cultivators who wielded fire and ice. Given the opportunity, they would have swapped to any other opponent. Integration cultivators could not stand against her, and while there were at least 10 or more augmentation cultivators mixed in among the enemy, they were hesitant to attack her as well. She was not quite at the level of enrichment, not because of level of training but because of the necessary insights. It wasn't as smooth for everyone as Anton had made it seem. In truth, he'd been lucky to find something that fit him and properly execute it. Being just short of an augmentation equivalent would have put Anishka at a disadvantage, but in the lower realms, upper energy could not be recovered. It was theoretically still stronger, but even that was in question as it easily broke down when the control of a cultivator went lax. And then there was the influence of a very tiny friend she had. The sergeant had hardly grown larger than the size of a regular ant, but her power had continued to improve over the centuries. She was an oddity, but Anton would have placed her in the second tier of void ants, below only the Great Queen, who stood out in a field of her own. Too bad she was dozens of light years away at the moment. They might have already won the battle. Sudin was the only dominant force on the enemy's side, and even with his aura bolstering allies and hindering enemies, the enemy continued to fall. Sudin could only slay so many at once, and Anton finally felt a dip in his stores of energy. He would eventually tire, more so if he tried to win the war alone. The stars inside Anton rippled as Verges and 3 squeaks lent Anton their support. Without having bound the local star, there was little they could actually do, but smoothing the flow of energy from some shared stars was helpful enough. Their own battles had already resolved weeks before, depending on positioning. Thus, they could afford to expend the effort. Anton took advantage, finally using his first batch of stolen Ascension energy. That arrow was mixed in with a flurry of others, meant as a surprise for Sudin. The man might have been surprised, but he didn't show it. That particular arrow crashed against his defenses just like the rest, but the impact was greater than it seemed. Because his own energy struggled to stay in his grasp, instinctively wanting to annihilate Anton's stolen energy. The gaze of the man fell upon Anton from half a system away. Unfortunately, he wasn't foolish enough to rush towards Anton and attempt to fight him next to the star. Anton was quite confident that a good solar lashing could melt even a domination cultivator into a pile of ash, and then nothing at all. Though Anton's attack didn't cause any visible injuries, it did provide a perfect distraction. Even Anton hadn't sensed the incoming void ants. When he noticed their bites on the man's energy, starting from one arm, Anton unleashed a hail of thousands of arrows. Sudin's reaction to the void ants was extreme, but not unwarranted. He must have had prior experience, or at least forewarning, as he immediately scraped his opposite hand along his arm, wiping them away. His energy was dense enough that even the void ants had not been able to bite through all in one go. In a burst of light, Sudin converted some of his energy into true light, no longer a construct of energy nor controlled by him. It was far more effective than any other sort of attack against void ants, destroying the hundreds or thousands who had reached him. Anton's arrows rained down on him, trying to find holes in his defenses as he was momentarily distracted. Anton wasn't able to break through, but in that moment Sudin's aura shrunk to cover just himself, leaving the rest of the battlefield open for others to fight at full strength. Anton kept up the pressure, hoping more void ants were close. Across the rest of the battlefield, which he could have generously called in favor of the lower realms, Ikik's forces began to dominate as a whole. Void ants in small groups began to land on Sudin, causing the man to first throw them off, or annihilate them with his energy, strong enough to damage even void ants, then flicker around the battlefield to seemingly random positions, moving as fast as light or sometimes even faster. Previously, he had been more or less stationary, not needing to move to attach anywhere he pleased. Cracks appeared in his cultivation, not damage to the man himself, but to his facade. Perhaps there was value in the cultivation he displayed, as he held onto it as long as he could before eventually displaying the proper cultivation of the Twin Soul sect. Anton shivered, feeling the man's true power. It wasn't necessarily stronger than Sudin had been displaying, but it was far more malicious. Spectral energy was a component of reincarnation, but aside from himself, the man clearly focused on the deathly aspects. His energy swept out, instantly reaping the life of those around him. When he focused on Anishka for a moment, Anton did his best not to panic, instead continue his efforts to whittle down the man's defenses. Perhaps Sudin noticed the connection, or the way the locals rallied around Anishka. Either way, his palm pressed forward, a skull the size of a small moon roaring forward with jaws open. Anishka's fire and ice would not defend against that, but as she turned to flee, she could not get far enough. Except, just as it closed on her, one of the teeth shattered. At such a distance, Anton couldn't make out the specific void that the sergeant filled to determine if she was fine after such a clash, but even standing up directly to one assault from a domination cultivator was sufficient. Anishka was able to relocate to a safer location on the battlefield, more invaders having died around her than allies during that attack, and Sudin hesitated, just for a moment. That was when Anton destroyed one of his lieutenants, one of the augmentation cultivators. A single arrow with a core of spectral energy lodged directly into the man's dantian, annihilating him, and not just in body. It was at that point that Sudin noticed something that had been happening the whole battle. As Twin Soul sect cultivators died, their souls fled the battlefield, only to be caught in the nets around the system. That was the only thing the formations were for. Twin Soul sect cultivators would not survive. And it wasn't just their bodies that would be killed. Sudin faltered for a moment, then renewed his attacks with vigor. However, that further hesitation on his part showed weakness to the defender, and more importantly to his allies, whose morale was rapidly faltering. The first who turned to flee was annihilated in body and soul, not by those from the lower realm, but by Sudin. However, such tactics didn't help. Instead, it led to 3 of the augmentation cultivators turning to flee at once, intending to get out of the system and ride the tides of the world back to the upper realms. Sudin killed 2 of them himself, and the third fell to void ants who were positioned to grab the woman. But regardless of how they died, it was the Trigold cluster who lost. And if Anton read the situation properly, the situation would continue to spiral. If Sudin were not present, he could even say they had already won the battle. But the domination cultivator seemed as if he might try to annihilate the planet alone, and Anton wouldn't put it past him to be a possibility, even with their planetary barrier and defenders. It certainly wasn't something they could simply ignore. Anton burned inside, flames made of his stars and of himself. He would not allow Sudin to act as he pleased. His arrows grew in power several-fold, and Anton avoided thinking about what the consequences would be later. After all, how could he accept having a future at the cost of billions of others not having said future? Chapter 1040. Waves of ascension energy rolled out from Sudin of the Twin Soul sect. However, as it touched the cultivators of the Lower Realms Alliance, his energy was worn away faster than expected, and the same was true of all the other cultivators in their army. They had special training to fight against ascension energy. After all, that was what was allowing them to fight against higher levels of cultivation effectively. Unfortunately, it didn't make Sudin himself any more vulnerable. Though he was the main focus of attacks now, the strength and speed of a domination cultivator allowed him to withstand any attacks that struck him and to avoid most of them. Every scrap of Anton's energy was being used to attack his foe, including what he could get from candle wax. As one would expect, he did not regularly burn his lifespan, and thus was unfamiliar with the effect the technique had in the enrichment stage. It wasn't quite as much as he might have hoped, but to defeat a domination cultivator he would take any power he could get, especially as Sudin transformed his aura into a newly malicious configuration. Spectral energy reached out towards the surrounding armies, drawing on the souls of those around him. Friend or foe, Sudin didn't seem to care. Anton understood he couldn't let the technique go on for long, as it was spreading towards the planet as well. While those fighting up above could withstand it at least for a few moments, a sufficient portion of those below were weak enough that whatever it was would kill them instantly. Anton wasn't alone in his attacks. The major sects of Ekikt had been reformed, and that meant among others the Enkindled Sun sect and the Northern Glacier sect. There was also the Vermilion Inferno, who had been relatively inconsequential centuries ago, but had grown into something respectable. Along with Anishka, fire and ice were the most prominent, but Anton spotted cultivators of every sort of elemental form including water, earth, and wind. There were weapon cultivators in abundance including the bow, sword, spear, axe, and weapons more obscure. Cultivators of less concrete ideas such as time, space, and soul combined with cultivators of plants, trees, and even technology, though Ekikt was far short of Rudera's dedication to the latter. Anton's own attacks included as much spectral energy as he could, trying to disrupt whatever Sudin was doing. His stolen ascension energy was used without hesitation as well, detonating as it came into contact with Sudin's traditional energy, though that was valuable from Anton's perspective as Sudin wasn't able to prevent his own energy from straining to take out Anton's. Cultivators around Sudin began to fall, especially the remnants of the fleets that had come with him. Anton watched as their bodies remained whole but life drained from their eyes, their souls pulling apart like candy fluff. It seemed that perhaps Sudin could fight all of their forces alone, but if this was something he could do easily, he would almost certainly have come alone to have all of the loot and glory for himself. So all they had to do was break the technique. Anton condensed his energy, pulling back his bow. He'd never dared to use so much, and he felt the soul string straining. As he released his shot, the string snapped, but it propelled his energy forward with greater power than ever before. Along with his attack came a wave of souls. Time slowed as an arrow flew past the defending fleets. He calmly watched thousands of attacks en route to Sudan, some trying to cause maximum damage and others meaning to constrain his movements even just for a moment. Anton flew over Anishka's shoulder as she charged forward, heedless of the danger in the man's surroundings like so many others. If they were afraid of death, then they would have fled long ago. A flicker of recognition lit up in Sudan's eyes as he noticed Anton's attack. He took a step, covering a distance halfway to Ikikt's moon. But Anton followed, turning to strike him even as he prepared to move once more. Anton struck the man in the back, aiming for his lower spine. He put everything into the attack, and the memories of souls from his bowstring came along with it. It was astounding that Sudan didn't end up as mere particulate matter, so thoroughly annihilated that no trace of him remained. Instead, he withstood the attack, on the surface at least. Even as Anton was feeling despair at his seeming invulnerability, Sudan was 3 steps further, beyond the orbit of Ekit's moon, and with no signs of stopping. Anton had little left in him but the energy to reach out, lashing his senses to the man as he moved. On the surface, the man felt powerful, but like Zorbarids, he fled for his life. In this case, he had no visible wounds, and Anton didn't know of any attack on his anchor, whatever it was. It was a bitter sort of victory, watching the man retreat with so many of them dead. Anton's energy strained as Sudan stepped into the tides of the world, the ascension energy tearing at his own energy. He pulled back outside the tides, keeping a distance as he followed the man's progress out of the system. Anton wanted to chase him, but he could only sink into Ikikt's star in exhaustion. What more could he have done? What techniques could he have developed? Perhaps there was nothing, but to let the man go felt wrong. But what could he even do? If his bow was whole, he would be able to take a few piddling shots at most. Without it, Anton formed a bow of energy, shooting from within the star. He certainly wasn't going to give up. His arrow was swiftly torn into by the tides, but it struck Sudan's heel. The next arrow revealed an instability in the man's energy, but not one Anton was equipped to exploit. He simply had no energy left, and it would take time to recover. If Anton had been at full capacity at that moment, he would have had over a day to assault Sudan. With the man in the state he was, Anton might have caused real damage. Anton thought about giving chase, but even using the increased speed between his stars, if he had the energy, the domination cultivator moved more swiftly than he could have kept up with. It would still take more than a month for him to reach the border, but there wasn't some sort of fleet that could cut him off along the way. They wouldn't even be able to touch him. Anton barely managed to keep his senses on the man as he went, while Anton languished inside a star. If the tides had not passed by other bound stars, Anton would have certainly lost that connection. Not that it was a coincidence that he had connections along the path. He'd built up his network for a reason. Now, he was slowly recovering his energy, but what was the point when he was still in Ikikt? But there was that one technique he'd been working on. It wasn't something he could do swiftly, but, with almost a month remaining, perhaps he could manage a single shot. He'd have to recover enough energy as well, but the power of his stars was pouring into him, including more from Verges and 3 Squeaks as they sensed his need. Starting with Cerritos, Anton linked himself to his stars. Weos and Ratera were nearby, and he wrapped himself around them and them around himself. He continued eastward, towards his physical location, and he kicked. There were many stars bound along the route to Anistra, and Anton linked his energy between all of them in sequence. He was stretched thin. He had no idea if this would even work. He was barely regaining more energy than he was using, and he almost lost track of Sudan more than once. But he wasn't going to give up. The upper realms needed to receive a message that they could not do as they pleased. No amount of sacrifices would be sufficient for them to trample upon the lower realms. As Anton thought that, he felt his bound stars respond. They had no consciousness, exactly, but they still burned with his own resolve. The far east endpoint was Azan, just beyond Anistra. A good endpoint. Dense. That was where Anton started making a more solid bridge of energy up to the north. He would have liked to ask for permission from the Shining Cooperative, but his message likely wouldn't have reached them in time. Either way, he was technically only going around their systems. Anton had spread his bound stars far and wide based on the practicality of the moment, But the shape it made, well, he couldn't even pretend it fit anything. Even the constellations old astrologists saw in the stars were more accurate to form than what he was doing. Either way, Anton had at one point bound stars along the northern border as well, leading back towards he kicked. He was ahead of Sudian, technically, as he continued to form his bridge of energy. But he was only 2/3 done with his full project. If it even meant anything, it would have to be complete. Around the time Anton reached Acharis, Sudian was at the border of the upper and lower realms, swimming the tides of the world. Anton still had to connect the same distance the man had run, approximately. Anton's senses were not actually stretching between himself and Sudian anymore. Instead, there was a mote of Anton's energy that wound its way around the tides. He was lucky that his energy wasn't annihilated as it followed him into the upper realms, though it was a close thing. It was probably already too late, but Anton linked back to Cerritos, his bridge of hard energy connecting to the other end of the string. Once again, Anton was amazed at how inaccurate it was. A bow was supposed to be smooth curves, not random lines between stars not all on the same plane. The string didn't hang taut, but he pulled upon it anyway. Constellation shot. He only thought he'd do it with a couple neighboring stars, maybe extend his range slightly. Energy from all throughout the lower realms fed into him as he formed an arrow, filled with more than what Anton had recovered during Sudian's retreat. All across Anton's little slice of the lower realm, a bow bent and released an arrow. That was another issue. Anton grumbled to himself. A bow wasn't supposed to shoot an arrow at something the equivalent of one step in front. But it could, and as long as there was a specific distance it would work just fine. Not that any of this made sense in normal practical terms anyway, but the arrow flew, as straight and true as other arrows, which meant ultimately where he told it to go, but a much more meandering path than most people realized. There wasn't a physical bow, nor was the arrow made of matter, so the archer's paradox didn't exactly apply, but it flew along the boundary of the tides, where natural energy was being pulled into the upper realms. Sudian had stopped, just about that time. No doubt the man felt himself safe, some 100 light-years into the upper realms. The man would be composing himself, preparing his story to save face. Resting from his sustained flight, no cultivator could move their maximum speed for so long without consequences. These were all speculation on Anton's part. He didn't even have a single instant to actually observe the man's expression or reacting as the arrow approached, cutting through subspace. Anton's bowstring had barely reached its full forward position when the arrow reached its target. He made sure the man's soul would be destroyed. Just because he hadn't expected his technique to work didn't mean that he couldn't do things properly. The point of his arrow dug into the man, infused with energy that defied reincarnation. Anton's own, and of course that of this man who thought he could do whatever he pleased. Everyone felt it. Not at that exact instant. Some would not sense anything for hundreds of years, as the shock wave slowly propagated throughout the cosmos. But the destruction of a domination cultivator was no small thing. There would be much speculation on what actually happened until information slowly trickled up from the lower realms. Even after that, most people didn't believe the truth. Anton might not have either, but for the moment, he was going to take a nap. He probably should have come out of the star so people could see him first, but he was tired. Chapter 1041. Before the annihilation of Sudian, one final invasion force went completely unnoticed as they trawled through the lower realms for systems of interest. Rather than a full invasion force, it was really more a team of scouts. They would not have made it so far in circumstances with fewer distractions, though in previous cycles the systems of the lower realms wouldn't have had the capacity to even notice them. Thus, they effectively stumbled into success. Or at least, what appeared to be some sort of success. They found a system with significant quantities of natural energy. They were drawn towards one planet in particular, or rather a moon. They made note that the actual planet seemed to have previously had life, and might still be valuable for mining ores or the like, though its current lack of significant natural energy would mostly result in mundane materials. That said, they might find some buried underground infused with natural energy, since it appeared there had been more natural energy present on some of the planets previously. But the moon was currently flush with it, so that was where they looked first. They were surprised to find formations, yet no humans present. It was a very suspicious situation. so they made certain to carefully inspect the area before landing. It didn't seem to be a trap, and their formation experts determined that said formations were merely for the sake of providing a proper environment for the moon to sustain life. Specifically, a wide variety of vegetation. About a quarter of the planet was forests, complete with undergrowth. Another quarter, filling the moon halfway overall, were crops of various sorts. That indicated that humans worked here, but weren't present now. "Do you think they are spacefaring?" one member of the team asked. "Someone from a nearby system?" "I would say that," said another, "but we didn't detect anything from nearby systems. So what would that mean here?" "I'm not sure," said the first. "I do know that fields don't maintain themselves, however. They must have been here within months. Maybe a bit longer, given the formations." "Does it really matter?" "We'll note it down. And since nobody is around to stop us, we'll take what we want. Any future teams will choose whether or not to return here. Not our problem." And so they did. First, they started by looking for any ripe fruit. They didn't exactly recognize the varieties, so they scrutinized them carefully to try to make sure they weren't poisonous. Once they were fairly certain, they tested small bites of a few different things, ready to purge their systems if necessary. There didn't seem to be any issues, though they did find some things that were obviously poisonous. Most of those seemed to be confined to particular zones in each climate, except for the forested areas where anything would grow wild. After inspecting for some time, the team leader addressed the rest. "All right, I think we found enough. Let's start scooping things up to bring back. We don't want anyone to drop in and spot us since we have no idea who set this up." One of them immediately uprooted a bush. There was a sudden wave of energy from the local star, and the woman stopped, looking worried. "Relax," said the leader. "Just a solar fluctuation. You just feel those kinds of things more strongly on a planet like this without proper atmosphere." He started tearing up some sort of bean plants, tossing them into his storage bag. Seeing no immediate reaction, the others began to do the same until they cleared out a whole section. That was their biggest mistake, because when the fires of the star came down to annihilate them, it didn't have to damage anything in the surroundings since there wasn't anything to worry about. And all of the plants were, not exactly safe, but survivably located inside storage bags. Those same bags did burst open and spill their contents even though not directly targeted, but that was after the great pillar of flame consumed the cultivators. Their ships were left alone, as there was no one left to take them away. Maheg was grumpy. If the humans had just wanted the food, they could have had it. Why tear out entire plants? These must be the invaders from the upper realms. No wonder Anton didn't like them. Not that the star quite thought about things so concretely, but it had recognized that their energy didn't fit. Otherwise, it would have hesitated more with its destruction. The incident with Maheg was so minor that it would go unnoticed for months after the war ended. Everyone was quite busy elsewhere, and the single burst of energy on their instruments had merely been noted as a thing to look into later. As for the rest of the lower realms, they found themselves victorious. That was even before what happened with Sudan, though it did shift their perception of things quite greatly. They had lost many lives, even with all of their preparations and techniques. They had saved their homes and their people. They wouldn't be flattened out like cattle to be farmed or exterminated like vermin. Enemy casualties were even higher than their own. The combination of special techniques, home territory, and the weakening of upper energy meant that they had been able to fight with great power. More of the invaders perished than were able to retreat, and in some places they were annihilated entirely, not even realizing they were in danger before they were gone. The assault on Ekikt had some of the worst casualties among their soldiers because of the domination cultivator Sudan, but they kept their civilian population safe. They were more concerned about Anton, who had sunk into the local star. Only the assurances of Verghese and Three Squeaks that he remained healthy made people feel better. But when people learned of Sudan's death, they celebrated. Everyone had felt Anton's attack, but they hadn't really understood what it meant. His constellation shot encompassing all of their section of the lower realms, except for Terillia and some scattered systems out west, had seemed more like an outpouring of frustration than an actual attack until they put things together, and the shockwaves of Sudan's death began to reach other systems. Some portions of those shockwaves only traveled at the speed of light, which meant they would take decades or more to even reach the border, but there had been a burst that traveled faster than the speed of light that some places were able to detect. The lower realms was busy cleaning up after the war, which included picking up any void ants who had overcome the ships they infiltrated. Some had died with the ships they were on, but more than a few groups had annihilated the human invaders and were simply living on the remaining rations and life support systems, which had no trouble sustaining a few thousand or hundreds of thousands of void ants on a ship for just a few weeks. The death of Sudan had happened practically next door to Ratna. Sure, it was some tens of light years distant, but it was on the nearest border of the Twin Soul Sect's territory, though she wasn't quite certain whether she felt his death or the destruction of a portion of their core world, where Sudan's anchor was. Ratna wasn't even properly certain what that anchor had been. She had theories, but no one had the opportunity to test any of them. Any attempts to do so would have sparked an all-out war, no doubt. Not something she was interested in. She was filled with a small amount of regret. Not at Sudan's death. No, it was regret because of a fear she now had for her own life. A domination cultivator had died. That meant people would know they could die. Not that people assumed domination cultivators were immortal. Not strictly. But none had killed each other in about a millennium, and worse, this was a domination cultivator dying too. Something else? Ratna had merely thought her messages would perhaps help Sudan be repelled somehow. Cause him a bit of embarrassment. Not this. Ratna really couldn't think of a worse thing that could happen. Unfortunately, that was where she jinxed herself, because soon after, the worst news in the world came. And yes, it was something that topped a domination cultivator's death through methods that were still in question. Wow, Alva said. Then she sighed. It was too bad Xianxia wasn't around to see that. She really wanted to say something more profound. Maybe something about the anger of 100 suns or something. Instead, all she could think was nice shot. It wasn't about the precision of Anton's attack, though it was that. Nor was it specifically about the power or the range. But all of those factors put together, then factoring in the divide between realms and how that affected Anton in particular, she didn't really have much more to say. She could still feel the shot now, even though in fact she probably shouldn't have felt anything yet. But as an archer, she was sensitive to the factors tied to that, and recently, to the spatial manipulation aspects. Alva hadn't actually known that Sudan died until later. She had only felt the shot and explained it to the others on the council. They hadn't actually followed Lelka's advice to start a war with their neighbors, though they had aggressively pushed to expand their influence. When they actually learned of Sudan's death, they had a million things to talk about. Huh, that's great. You two have an amazing grandfather, Tano commented to Alva and Katerina. His casual acceptance of the situation was not too odd for him. Too bad. I was hoping to be the first to kill a domination cultivator. But I guess I'd have to compete against Chitty in that field. So what does this mean for the Alliance? Prasad said. Sudan's death won't just be brushed over. They will be looking for someone to blame. Our connection may be discovered. That's what we've been preparing for, isn't it? Timothy asked. We'll just have to be ready. We have contingencies in place, Katerina confirmed. We can muddy the waters by attempting to escalate conflict between the great powers. With both sides showing vulnerability, it may be possible. Though we are hoping for internal chaos in the Trigold cluster most of all. Ultimately, they couldn't make any decisions. But they were aided by the other news that followed, providing perhaps not the distraction they wanted, but one sufficient to confuse the situation. The more terrible news came in the form of a polite message that was distributed throughout the upper realms. Not just the Trigold cluster or the Exalted Quadrant, but propagating out from various different systems. The message was written with wording that sounded like a business proposition of some sort, but it filled innumerable people with dread. This is an announcement that additional everheart systems are open for business. Stop on by at any time. We've set up little more than 10 steps from your most core worlds. If you don't have a local branch, don't worry. That just means you weren't important enough. You can travel a bit further to challenge yourselves and potentially win great treasures. The message itself could have been taken as a prank. People would have very much preferred that to be the case. However, it was easy to spot the systems in question, which was another problem, because how they had been taken over was still mostly a mystery. Though it might have had something to do with various missing augmentation cultivators from differing factions, cultivators who would in the future reveal themselves as having gone over to Everheart's faction. That was even worse news than Everheart somehow having established a hold on more systems and the death of Suden. At least, for most of the galaxy. Technically, Suden's death was still the worst news for the Twin Soul sect, in more ways than one. Though not all of the ultimate issues were obvious in the first decade. Chapter 1042. Unsurprisingly, no faction was willing to accept systems by Everheart inside of their borders. The sudden appearance was a cause of consternation for all surrounding factions, and they rather quickly put together assault forces as they no longer had to traverse their entire territory into contested space. Perhaps some of them thought about the fact that Everheart would not expend resources for nothing. Then again, was it more reasonable for them to assume that they would win within their own territory, or that someone who seemed to have set up overnight would come out victorious? Ati knew that the man was a master of manipulation. On the surface, that appeared to be annoying as hell, and willing to do anything to provoke people to action. But her familiarity with the man, especially recently, showed sufficient intentionality and not just the spirit of an old man yelling at everyone. She'd seen what he could do, which was why she joined him. And she was still about ready to attack him at any moment. Except, the benefits were quite big. His knowledge of formations was annoyingly advanced. As part of the numerological compact, or a former part of it, she supposed Ati was quite interested in the flow of energy. She'd learned everything she could from the Exalted Quadrant, as well as certain techniques from the Trigold Cluster. Most recently, she had been studying all of the information that came in from the Scarlet Alliance. The new faction had far more impressive formations than they really ought to, which made stealing their techniques more difficult. But Everheart seemed to know about all of that too. In fact, it seemed like he knew everything about formations. Adi knew that couldn't possibly be true. There might not even be a limit to what formations could do. But he sure was good at displaying himself as something untouchable. Adi had still been someone nervous about her betrayal. As an augmentation cultivator, the numerological compact wouldn't just let her go easily. Even so, she hadn't seen much value in the paths of advancement they offered. She found herself vindicated after the cycle of the tides. The compact suffered a humiliating loss, trying to retake its most prominent testing grounds in the lower realms. No, the entire cycle was a disaster. It wasn't just the compact but the Exalted Quadrant and Trigold Cluster as a whole that lost. They lost. Against systems from the lower realms. And not just one or two, but all of them. Or at least so many that it might have well been a complete waste of lives. Adi had been thinking about it, and the Scarlet Alliance didn't invade the lower realms. They hadn't really existed at the end of the last cycle, but they had materials from the lower realms. But rather than try to get more, they didn't send any forces along with the tides. When she asked Everheart why he thought that was, "Because they're smart," he said. "Like me. Why would they risk themselves for something when they can just wait for it to come to them?" Adi hadn't really gotten that, both for the Scarlet Alliance and for Everheart. Not until the invasions began. Despite the formations supporting her, Adi was not foolish enough to stand alone against invading armies as a single augmentation cultivator. No, she was not the only one to have been swayed by promises of resources and knowledge, promises that were fulfilled regularly. She hadn't even had to perform a century of service or anything, which meant she could have just taken what she learned and sold it to her former sect. And then she'd get nothing more from Everheart if he didn't track her down and kill her. All for what? A couple decades worth of training resources at best? Worthless. Ultimately, Everheart just offered more than her old sect. Along with other defectors, Adi's confidence was bolstered by the presence of Everheart himself. Or a projection. She honestly didn't know. What she did know was that he displayed the hallmarks of domination, so it didn't really matter if he was a fake that was that strong or the real deal. The closest group to the 17th Everheart system was the ponderous Turtle Clan. Their defeat in the lower realms had been utterly humiliating, to the point that the few people who managed to return alive had gone mad. They spoke of a planet-sized turtle that flew through the stars. They should be the ones who knew best the limits on the growth of turtles. Such a creature would have to be more than a millennium old. But no, it was still ridiculous. Either way, they were quite happy to have a target in the upper realms to vent their wrath. And Adi was quite happy to activate formations that scrambled the enemy fleets, literally sending them all over the system. The enemy came in with clear intent to annihilate planets. They weren't intending to play Everheart's games searching for treasure. But from lockstep flight patterns to sudden disarray around the system, their attacks suddenly only had the force of one or two ships instead of the combined firepower of a fleet. She knew they wouldn't be able to perceive most of each other, and thus couldn't coordinate attacks. Her orders, then, were to snatch a turtle, not to kill as many people as she can and loot their treasure, but to find a nice turtle and make sure it survived. She wasn't sure what sort of plot Everheart had. Maybe he would annihilate the entire ponderous turtle clan stock by cursing the bloodline of their turtles somehow. She wouldn't put it past him. Either way, she was going to take her mission seriously. They needed to be finished with this group before slightly further factions reached them. Otherwise, they might actually be in trouble. Word of the chaos revolving around the Everheart systems reached the Scarlet Alliance fairly swiftly, as such things went. It wasn't proper real-time updates, but information that was only a few months or a year old was basically fresh, and it involved many cultivators attacking the systems, which numbered up to 672, only to find themselves completely ineffective. That included a couple domination cultivators, though the details on those encounters were a lot more sketchy. The numbers that came in didn't indicate as many deaths as the Alliance might have thought. For those who normally went to the Everheart system, it was pretty much a random chance between death and treasure. Not on an individual level, but over the whole population. In these instances, only 10% or fewer perished. But they also didn't make it out with treasure. It might have also had more total deaths than the centuries of the first Everheart system. Speaking of which, that one was not labeled as the first Everheart system, nor was the 672nd system one of about 700. Probably. The Scarlet Alliance received word of less than 10 actual locations, with the numerical designations likely to sow confusion. That should be at least one of the reasons, at least. Either way, they were quite glad that the initial rush to wipe out these systems, and then it seemingly not being possible, resulted in excellent distractions from the existence of the Scarlet Alliance. They weren't exactly breathing easy, as they could at any time become a target, but the death of a domination cultivator was not connected to them strongly enough for them to be priority number one for extermination. Everheart took that role, and he was good at it. That was why he was such a great unofficial ally, as well as public enemy number one. They were resolved not to trust him on anything if they could help it, but causing trouble for their enemies was quite helpful. It felt like just yesterday that Velvet had sent word to Runa that they injured a domination cultivator. And now she could send word that one had died. She certainly wouldn't be trusting in the security of long-term communications enough to say that they had killed him. And if one considered the segments in the upper and lower realms as different entities, they really didn't have anything to do with it. Velvet wouldn't have been saying that she killed Suden, just that their allies did. But she was unlikely to even admit to that in person at the current point in time. Too much risk. They weren't strong enough to openly be a single group with their lower realm counterparts. Not yet. Though if Anton could repeat that shot from the lower realms, that would be a different story. It appeared he was still in recovery, though. Frankly, she was surprised that he'd survived at all. Enrichment was approximately a step below domination after all. Even with all of the other factors at play, she wasn't sure it made sense. Then again, most of those other factors were still speculation. Anton hadn't given his tale. Maybe it all made perfect sense. And if he needed to nap for a few years every time, that would basically be nothing. Though if Velvet knew Anton, he probably sacrificed more than he should have. She really hoped he hadn't worn down his lifespan, but as a strategic option, even killing himself would have been worth it to take down a domination cultivator. And as a friend, she wanted Anton to live. So he had better make a full recovery, or she'd find a way to get to the lower realms and give him a piece of her mind. Speaking of going places, however, she was planning to make a trip to speak to Runa. There was all sorts of useful information she wasn't willing to share through their comms, and she was kind of hoping she could get a replacement dagger. If she needed to assassinate a few people on behalf of the spirit-slicing sect or the chaotic conglomeration, she wouldn't mind doing it. They were mutual enemies, and Void Steel made very useful weapons. Somehow, the knowledge of her trip got to Durf. Velvet hadn't specifically tried to hide it, but she was still surprised when he declared he was going. "I need a good training excursion," he explained. "And there should be people to fight, right?" Well, sure, Velvet said, but I don't think you should come. Why not? Durf asked, leaning on his hammer, which had a small piece of shell carved from paradise. Not that she would have recognized it specifically because it just looked like a piece of ivory in its current form. There were some remnants of aura, though. Your skills in stealth are not great. But putting that aside, if you actually fight, they're bound to recognize you. Okay, Durf said. And then, they try to kill me? Because they're doing a war there that I would already be fighting in. But they'll recognize you more than just casually. And if they know that the Scarlet Alliance has ties to the chaotic conglomeration, they'll attack one of us? Durf asked. They'll begin a second perpetual war with the conglomeration? Or that sour guy will come try to attack us before he recovered from his wounds, because obviously he was already going to do that again after he recovered. There had to be broader strategical or political reasons not to bring Durf, but his simple logic threw Velvet off. I get your point, actually, Velvet admitted. You would be far from any proper reinforcements of the Scarlet Alliance, but if we needed to flee into the conglomeration, well, things are the most unstable in the Exalted Quadrant right now. It's probably not the worst time. Though if Zor does just come try to kill us in their territory, they don't have any domination cultivators that I know of. Him being injured right now won't necessarily help us. I can't kill that guy, Durf admitted. Though if I get better with my hammer, I could smash his anchor next time. I feel like if I do it right, the whole thing would shatter. I would love to see you do that, but we have to live long enough for that. So about getting there, Dash. We just take the long way. Like, at the edges, Durf said. Right? Because if you get spotted anywhere in Exalted Quadrant territory, they're also absolutely going to murder you. Velvet had been planning to do a teensy little bit of spying along the way. She had ways to disguise herself, and if she messed up at all, she'd be chased down much more seriously than any time before. She could outrun most people, but a domination cultivator, not so much. It would also be nice to just not have to travel alone. Well, fine. You can come along. We'll take the scenic route. Velvet just hoped that not too many people ended up volunteering themselves to come along. Chapter 1043. The first extra was Durf, and that was fine. But soon enough it was looking like it would no longer be a small expedition. More than a few jumped forward at the prospect of practical experience. Velvet hadn't really been intending to support the war on a large scale. She had mostly mentioned that they would likely have to fight while they were there. But now people were taking it as a sort of primary goal. Chitty was fine. He was capable of being subtle and might help balance out Durf. Or something like that. He needed more practical experience against strong opponents than he could get without the Scarlet Alliance entering another war. The twins? Misai and Julie just wanted to learn from or about the chaotic conglomeration. Both, probably. That was fine. With all of those people being together, obviously Jutsuna would be invited along. It would be good for her to get more practical experience with her new techniques, though she'd had them a short lifetime. Somehow Yuval ended up on the list. Maybe because of Chitty, maybe because of Jutsuna as a fellow flame cultivator of some sort. When Timothy tried to get involved, Velvet had to draw the line. Unless we're planning to look like we're publicly supporting the was from that end, we can't also have you, Velvet said. There's plausible deniability for myself, Velvet said. Except for Durf and Chitty, the rest aren't really publicly known. However, Chitty could be any sword cultivator, as long as those who fight him don't survive. Bringing along the great defender of the Scarlet Alliance, Velvet shook her head. Well, that sounds like quite different plans. Plus, Yuval needs the opportunity to feel independent. Obviously, the others would watch after him as the youngest of the bunch, especially Velvet and his brother. Fair enough, Timothy said, though you should think about Durf in that case. He doesn't use a cultivation style the Scarlet Alliance is known for, except for him. With his arm reattached and new armor concealing his identity, she shrugged. Well, I'm hoping to keep it to a level where it looks like maybe just one lone individual. And he made good points about how it won't make much difference in them wanting to kill us. You're still needed here, though. I can't argue with any of that, Timothy shrugged. If you still want to go somewhere, convince your wife to run off on an adventure. She's not busy anymore. If you count going from constantly doing 1,000 things to just 100, sure, Timothy said. Perhaps one of the new everheart systems if we can get there. And once we know that they're not trying to murder absolutely everyone, the rules might have shifted. I wouldn't recommend that, Velvet said. But for her, it makes sense. Anyway, we shouldn't bring more than this group unless we're planning to make it into an official delegation of some sort, which would be difficult considering the tiny thing known as all of the Exalted Quadrant being in the way. I'll let you know if Katarina comes up with an enhancement in teleportation, though it's not like she wouldn't be the one to tell you first. Deep subspace seems promising, except for that being Everheart stuff. Timothy sighed. Yeah, and with him confirmed alive instead of just assumed alive, it's a dozen times more risky. Even if he's more positively inclined towards our faction, encounters with him could still be costly. And using that stuff could open up our territory to him wandering around. Velvet shook her head. I'm just glad the one location we found didn't get converted into an Everheart system. That would have sandwiched the Scarlet Alliance. Instead, well, I guess we're still close to the first one. So he's never as far as we might like. Indeed. Good luck. Take care of my sons, and the rest of yourselves. I don't want to have to go on some sort of vengeance quest at my age. You still look 30, Velvet pointed out. Velvet was ultimately glad that more people were coming along on the journey. It wasn't a short trip, and being alone for all of it would have been rather tedious. She would have been stopping on populated planets to try to learn information, but really she should be leaving the spying to the rest of her network. Unless there was a specific reason, there was no point in risking herself. Velvet would be the first to admit her techniques weren't perfect, and she could be found out. Though, she was always trying to draw closer to that perfection. Domination was still a tricky stage to think about, and honestly it wasn't even clear if it would fit her. Then again, that was partially a lack of knowledge. Ratna of the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance was a good example, as her style was not too far away from Velvet's. It was just the matter of forming an anchor, and what that really meant that was in question. Besides, the Scarlet Alliance had many reasons to closely scrutinize various forms of cultivation advancement. They didn't necessarily believe they could make something better than domination. That would be doubly arrogant without even understanding it in the first place. But they would want the process to be as smooth as possible if any of them were to try. The Exalted Quadrant and the Trigold Cluster could probably afford to throw 100 augmentation cultivators at domination and only get one back. But they had a massive population and stable strength. Or rather, what had been stable strength? It had only been a few years, but the Trigold Cluster was showing some serious unrest since Sudan's death. But other people were dealing with that, and keeping the Exalted Quadrant equally off balance was a good use of time. Velvet could also see Runa again, and maybe get some new Void Steel. Misai and Julie had about 1,000,000 questions about Void Steel, most of which Velvet couldn't answer. Why does it only appear over on that border? I don't know. I would assume it appears other places, but nobody has noticed the signs in Scarlet Alliance territory. What signs are there? Misai asked. Areas where energy stops functioning, more or less. Is it related to Dash? There's no indication it's related to void ants, Velvet answered. Energy negation in any form being void is quite a sensible nomenclature. As for the actual void ants, they were still in the process of discussing repatriation to the upper realms. That was another point of danger, if they were known to be associated with the Scarlet Alliance in any way. It was a good thing that the ultimate plans had involved them boarding ships to the lower realms, because the border worlds were being scoured. To be fair, if they weren't friends, Velvet would have found it quite reasonable to wipe out void ants as well. Not being able to acknowledge them was frustrating. She hadn't grown close to any of them, but they were still steadfast allies, and having to somewhat pretend they don't exist was a sign of weakness. They still weren't quite where she would want to be. How does it disrupt energy? Misai asked. This would have been an easier question to answer if I still had my blade, Velvet pointed out. We didn't really know what it did, Julie pointed out. You didn't go around telling people about it. It just felt like a dagger. That was the point, Velvet said. I'd rather not have people learning counter techniques. How could they even have any? Misai asked. Nobody. Okay. Almost nobody could counter something like that in a zone without energy. It doesn't create a zone, Velvet pointed out. But the ore does? Is the ore stronger? No? Velvet frowned. I guess the effect is stronger, but it's kind of impossible to carry around a mountain of energy negation. Yes, even for you, Durf. Durf nodded. I'd sink into the ground. His confidence in that being the only problem was astounding. The material is rather brittle. It might also fall apart, Velvet said. She wasn't going to bring up whether he could carry enough without energy. He had been training with various body temperers, and the issues of his surroundings were something that would have to be contended with regardless of his own fitness. A shame, Chitty said. It was a small ship, so unless conversations were specifically made private, everyone could hear. I would have liked a blade made from said material, but I need something sturdy and capable of being a functional sword without energy. Yeah, then you don't want void steel, Velvet confirmed. I had to be very careful with how I used that dagger, or I could have shattered it on armor, or even broken it twisted up in durable cloth. I wonder what it will feel like. The area around it, Chitty added. Like nothing, Velvet said, which will probably be highly uncomfortable for you. Chitty nodded. Like the moment of negation, then? Chitty had never explained why he hadn't tried to get eyes somehow. With his position, there had to be some sort of miracle medicine that could grow eyes that were never there. Or failing that, artificial implants made with tech. Then again, he didn't really need eyes except where there was literally no energy. That wasn't something anyone ever expected to run into, unless they made such an area themselves. It could be stubbornness, but more likely he worried about any significant change throwing off his technique. Sight might make him weaker. It didn't follow directly from anything, but cultivation didn't always follow logic. While Misai and Julie could study the large piles of information they had with them, both physical and more ephemeral, the others couldn't really train on the ship. Velvet, perhaps, but using a sword or hammer would be terrible. Fire was even worse, if it went wrong, and unlike a larger battleship, they didn't have any areas for containment. Thus, people focused more on whatever they could do without significant space, or just interacting with the others. They'd doubtless get plenty of practical experience among the chaotic conglomeration. Before that, they could focus on discussion of cultivation. Only 2 pairs of them followed the same general path, the twins and the fire cultivators. Though Jutsuna and Yuval were quite far apart in terms of how they actually fought most of the time. Yuval preferred to fight up close, wreathing his body in flames. Jutsuna had moved further away from such styles in her reborn life, preferring to focus on a wider area. That said, they still had insights to exchange between the two of them, and cultivators could speak on their insights pretty much forever. Their journey was actually progressing more quickly than the path to Zor's anchor. They were in a different style of ship, with more of a focus on speed than stealth. The second factor would come through the best possible method, distance. They were effectively going over the core systems of the Exalted Quadrant rather than through them. The slowdown from having a longer route was more than made up for by not having to limit their speed. While the systems they were moving through were nominally in Exalted Quadrant territory, practically they didn't have anyone but wandering cultivators present, and usually not even those. They didn't even need to enter most systems, stopping only to replenish the ship's energy stores when necessary. If they did encounter any enemies they couldn't beat, they could outrun them. Assuming they weren't a domination cultivator, of course. Though if they happened to run across a roaming domination cultivator, then they would have to consider it fate. Chitty would certainly give a good attempt at taking them out, and Durf might actually be able to hold them long enough for Chitty to grasp the flow of their energy. But if they actually had any choice, they would be avoiding such dangers. They would fight on the journey, but they intended to avoid conflicts as much as possible until they came to the chaotic conglomeration and joined up with people Velvet knew. Fighting random battles might technically benefit their alliance, but she would prefer to work with the Spirit Slicing sect and any others who she knew were decent. Chapter 1044. Air rushed past crossed antennae as she rushed through the air. Her wings fluttered, redirecting her towards her target as she bit and twisted, trying to grab a hold of something, anything. Black mandibles came from nowhere to clutch around crossed antennae's neck. They snapped closed, just enough to let her know there was nothing she could do. Annoyance radiated from her. She should have been better about watching for dips in energy, but she also wasn't trained to fight against other void ants. "You won again," she complained as fearsome mandibles let her go. Her sister had taken after the Great Queen, her aerial mobility coming without the aid of wings. There was a bit of a debate among the void ants whether wings were good or not. The Great Queen didn't have any, so that was obviously the popular opinion. But most void ants would never experience flight without. If not for the son of the queen, there really wouldn't be any debate. As it was, nobody was actually going against her by saying his style was better for them, as she encouraged individual development now. Even crossed antennae probably wouldn't have developed her wings if not for hearing about her brother. Not that the familial question would have meant much normally, as she probably had millions of siblings. Or maybe low billions. I didn't have to spend as much time managing, Fearsome Mandibles said. I am glad you were the one who went to the upper realms. I don't think I would have handled it well. My colonies probably would have attacked early and ended up exterminated. Many of us died still, Crossed Antennae acknowledged. It was still unclear exactly where and how, but only a portion of the void ants from the upper realms had made it to the lower realms on their various ships. Based on the total number of invaders, most of those who died had at least successfully taken down many targets with them. The one exception appeared to be the fleet with Sudan aboard, but she could easily see how they would have fallen to a domination cultivator. Plus, it wasn't like she could be mad at him because he was very dead. Anton had made certain of that. Now she just had to wait for him to not be inside a star so she could properly thank him. The Great Queen had joined the two of them on Acaris, as there were important matters regarding the future of the void ants to discuss, especially with regards to the upper realms. We have successfully provided aid for our allies, the Great Queen said. We can claim total victory in this latest war. Now we have another full cycle for the lower realms to grow strong on its own. I trust we will grow to be impossible to defeat, all of us together. I think so, Crossed Antennae agreed. That is why I am looking forward to returning to the upper realms. There was a moment of stillness, no signs nor pheromones to indicate the Great Queen's reaction. Then, finally, the Great Queen slowly signed her response with her forelimbs and antennae. I don't know if you should. Because we will draw attention to the Scarlet Alliance? She asked. That is but one part of it. As a whole, the upper realms are hostile to void ants. Too many died. And for what? We have a few friends in the upper realms, and many will continue to ascend. But void ants aren't needed there. Perhaps. But maybe we don't have to be needed. Crossed Antennae fidgeted. What if we went there because we wanted to? The Great Queen thought about that for a time. Fearsome Mandibles was giving Crossed Antennae odd looks. The best thing for void ants is to be somewhere with powerful energy. However, the lower realms and building their systems to be ever better in that regard. Ascension energy isn't so much better, is it? It really wasn't. At least, not out on the border worlds. The energy was good, of course. A delicacy, even. But Crossed Antennae felt like they had barely enough to keep them going. If they had focused on developing the planets like in the lower realms, it would have been another matter. But they had to keep a low profile. You know how good it can taste, Crossed Antennae said. But perhaps it is not worth it, as we were living. However, if we were to be accepted into the Scarlet Alliance, it would be far greater. Or we could live on isolated worlds separate from them. My guards learned much from some in the upper realms. Perhaps. But they could not be your friends, could they? The Great Queen shook her head. Friendly, yes. Good allies. But they were not able to be present at all times for the sake of both, and that will remain true. I still wish to return to the upper realms, Crossed Antennae commented. If that would somehow be possible. Anton's rest was not entirely because of fatigue, though he certainly felt like he had drained himself and his star enough for several lifetimes. He wasn't entirely conscious of the passing of time, but he couldn't have done much about it regardless. He did need the rest, and the time to dwell on his insights. He wasn't suddenly ready to break through to a level beyond enrichment. Indeed, it was too early for that, even as centuries began to be the only reasonable measure of time he experienced. But just because he wasn't suddenly about to break through didn't mean he didn't see the path. Part of that was courtesy of Sudan himself. The man's death had provided feedback to Anton that he hadn't been able to process at the time, revealing many secrets. Whatever lay beyond enrichment would be different from domination, just as the previous stages, but that didn't mean it wouldn't share principles. Anton was already bound to stars, but the binding wasn't the same as domination's anchors. One was a connection to the self, the other was the self. That was what Anton decided. While in certain ways he could say that his stars were part of him, it wasn't complete. Zor had apparently been injured by damage to his anchor, and the same was true in reverse. Would Anton be harmed if one of his stars was destroyed? Certainly, but only because of how he was connected. Lev wouldn't die if Grandfather Willow did. Nor would Vincent die if the Order of 100 Stars was wiped out. Well, that last one didn't quite fit. Vincent was not an enrichment cultivator, but as an assimilation cultivator he still had a connection. Enrichment was just more. Vincent also would die before he let such great harm come to the Order. The point was, Anton's cultivation might be harmed due to the damage on things outside, but he would not directly be harmed. Nor did he think he should build up a connection to that point. Clearly it worked, but that was in the upper realms and for those on a different path. But in too many ways, it didn't match. First, Anton had connected to many stars. The second, and perhaps most important from his perspective, he could share said connections. There was no way a domination cultivator could share an anchor, or at least, not in a generic fashion. Obviously, there were always going to be exceptions. Thoughts swirled through Anton's mind. What he wanted was a broader net, not just the 100 or so stars he had bound, or the 200 he could see himself reaching someday far in the future. Instead, at least for his personal advancement, he saw the path of constellations. If Anton had bound individual stars starting from Cerritos and the others then spreading outward, he would have reached not even a single notable system other than their core worlds in the Solanis cluster. The adjacent systems to a single star could number half a dozen easily, and another layer beyond that could reach another 10 or 20. 200 stars would be 4 or 5 steps out from a central point at most, not even to Tinaune and Shren to the east, nor to Uter to the south or Nidek and Vrelt to the north. There was no level of cultivation where he could truly cover all of the Lower Realms Alliance, let alone the broader section of the lower realms they were in, including the Shining Cooperative. While he didn't need to control the area of their neighbors, he did want to cover as far as he could. It wasn't just some sort of selfish ambition now, but it came with a very practical thing. Constellation Shot came with both power and range, though replicating the exact same feat would not be easy. He could see the path, however, and how linking systems together would not just be good for him but for them. That wasn't a principle solely tied to cultivation either. The connections slowly formed in Anton's mind, and he seized every opportunity he could to experience that before he would have to go out and try it at some point. But he had to take the opportunity he had available, seizing upon valuable insights and casting away those that he felt would lead him astray. "We could probably make this faster," Julie commented. Velvet sighed. "Probably is not good enough. Do you know? Do you even have the materials?" "Not much is needed," she said. "We just need to tie it to us in particular. While I could likely repay the Scarlet Alliance for that, I'm going to have to continue with my refusal to let you tinker with the ship carrying us over hundreds of light years of enemy territory," Velvet said. "We can find you the opportunity to tinker with your insights later. Perhaps in the chaotic conglomeration." "Do they have tech?" Julie asked. "Not to any level that you would count it," Velvet shook her head. "Why?" "Because it would only work if I messed with the tech and Misai worked on the formations," Julie said. "Each are individually good enough, we can't improve the ship otherwise. And the two of you, after just a century or so, are suddenly experienced enough to improve the fusion?" Misai shook his head. "That is not the case. It is because it is a fusion that the two of us would be able to make small, if relevant, adjustments. In theory. Furthermore, it might not surpass the personalization that could be achieved by others. This ship just happens to be generically viable. There's standardization for a reason," Velvet said. "I really would like to give you the chance to grow, but it can't be altering our only form of transportation. I'm the only augmentation cultivator, and I'd be slower alone than the ship, except in short bursts. Together, we'd be a slow wander. It could easily add a year to our trip. How long are we staying at the other end?" Misai asked. "We could work on it there. I promise we'd keep it at least as functional as it is now." "Don't make promises you can't keep," Velvet said. "If you can show me some promise in similar areas, I'll consider allowing it. But don't expect anything. Besides, I don't think we could replicate any tech here or there." "I wouldn't need anything complicated," Julie said. And recreating existing structures isn't so bad. Cultivators don't consider the same materials precious as are relevant for some tech purposes, so extracting what I need from useless slag might be possible. Interesting. I thought high-end materials were equally valued. In the Alliance, certainly, Julie replied. But electrical conductivity is not prized except by certain specific cultivators, and they would usually want something sturdy and capable of transmitting large amounts of electricity instead of nearly negligible amounts. I wouldn't call this ship's power usage negligible, Velvet pointed out. This ship's engine could kill life transformation cultivators on its own, and that's at a functional cruise. It's still not as much as a lightning storm. It's just more focused. Velvet might come to regret promising even consideration of their fiddling, but sometimes valuable things had to go for the sake of individual cultivation advancements. If they were just bored, they twins would give up at the other end, but if it was the itch of insight, then Velvet would have to take it seriously. Chapter 1045. Everything was going smoothly, with just a few days left until they would successfully cross the border into space controlled by the chaotic conglomeration. So of course that was when they ran into a patrol. It was really quite unfortunate, given that they weren't planning to stop in another system along their route. However, they were already well into the system when the patrol came from behind the local star, their energies having been greatly muted by its power. It should have worked in return, which meant they basically stumbled upon the ship. Velvet briefly considered immediately attempting to take them out. However, that came with too many risks. Risks of their ship getting destroyed, risks to the lives of Misai, Julie, Jutsuna, and Yuval. Even Chitty might be at risk if the enemy concentrated on him first for some reason. Not that they likely would, as any integration cultivator would assume they could easily take down someone who appeared to be a life transformation cultivator. Durf would be fine though. He was far more durable than the twins, and there were no augmentation cultivators among their enemies. Likewise, Velvet had no fear for her own life. She simply wasn't a defender and couldn't guarantee protecting the rest. The ships were too spread out in their formation for her to be confident in swiftly taking them down, and they were already too close. Besides, they had planned for a possibility like this. A strand of energy extended towards them, indicating the commander of the patrol. An older man, not that his personal details made any particular difference for how Velvet would react to the encounter. Unknown cultivators, state your business approaching restricted territory. Velvet responded swiftly. We are planning to join the fight against the chaotic conglomeration. Our goal is the spoils of war. Do you have military identity tokens? We were planning to get them before heading to Taun. You should have registered in the core systems. Prepare to be boarded for inspection. Well, that was to be expected. Unfortunately, they didn't really have access to tokens from the western border through their current spy network. Technically, her excuse was reasonable, but that didn't prevent things like this. Fortunately, the ship was set up for various situations. It wasn't a model entirely meant for stealth, but it would be rather wasteful if it stuck out like, well, a half-tech ship among more traditional models. Currently, it was in a form somewhat reminiscent of numerological compact design. They used very different aesthetics than a traditional sailing ship, and their propulsion was entirely formation-based. It would feel similar enough to their ship, with some illusions included of course. Just enough to make things feel more right. We will comply, Velvet said. Whether she meant it or not, well, it would be easier if they took out some people up close first. Potentially keeping them alive, so people might not try to blow up the ship, though moving in for a quick assault seemed more appealing. The total number of opponents wasn't terribly high, and all the ships got quite close. But a patrol going missing might cause more trouble in the future, even if they were entirely successful. So subterfuge was where they were at. What a group you've got here, the old man said after he boarded the ship. He was flanked by guards, of course. Velvet was hiding her cultivation, so it would seem safe enough for him. Seems more like a group of bandits or outcasts. Our positions within our various sects have not always been what we preferred, Velvet said. We joined together to seek opportunity. Once again, she used as much truth as possible, especially for the sake of those who were less functional liars. The young one and I are members of the Solar Wind sect. This one was almost a member of the Void Blades before the event. Let them speak for themselves, the man said. You too. What is your sect? We study the school of esoteric mystery, Misai said. Myself and my twin sister both. Julie nodded in support. And this one? She is not part of your solar sect? Jutsuna, no longer with the appearance of her proper age, shook her head. I am a descendant of a branch of the Searing Phoenix clan. They had prepared at least basic identities before showing up, just in case. The old man nodded. And this one? Durf folded his arms across his chest. I use a hammer. What style do you follow? It doesn't have a name, Durf grumbled. Indeed. The old man looked around the group. I am not convinced the lot of you aren't intending to cause trouble, going against our cause. Oh yeah, Durf said, tilting his head. And what if we were going to cause trouble? Durf was, according to Velvet's experience, very bad at lying. So instead of coming up with a sect name, she gave him very simple instructions. And one of them was to be threatening if necessary. The way he shifted his hammer off his back to settle on the floor, handle leaning against his side, spoke of a clear willingness to fight. That might seem like it would cause the very scenario Velvet had wanted to avoid, but the way Durf carried himself spoke of confidence, earned confidence, and it was quite normal for cultivators to posture when they felt they weren't being treated fairly. Then you would be fools to fight against the might of the exalted quadrant. The old man looked around. An odd ship. Make sure to register properly before approaching the border itself. Good. Now Velvet didn't have to try a bribe. She could have probably swung the angle that they were smugglers or something, but obviously if anyone believed they were going to fight against the exalted quadrant, they couldn't just let them. Which is why this would probably be the last they heard of the old man, as he departed their ship, unless he happened to be very brave when reports of a group strongly resembling them began to cause devastation on the battlefront. Not that Velvet had any particular plans for that, but some of the others certainly did, and she might need to do a favor or two for Runa. The ship avoided getting anywhere near other systems until they were across the border, their energy signature dampened by the ship's formations. Even after they were careful with their approach, uncertain of the exact state of the front. Most likely the first planets they came to would be contested. Velvet did have a proper token to get her in contact with the spirit-slicing sect, however. She didn't exchange much information with Runa because of the risk, but it seemed their branch had gotten what they needed from Kaon and moved on. To somewhere else with Voidsteel or, most likely, the whole border was contested, so there should have been plenty of options. Plus, with her father Emmerich having reached augmentation, it gave them a special place within the chaotic conglomeration, who was severely lacking in that level of cultivator though not total population. Velvet had the ship and the rest of the people wait away from a particular planet, investigating it herself. The chaotic conglomeration was too much on the back foot for them to risk approaching, so she opted to go one layer deeper, returning to the ship with the others. As they entered the next system, a sizable fleet with a few dozen ships curved around a gas giant. Okay, the first time I believe is coincidence, Misai said. But twice in a row? Velvet nodded. No, they were waiting for us. Or at least, someone like us. She could detect the strongest cultivations among them and recognize the aura of the prospect shapers, manipulators of probability. She was already reaching out with her own energy, just in case they were planning to shoot first and ask questions later. They could likely avoid attacks from their current distance, but it was better not to have to deal with it at all. I come as an ally of the spirit-slicing sect, Velvet said, presenting her token for them to feel. Energy brushed past hers, feeling the token. It is old, responded a woman's voice. Only a couple centuries, Velvet countered. She was slowly releasing her true cultivation signature, so as not to surprise anyone too harshly. I fought alongside some of yours in the past. An augmentation cultivator, as predicted. Obviously, the woman's voice wouldn't have reached Velvet if she didn't intend for it. Velvet hadn't tried to push past the enemy ship's barriers, after all. Indeed, though it seems you were expecting a fight. I hope you didn't bring only that many. It would be risky. Well, who knows? We have methods to make things go our way. The woman paused, potentially conversing with her companions. We will escort you until your identity can be properly confirmed. That will be acceptable, Velvet said, as if she could really refuse. She really didn't want to fight the prospect shapers. And since they were supposed to be allies in a way that was even more true, fortunately, having such an escort made their progress rather smooth. They just had to match their interstellar speeds. Velvet made sure their ship didn't go too fast, since they'd probably both leave behind the fleet and give away unnecessary information. They didn't stop by any other planet in the current system, instead moving to another system, where they were helpfully informed about Renav, a large terrestrial planet, as they approached it. The planet seemed to be well within the control of the chaotic conglomeration, to the point that Velvet soon felt Runa not being subtle about her location at all. Velvet stretched out her own energy, and very quickly her identity was confirmed, though the ship still followed them until landing and Velvet seeing Runa face to face again. Runa's cultivation had grown significantly since they parted. With Velvet's insights and her father's example, she was now solidly in augmentation, though Velvet would still consider it the early stage. She wasn't sure if she herself was middle or late, as domination was quite a mystery, but she seemed to be a bit further along by her own estimation, though perhaps Runa was hiding something. It wouldn't be that odd. It's good to see you again, Velvet said sincerely. And you, Runa nodded. I hadn't expected your presence, however. Or friends. I'm Durf, the man said helpfully. The others also introduced themselves. Friends and allies from the Scarlet Alliance, Velvet said. Some are here to gain experience, and will no doubt be useful to your cause. And others are here to pester you with questions. Well, you and everyone else, Velvet gestured towards the twins. Runa nodded, looking towards Chitty. And is he one of those? Chitty shook his head, turning his head towards her. His eyelids were closed, as normal. I am a combatant. And his older brother, Chitty gestured towards Yuval. Runa took him in for a few moments. Ah, you are more than your cultivation appears, then. In some ways, Chitty really was a life transformation cultivator. Aside from the extra power his insights afforded him, he really could only bring to bear as much energy as a life transformation cultivator. A peak stage 1, but still below the strength of integration. However, Runa might have picked out the slight connection between him and her void steel weapon. My dagger broke, Velvet said. Want to get me a new one? Runa rolled her eyes. Maybe, if you promise to be responsible. Then she shook her head. Your timing isn't great, though. Our production of void steel ore is down, and we're not the only sect who wants it. Need someone dead? Velvet asked, drawing a finger across her throat. I could do you a favor. Always, Runa said. Unfortunately, it really isn't going to be easy. The next batches are promised to other sects. Otherwise, I would just move you to the top of our personal list. I don't think any of our members could complain, given, Runa gestured to herself. Where is your father? Velvet asked, managing a different branch. We can't just pile up augmentation cultivators in one place. That might provoke the wrath of the exalted quadrant, coming to wipe us out in a coordinated assault. They should be weaker now. This guy cut off some of Zor's fingers. Velvet gestured to Chitty. That's not the sort of thing you should drop when we're just standing around talking. I heard he was injured, but seriously? Runa narrowed her eyes. Want to test it? Chitty asked. Runa shivered, her sight dropping to his sword. I don't think that will be necessary. I can't even tell what enchantments you have on that thing, but I can tell you know how to use it. Plus, I trust Velvet's word on the matter. Chitty just smiled. Velvet wondered why he was so proactive. Usually he preferred to fight sword cultivators. Then again, the spirit-slicing sect had particular stylistic themes that might help his study of negation. That was one reason he was here. After all, Chapter 1046. Once they had settled in somewhat, Velvet returned to the subject of the most immediate concern for her. How long is the delay for more void steel? A weapon that could cut through energy defenses could not be underestimated, especially since it could also disrupt techniques by severing the connection cultivators had to their energy. They were not perfect weapons, but complemented Velvet's style. Right now, Runa shook her head. You're looking at something like 3 decades to fulfill obligations to other sections. If you had sent word ahead, we might have managed something, but I wouldn't really want to advertise my arrival. Velvet shook her head. Do you need more guards? Are the veins running low? We have enough guards, and the mines aren't close to depletion. But it's extremely difficult to mine void steel or, as you know, Since all uses of energy are disrupted, it requires manual extraction. There's only so much each person can accomplish. Velvet sat in contemplation. A single decade was not a terribly long time to wait. Considering the duration of the trip, it would be a waste to stay for less than a few years. But 30 years was rather far outside of her plans, as the situation back home could change swiftly. The ultimate goal was to actually reduce potential risk for the Scarlet Alliance, but whether or not they would properly accomplish that goal was unknown. That's certainly a bit longer than I can afford. Velvet shook her head. I don't suppose we could speed that up by helping take back a planet or something? Do you think your group could actually accomplish that? Runa frowned. I suppose there are some that would be greatly influenced by the arrival of an augmentation cultivator. Don't forget Chitty. The chances of me defeating him in combat, even knowing his weaknesses, are not terribly high. And Durf? Velvet shrugged. He knocked the citadel of exalted light off its home planet by hitting it. The planet, I mean, too bad Zor negated its momentum, though. He was there? Runa asked. All of the information we have is spotty on that event. Unsurprisingly, the exalted quadrant doesn't want word to get out. Velvet nodded. We had a good team. Durf was held back by his cultivation and equipment, but was still extremely valuable. It's a shame about Shakir, but at least she cut the planet in half as she went out. Sorry, what? Ah, I suppose that detail wasn't part of what I shared with you. The Citadel's core planet is now severed in two, physically and metaphysically. I believe it has made moving around very inconvenient. You mentioned Shakir before. She was one of the best candidates for reaching domination, right? Velvet nodded. Her skill with the sword was nearly unparalleled. She was also responsible for some of the damage to the Citadel, and thus Zor. Chitty was her best apprentice. I still don't understand his cultivation. He sure feels like a life transformation. Perhaps you can experience it yourself, or see him on the battlefield. So about those mines. We don't currently know of any void steel where we could easily ramp up our production, even if you helped secure other planets. Not where the spirit slicing sect would have any say over the production, at least. Though you might be able to influence the conglomeration if you had major success. We'll take that into consideration when planning our contributions then. Velvet would make some assumptions that the others would help her with her personal goal. But since it shouldn't conflict with their goals, it wasn't that unreasonable. The twins already had some complaints. Nobody will tell us anything. Misai grumbled. Information is locked down, Julie confirmed. Perhaps we should have stayed among the Scarlet Alliance. Vast quantities of information were available. Velvet nodded. I'm sure people will change their minds if you make some contributions. And you could also exchange some information. You know the secrecy levels of your knowledge, correct? Of course, Misai said. That's the best way to determine if something is worth learning. You can share any formation techniques from the Exalted Quadrant that you'd please, Velvet said. Just make sure to get something of equivalent value. In fact, you can share anything except the exclusive methods of the Scarlet Alliance, like details on our ships or the rerouting formations. What about everheart-related things? Misai asked. Like the Nystar sect stuff. Well, possibly, Velvet said. Consult me on specific details first. The Exalted Quadrant learning what we know of their own weaknesses wouldn't be too bad, especially if they don't know said information came from the Scarlet Alliance. But we don't know how well they can handle any of Everheart's most recent wave of formations. It would be better if they struggled as long as possible with them. Julie was nodding along. Okay, what about technology? How much of that can I share? I'm not sure how much they would be interested, Velvet admitted. But ships and computers are out. That includes comms. That doesn't really leave much of interest. Precision machining maybe, but cultivator smiths can replicate that sort of work by hand. Julie furrowed her brow. Chemical production, maybe? For poisons? That can also be done by cultivators. Everything can really. Are we counting weapons on the forbidden list? Like lasers. The facilities required to produce such things would already be a problem. Velvet shook her head. The Exalted Quadrant is no doubt dissecting our technology, but it would be better to not give them any insights. So nothing then, Julie shrugged. Unless they want gas cars. You know how to make those? Velvet asked. I read the technical specifications. It should be easy enough. I doubt they want cars, Velvet admitted. So sorry. I don't think there's much information along that line that you can pay people with. Do miners use hammers? Durf asked Velvet pretty much from nowhere. Then again, he wasn't the sort who tended to do polite greetings, and if he changed his style now it would be even weirder. I suppose they might. For some things. Velvet shook her head. Though mostly they use picks. Those dig into the stone and pull out chunks. So do they just need people to smash rocks? Durf asked. Well, people need to carry out the ore and, the other bits that get in the way. I don't remember all of the problems they had before, but there were a lot of things to manage that you don't think about normally. You're talking about void steel mining, right? Yeah, Durf said. Isn't it just the same, but without using energy? That makes it not the same at all, Velvet pointed out. After all, normally one good integration cultivator could scoop out an entire vein of ore, skipping the need for tools or building stable tunnels or pretty much everything else. There are tougher materials to mine, but where energy is still functional, people have learned to work around those restrictions. Can I see? Durf asked. Sure. I doubt Runa would have trouble getting us permission, as long as we don't try to walk out with a pile of ore. How big of a pile? Any size of pile, Velvet said. How much do we need, though? Durf asked. Daggers are like this big. He gestured with his hands, and then just pointed towards one of Velvet's. Somewhere around 2 tons? How much is that? About a cubic meter of ore. That's not that much, Durf said. The ore isn't that dense, though, and that's all approximate. Okay, Durf said. So can we go see it? Upon hearing about a trip to the void or mines, Chitty wanted to come along. Studying how it negates energy in its natural environment should be highly beneficial, he explained. Though I recognize that I will be severely limited in my senses, it shouldn't be an issue, especially in an enclosed space. I don't see any reason we couldn't have one more, Velvet agreed. But of course, just like everything else, there wouldn't be only one more. Misai and Julie wanted to see and study the mines. And with them coming, it seemed rude not to invite Yuval and Jitsuna as well. So the entire expedition force was now heading down into the mines. This is quite deep, Misai commented. A proper elevator would be extremely valuable. What's wrong with the ones we have? Runa asked. First, they don't carry people. Second, they're basically just dumbwaiters. It's not like we can do much about it, Runa said, given the requirements. How do purity birds work? Chitty asked, continuing down the ladder at the same pace as everyone else. I have a friend who would be quite interested. You don't have any where you're from? Runa asked. We tend to have access to energy, Chitty replied. So if they exist, they weren't seen as relevant. I wonder how they can process toxins without energy. I don't know, Runa admitted, but I can get you some to study. They're not the limiting factor in our operations. When they reached the depths of the mines, everyone was sweating. That included Durf, though his wasn't so much from exertion as from his armor. You should take that stuff off, Velvet pointed out. It's unlikely we'll get attacked here. I can't, Durf replied. Sure you can. You just, oh yeah. His armor was, essentially, a fluid that had solidified around him. The good news was that it stayed solid without energy, and the joints functional. The bad news was that it was difficult for him to drink water. But he wasn't sweating particularly more than the rest of them, despite his circumstances. All the mining is done by hand? Julie asked. How else would it be done? Runa countered. Explosives? Julie commented. No energy, Runa pointed out. There are plenty that don't use energy, Julie pointed out. Velvet had a proper answer for that. Thermal shock can destabilize the ore. So they might have tried it. That's also the reason that there's so much ladder and elevator swapping, right? Well, yeah, Runa nodded. I hadn't thought about the explosives, but the mine operators clearly did. You could at least get some proper air conditioning down here, Julie grumbled. Then she looked over at Velvet. Electronics are fine, right? Velvet pondered for a few moments. I suppose. But there are a lot of steps in between dash. Yeah, I read all of that, Julie said. Also, Whoever came up with that 10,000 scrolls is a genius. Velvet refrained from mentioning that it was Everheart. What are you even talking about? Runa asked. We can create steady temperatures down here, Julie explained, and better air quality. You just need some spinning fans, among other things. And how many people does it take to spin those fans all day? Would they block the position of the other workers? None? It could be powered from the surface where you could make an energy conversion generator. Ah, are those off limits? Julie asked. Probably should be, Velvet said, though it's not that useful for those who don't use tech. You can have someone just spin a big turbine at the top to power the rest, Julie said. What sort of materials would we need? Copper, iron, that sort of stuff, Julie said. Nothing you'd consider expensive. Oh, and if you have an airlock, you could potentially transport the ore all in a single vertical shaft. Even if you had to sit and wait for temperature changes, it should be more efficient. And dash. Runa shook her head. I'm going to have to cut you off there. These ideas might be valuable, but I'm not the one who would implement them. You would have to talk to the mine manager, and he could explain the difficulties. If you have any literature on the mines, I'd love to read it, Julie commented. Then her thoughts clearly drifted. I suppose we might have to worry about the effects of electromagnetism on the ore, but some limited testing should be sufficient to determine the viability of various options. I will get you a meeting as soon as possible, Runa confirmed. Here's the actual miners. We can sit and watch, but best stay over to the side and out of the way. Can I hit the wall? Durf asked. Don't cause a cave-in, Velvet replied. It's unlikely he could, Runa said. But if his insights work without energy, I would be careful regardless. Chapter 1047. A loud noise rang out as Durf's hammer struck the rock wall, but while it was certainly a greater volume than the other miners, he only released a few fist-sized chunks. He tried again, managing to break off a larger chunk. Durf said, turning to a man who was working nearby. Are those picks expensive? Can I borrow yours for a minute? The man looked to Runa. Vice head? They're basically compressed steel, Runa shrugged. It doesn't cost us much to replace them. Go ahead. The man handed over his pick, and Durf hefted it. It's a bit heavier than it looks, he commented mostly to himself. He moved back to his position and took another swing, his comments on weight not seeming to limit his swing at all. The pick stuck deep into the rock face. He yanked it free, but didn't really do much in the way of dropping rock. If you aim for some weaker seams, you can chip off bits at a time, the miner explained. And if it goes a bit deeper, you can sometimes lever it to pull out more. Oh, I see, Durf nodded. He swung once more, the pick sinking up to its full length again. His muscles flexed, and he tore out a chunk of rock the size of his torso as he levered the pick. Usually it's not quite that deep, the other man commented. Durf looked at the pickaxe, which was undamaged. It's very solid. That's good. He then repeated the process several times, pulling down more and more chunks until he couldn't reach the wall because of the rubble. After that, he stacked up the big chunks of mixed rock and ore, walking over towards the nearest minecart. Now this is heavy, he said. The miner frowned. Is it even possible to carry that much without energy? Obviously, Durf said. He dumped it into the minecart. You just need special training. I'm nowhere near as good as the best, but my body is pretty strong. It's a lot more useful than you might think. Oh, I see, the man said, sounding slightly disappointed at the answer. Durf didn't seem to notice. It's trickier in an area like this that doesn't have any energy at all. It's not just exercise, you know? You have to tell your body, hey, I know you're not supposed to do this, but just work with me. Don Thanda explains it better. Durf stroked his chin. Want to watch it with me? Watch what? The explanation on advanced body tempering. I might be able to explain it to you, but it would take a lot longer. So you have an image recording of a master? I would gladly see it. Great. Durf reached down to his waist. Oh, my storage bag won't work here. And I bet the video wouldn't either. He looked over at Runa. I'm gonna take this guy out of the mine, okay? She narrowed her eyes. As long as the work remains on schedule. Yeah, I was planning to fight people, but I think this seems like a really interesting place, Durf commented. So I think I'll help out here for a while. Velvet was thinking about whether Nthanda's existence should be a secret here, but it might help her friend and get her void or faster, or at all. Can I watch? Misai asked Durf. You're interested in trying out advanced body tempering? Durf asked. Well, I guess so. I was thinking of watching what happened to him as his body developed. Misai shrugged. I guess there's no reason I shouldn't try it out myself, though. What's your name, anyway? He asked the miner. Mundi, the man replied. Do you mind if I inspect your muscles with my energy once we're out of here? I'd like to compare everything to the baseline. In exchange for access to techniques? That seems fair. Well, not really. I think Durf would just show you anyway. Misai wasn't going to force Durf to negotiate for payment, though he might do so on his behalf at a later time. It's pretty much the same to me, Mundi shrugged. I accept. First they drag off my miners, then they drag off my foreman. Runa shook her head. I hope at least one of them actually goes somewhere. Velvet grinned. I'd expect both to help, unless there's something about the tech that causes problems with the ore. But the body tempering is well tested. We do prefer workers who have advanced through spirit building and doubly refined their bodies, but I hadn't really expected anyone to go beyond that. That fellow Durf, his body is strong, I suppose, but it should be nothing compared to his energy. Velvet shrugged. It is more, though, and it makes sense to him, so that might make him more efficient somehow. Besides, the potential improvements go a lot further than you might think. Right. So about these techniques that Julie is mentioning, do they actually work without energy? Absolutely. Also, tech is short for technology. It's more or less advanced methods of construction that don't always rely on energy to provide high-level functionality. It wasn't that other cultivators had nothing that would fall into the general category of technology. The word could broadly refer even to basic tools, but it was always more practical to make things that function with upper energy, or cultivators could actually use techniques to achieve their results. It was only useful when there was a certain level of synergy with upper energy, like Ruttera had managed, or when you couldn't use energy for some reason or other, like when hiding something from cultivators, or when there were energy disturbances. Void or definitely fell in that latter category. The chaotic conglomeration wasn't primitive about their extraction operation. The compressed steel in their picks was extra durable, but for various reasons they couldn't use minecarts all the way in and out. Though that might actually be something they could change. The extraction operations worked, and though they took time, cultivators were willing to accept long projects. No doubt they considered the problem solved and didn't plan to look any further. What else could they do without energy? But a method that was good enough wouldn't get Velvet void or in the time she was here, and it would reduce the speed at which the spirit slicing sect and their allies were able to actually make use of the void steel. She didn't know if the potential improvements would actually manage to triple the production rate somehow, but her companions were interested in these various projects. If they were doing it for her, she was grateful, and if they were doing it for themselves, all the better. Either way, she had no reason to stop them. Two blades cut through the air. One a curved sword held in two hands, and the other a small dagger. Neither weapon ever touched the other. Instead, the sword traced trails through the surrounding area, and the dagger did its best to stop it. Runa wasn't entirely certain what Chitty was doing, but she knew she didn't want him to accomplish it. She couldn't clash with his sword with her own weapon was brittle, but she could sever his connection to energy he left lingering. In her other hand, she held a larger blade with which she could menace and parry like a normal cultivator. Unlike Velvet, the spirit slicing sect wasn't focused on using the void steel for piercing through defenses in most cases. Instead, disrupting techniques was their forte. For the first two matches, Runa had actually managed to win. That said, the fact that she had to manage to win against the strength of a life transformation cultivator, while she herself was an augmentation cultivator, was a bit concerning. She took him seriously, and was glad she had, or his sword technique might have cut her down regardless of that gap. But he wasn't just trying to cut her down. His sword sometimes slashed through empty air, and she was certain he had not missed. The fact that it came with a flicker of energy told her all she needed to know, and she was relentless about cutting apart his connection. That was what she was doing now. But as she cut one final connection, suddenly she felt like she was down in the mines. She could barely comprehend the blade swinging towards her, used to the reaction boost from her energy. The sword rested against her throat, making only the slightest cut, though she would have to repair the collar of her robes. Then, energy returned. "What did you do?" Runa asked. "What makes you think I did anything?" Chitty grinned. He always looked relaxed, with his eyes closed, though she knew that it was for the benefit of others, and because he gained nothing from open eyelids. She wasn't upset about losing to someone with such a weakness as much as she was not understanding the technique. "I know you did that." "Really? But you're the one who cut apart my energy," Chitty pointed out. Well, she frowned. "That's technically true. But that doesn't suddenly wipe out all of the energy in an area." "It can," Chitty said. "Not accidentally." "Technically, that could happen," Chitty said. "It's just quite a low probability." "How low?" Runa asked. "Low enough it might not ever have happened to any cultivators," Chitty shrugged. She shook her head. "I think they call that sort of thing impossible. Perhaps," the man shrugged. She hadn't really noticed him clean and sheath his blade, as all of his movements felt so natural. "Isn't something like that more difficult on the battlefield?" Runa asked. "With the chaotic energies of many cultivators? Why do you think I want to train there?" Chitty countered. "I'm not going to get better without effort. Though I would prefer to face off against sword cultivators if possible, at least at first. We can definitely arrange that, even with all of you going to the same planet. Well, except those staying here on Renav, I suppose." Velvet was already off-planet. She intended to start making an impact on Exalted Quadrant cultivators as soon as possible. So here she was, sneaking into a bathing house. The man she was after very much preferred privacy, which was just perfect. Every meter of distance she could get would lower her chances of being discovered. While she had some intention to assassinate augmentation cultivators eventually, she would prefer to have a void steel blade. Besides, it wasn't as if she could just run off and kill cultivators in her own stage whenever she wanted. Even if she was confident in winning a fight with one, that didn't include the rest of the army that would be around them. And she would prefer not to fight. Walking across water without creating a ripple on its surface was a trivial task, unless one was also trying to hide their use of energy. Then it became much more difficult. Even so, avoiding a disturbance in the water was better than letting it ripple and covering it up with an illusion. Every separate thing she had to compensate was another area she would potentially slip up, leading to early discovery. And she would prefer not to have a fight. Her target was not the strongest cultivator on the planet, nor the most prominent politically. However, the man was the leader of the local forces of a certain sect, a sect that had two factions on the verge of infighting. A mysterious death, even if it couldn't be traced back to either of them, would result in jockeying for position. And Velvet did intend to leave behind some traces. The man was actually surprisingly alert, even as he bathed. He was smart enough not to simply trust in his guards. Unfortunately, he was too weak. As he fell, Velvet created an illusion of his energy that would last a few minutes. Just in case anyone chose to invade his privacy, she also replicated his body relaxing in place, so that she would not need more than the repetitive movement of breaths. Then she left a sliver of actual energy, stolen from another cultivator and carefully contained. It wasn't enough to be obvious, but they should be poring over the area closely. And even if they didn't find it or believe its authenticity, at least the main goal would still come into play, limiting the effectiveness of the sect members on planet for a while. It wasn't Velvet's job to have the maximum body count. Others would be better for that. But she could cause the best disruptions, either by finding information that was kept secret or removing a key figure or two. All of that was in the name of making the Exalted Quadrant's life more difficult shortly after they experienced significant losses in the lower realms. It was unlikely to cause them to collapse or even significantly decline, but keeping them off balance for a while longer was good enough. Chapter 1048. Down in the mines, Durf was very seriously working with his pick. He wasn't thinking of swapping weapons or combat styles or anything. This was merely a form of labor. And despite what people might think about pulling apart rocks, it was a sort of skilled labor. Though people in the Scarlet Alliance were pretty good about that kind of stuff, Mundy had implied that working in these mines wasn't a particularly sought-after position. It came with decent enough rewards, but as it meant most of the day without access to upper energy cultivators weren't terribly fond of it. which was why they should have been more serious about their bodies. Oh, they were strong and had gained more strength working in the mines. But even the body tempering stage wasn't just exercise. It involved using energy to promote growth. And while that wasn't possible in the void or mines, that didn't mean it was the only method. Durf thought a lot about his muscles as he swung. It wasn't just because he liked his muscles, though he was growing rather fond of them, but because the mental focus on them actually helped the cultivator promote their growth. That was much of Nthanda's path, and some of the insights were from after she surpassed life transformation, almost entirely giving up on energy. It would be nice to meet her in person. She seemed like someone that would be fun to train with. Unfortunately, they were in different realms, and the Scarlet Alliance didn't have any ships that could go between the realms whenever they wanted. Though the way they said that made Durf think it was more of a not yet thing. Or maybe it was a secret and they already had some. They had a lot of things he thought were impossible. His pick stuck into the wall, and he twisted and pulled. Huge chunks of rock tumbled to the ground, and Durf realized he was getting pretty good at this whole mining thing. Mundy was next to him. When they'd gotten out of the mines, Durf realized the guy was a peak spirit-building cultivator. He'd been a bit surprised that Durf was an integration, but it hadn't changed Durf's offer and made Mundy even more ready to accept watching the videos. Complete with energy replication, though that was not good for the battery life, so they could only watch a certain amount each day. Durf and Mundy together were tunneling the width of an offshoot vein, leaving huge piles of stone and ore beneath their feet. A half-dozen others were responsible for picking up whatever they stepped beyond, so that they didn't have to stop to carry things away. Mundy's body wasn't as strong yet, but he was definitely better with his pick. Durf could drive his all the way up to the handle and wrench things apart, and he could do it several times faster, but he still barely managed to pull down more material than the experienced miner. Mundy's body should grow faster than Durf's, but of course Durf had a lot of improvements to make in technique, so they weren't too unbalanced. It was technically against protocol for them to be standing on the piles of rubble they made, but unless either of them collapsed the ceiling or got in the way of each other's picks, they were safe. Even if a pick rebounded off a particularly dense rock, Durf could prevent his pick from hitting Mundy with his muscle control, and Mundy simply couldn't damage Durf's body. They still remained far enough apart that it shouldn't really be an issue anyway. The rubble beneath their feet made positioning more awkward, but that was just an incentive to improve their stance and technique. A few other people had begun training with them, but not everyone was willing or able to put in the effort required to develop bodies beyond normal limits. It was exhausting. That was one of Durf's favorite parts, going up at the end of the day barely able to stand. Being poked and prodded by Misai afterwards wasn't too bothersome either, because the man's enthusiasm was plain on his face. Durf liked learning some things, but he seemed to want to know them all. Even if Misai was not that great at advanced body tempering himself, Julie had finished drawing up plans for the mine in the first week, but production of various components would take some time and her personal guidance. Unsurprisingly, they didn't have an industry that grew the proper trees for producing rubber, but there were various ways to get something similar. It was important to have insulated wires both for safety and because they had determined that electromagnetism did indeed cause a deterioration in the ore. That shouldn't be a huge issue, as any fluctuations would be blocked by insulation and also the shell of the elevator itself. Though before elevators, they were making shafts for air circulation purposes. Most of the length of the shafts could be dug out using energy, and that also meant that the installation work could be done with energy as well. Technically, the locals could have gotten almost 90% of the way with purely mechanical components. Big cranks up at the top with drive shafts to spin fan blades could have done fairly well, but creating something that could extend the whole distance and maintain its form would not have been trivial. Making something durable enough when enchanted was simple, but the last segment where they actually got to the void, or would have to rely solely on material properties. There was also the issue of consistency and making sure that the outer temperatures didn't damage the ore. Julie had gone through several iterations of design documents to that end, just to make certain that there was a gradual shift in temperature in the mines. Dealing with any poisonous air that came up top wasn't actually that hard, as they could use formations for that. Julie left the details to the spirit slicing sect and instead focused on the tech things that they really didn't have a good basis for understanding. Not that they weren't eager to learn. They were especially interested by the various motors that converted electrical energy into mechanical energy. An unnecessary detail when upper energy was available, as it was an easy-to-use and power-dense medium, but still suitable for various purposes, like not causing energy fluctuations that would disturb surrounding formations. Despite what everyone had said, Yuval really did enjoy battling on the front lines of a war. He would have preferred to be defending the Scarlet Alliance directly, but battling alongside Chidi and Jutsuna against mutual enemies was still a great experience. There was a huge difference between actual battles and sparring. The same was true with warfare and seeking out other trouble. For example, Yuval couldn't always take breaks whenever he wanted. As they were part of the fighting force, they had to fulfill the duty they signed up for. They had some privileges others didn't, but when they went out to the front lines, they had to listen to orders just like everyone else. Energy suddenly disappeared around Yuval. That would be Chidi again. And while it seemed like continuing to fight his opponent during that instant was pointless, there was a lot he could do. For example, kicking someone upside the head could still give them a concussion. Alternatively, if he could grapple them during that instant, then when their defensive energy returned, he would already have effectively punctured through it, creating flames from his body directly against his foe's armor and body. He just had to be conscious of forming his own defenses tight against him when he did so, or he would be equally vulnerable. Either way, he usually came out ahead because the enemy never really got experience with Chidi's negation. That was because they tended to die unexpectedly. Even if they heard about it or experienced it from afar, it wasn't really the same. Yuval was well aware how much stronger Chidi was, but it wasn't as if that was unreasonable, given the several centuries of age between them. Yuval didn't have to compare himself to Chidi now, just the Chidi of the past and himself of the day before. Despite what Yuval thought, Chidi was well aware that anyone expecting negation in any form was much more difficult to deal with. Day after day, he found himself on the edge of life and death, which was exactly why it was such good training. If he was unable to negate the energy in an area precisely when intended, it was actually much more dangerous than it might seem. He would be expecting his cut to go through without issue, but would instead face the energy defenses of his opponents. With his base energy being weaker, there was only so much his insights could do for his offense. He could still cut down integration cultivators consistently, but if it took another second or two for each individual, he could easily find himself flooded with enemies. Unsurprisingly, allies from the chaotic conglomeration did not prefer to fight near him. There were a few who tried to take advantage of his techniques, but otherwise they preferred to avoid having their own energy interrupted. Fighting against greater number of opponents meant dealing with more chaotic energy flow, but when he was successful, it was also much more satisfying. It was even better if he could get allies to harm each other during the moment of negation, their attacks not following the course they planned. That was difficult for him to set up against anyone who wasn't a sword cultivator, but against them he was able to plan another few steps ahead. Every time he properly achieved negation and the world around him faded, Chidi grew more used to the sensation. He just needed to maintain a picture of everything that had been within his senses and to predict the most likely reactions of his opponents. Once again, easy against sword cultivators and more difficult against others. He never achieved quite the same results as he had against Zor. Obviously, he did more than cut off a couple fingers, but killing an integration cultivator was far less impressive than damaging a domination cultivator. But even though he had been fighting in a formation that limited the fluctuations to his own, that of his father, and Zor, it had been the most difficult moment to achieve. He'd been pushed to his limits, and he was trying to recreate it, without risking such a high chance of death, of course. He was well aware of how odds worked, and had no intention to flip a coin enough times that he died. Then again, cultivator odds weren't exactly fair. Oftentimes it appeared that Chidi was in greater danger than he actually was. Even if he had a dozen sword cultivators attacking him, blades nearly slicing along his throat, he was perfectly fine. The same was true of smaller numbers of other enemies. Twisting his body to slip between a pair of staves was nearly as comfortable for him, as he was trained to fight against all weapons. But if he fought a dozen coordinated spear cultivators, he would likely have to retreat, though that depended somewhat on their cultivation. The Exalted Quadrant had too many people. That was what Chidi decided. when day after day they were successful on the battlefield and their numbers never seemed to deplete even after they'd lost so many people in the invasion of the lower realms. Perhaps that was why they were fine with keeping in the current war forever. Losing augmentation cultivators might hurt, but there hadn't been many opportunities to take them out since the arrival on the Western Front. Or were they on the Eastern Front, since they were fighting on the side of the chaotic conglomeration? Regardless, Chitty felt like the chaotic conglomeration had an issue with their own population. They weren't suddenly running out of people, but it was clear they needed to tap into a wider population somehow. Not that any of that was Chitty's business. He just cut down as many enemies as appeared in front of him and let them worry about the far future. Chapter 1049. For the first time in centuries, Runa commented to Velvet, "We're actually pushing back the Exalted Quadrant on the majority of fronts." Knowing that they're in a time of weakness was valuable, and there's also an outsized impact from your relatively small numbers. Barely more than a half-dozen cultivators, and you're set to secure a second planet in as many years. Technically, only 4 or 5 of them were involving themselves in battle during any stretch of time. The twins were more interested in the exchange of information, and Durf was spending a good portion of his time mining. Velvet had only heard positive things about the productivity in the mines, and Durf seemed to be enjoying himself, so that was good enough. Besides, it was still a form of training. It might seem inconsequential compared to what he could do with energy, the difference between a few tons of material and small moons. But there was also a threshold where advanced body tempering bore great fruit. Granted, that had only happened with Nthanda and to a lesser extent with a few hardened crown cultivators. But she trusted Durf to know what was best for him. "I'm glad we've managed to secure victories," Velvet said, "but I'm not certain this will last." Runa nodded. "They'll send augmentation cultivators soon, won't they?" "I would assume so. Even with some losses in the lower realms, they should still be able to outmatch you in that regard. Though you've done well to promote the development of augmentation cultivators here." "Just 2 beyond my father and myself," Runa said. "Most likely, they would have reached this level without guidance, and you're the one who provided the insights initially." "Perhaps," Velvet said. "But if those 2 then inspire 2 more, you'll have steady growth." Velvet shook her head. "I've been thinking about the numbers. Not augmentation cultivators, but in general. Losses on both sides. The Exalted Quadrant has greater casualties. Yet also a greater population," Runa acknowledged. "It's unlikely we could actually wear them down to nothing, but we might as well gain ground where we can. I'm actually interested in historical records. When your side has gained control of systems, and when theirs has. And other numbers, if possible." "What are you thinking?" Runa asked. "I just want to know if it's actually possible for you to continue to wear them down until they really can't continue on. How much would you have to pull ahead in a given period before it wasn't worth it for them?" Velvet asked. "I'm not the best strategist, but I have spoken to many and I know more than a few things. If you have access to that information, of course." "I do," Runa said, "but not everyone trusts you like I do. They would want to see an augmentation cultivator fall." "A specific one?" Velvet asked. "Because I won't say we can take on any augmentation cultivator. But if I get some profiles, I'm sure we could pick one out." "I know it's a risk," Runa commented, "but we would greatly appreciate it. Or you could wait. I might be able to convince enough people given time." Velvet shook her head. "We're here to help. And every augmentation cultivator we take down is one they don't have to harass us later." Julie knew she should have been proud, looking at the numbers. Doubled output in just a couple years. But that wasn't only her contribution, nor was it sufficient. Maybe they could afford to stay 15 years. 30 would have been impossible, but a slight stretch like that might be possible. But she felt that she could do better. For her own sake, as she'd made promises that were nothing less than world-altering. More efficient transportation in and out of the mines was one thing, but that didn't solve all the problems. Better airflow and working conditions, resulting in less danger? That was fine as well. They had already invested sufficiently in structural support. The dangers of the mine were not in this case a product of greedy managers pushing people too hard. Or at least, not most of them. Like the underground beasts. Those would appear regardless, and there were many guards around the area to catch them before they entered a null energy area. or to draw them out to somewhere they could be fought if that wasn't possible. Part of Julie's determination was for Velvet. She tried not to let on how much she wanted a replacement for her Void Steel dagger, but it was one of the few things she had mentioned. Durf had latched onto that as well. Probably. Maybe he just was suddenly a fan of mining, but the man had certainly thrown himself into his efforts. And the promotion of advanced body timpering among other was helping the mine. It would just likely take decades before they saw anything truly impressive from most of their workers. The rest of Julie's determination was for herself. This was a puzzle she felt compelled to solve. She had so many new tools in her arsenal, and she needed to know she could actually use them. Things like power drills, not the hand-sized ones, but large ones meant for boring tunnels. Julie had memorized various iterations, though most involved combinations of tech and upper or lower energy, with certain modifications required depending on energy type. Obviously, that was no good for void ore, so purely mechanical was the goal. Fortunately, part repair and construction could be done with energy, otherwise it would have taken a very long time to build up an industry to make all of the parts. It was quite a challenge, recalling each and every necessary dimension. Vast numbers of screws and bolts, plates of varying thickness and orientation, blades of various sorts, even things that didn't look like blades. She had to relay all that information perfectly, or to be able to rapidly fix any flaws. There was also a question of what size was best. Of course, if they had access to the wondrous networks for information, sharing that the Scarlet Alliance had some of the difficulties could be solved in instants. But fortunately, with the 10,000 scrolls and her previous memorization experience, Julie had learned enough to help make something functional. They might also use pumps to drain out water that ended up in the mines. They could be far more effective than screw pumps, and more space efficient besides. At the higher levels, carving out more area wasn't difficult, but every centimeter they had to carve out near the mines was labor they could have used for their actual goals. Upon surveying the various targets, Velvet wished that they had brought along Alva. Then again, she could have said the same of pretty much any of the other augmentation cultivators. Prasad or Tano or anyone else would have also opened up many options. But for this particular individual, Alva would have been best. Velvet chose the target based both on potential threat, yet also ease of elimination. While it might have seemed like a paradox, it was truly possible to have people that were great threats yet relatively simple to eliminate. Zorka was a member of the Disciples of the Beyond, a sect who involved themselves with distortion beasts. Alva would have been useful either for killing the woman inside of the distorted space she might use for protection, or for fighting any distortion beasts if they managed to attract them. The distortion beasts were the danger, capable of widespread destruction. Even if only guided by the Disciples of the Beyond rather than properly controlled, they were quite capable of ruining a planet. The Disciples of the Beyond could also create false projections in large enough numbers or strength. That was why they were going to assassinate Zorka. If she wasn't expecting danger at a specific moment, they might skip all of the trouble. There weren't too many of them around yet, either, so taking her out before they were able to create the most dangerous projections of distortion beasts as a group would be best. Most likely, the woman always had some level of spatial distortion from her defensive energy, but while Velvet wasn't specialized in the area, she could deal with little things easily enough. She had plenty of experience, even if it wasn't all intentional. Dealing with partial dimensional subspaces had been a great pain. Velvet wasn't crazy enough to go in alone. If she were successful and Zorka died instantly, she would still have to completely hide traces of her actions until she was away from their encampment. She wasn't going to underestimate the danger of being attacked by thousands of cultivators, even if only 100 at most were in integration. Thus, she brought with her everyone. Misai and Julie were actually interested, as their style could be surprisingly effective against distortion beasts. If there was to be a battle, Jutsuna and Yuval were interested as well. Durf wasn't going to be left behind either. And then there was Runa, because this particular mission was of serious enough consequence to pull her away from her cultivation and sect administration. The Disciples of the Beyond had chosen a vast wasteland full of the bones of long-dead beasts to be their foothold on the planet. Powerful energy had built up in the area, but in a way that was antithetical to continued life. Great beasts could survive, as well as cultivators, but weaker plants and animals couldn't get a foothold. It was like a field of sacrifices from long in the past. Velvet had no doubt that they would be using the energy to draw and distortion beasts when they were ready. Velvet cloaked everyone with her energy as they drew closer to the camp. They walked along the ground as flying would only cause more opportunities for them to be detected. As they approached, Misai stopped the group. Velvet spotted the formation a moment later. She likely would have avoided triggering it, but having others looking out for particular hazards was the best part about having allies. Misai and Julie, though mostly Misai, fiddled around for a few moments before gesturing them forward. Velvet could feel some sort of manipulation to the formation, certainly better than whatever she could have done. The fact that she could feel it meant they weren't yet up to Katarina's level, however. Velvet led them on a route that wove between enormous rib bones or other pieces of fallen and dissolved beasts. Physical cover was still useful for high-level stealth, and the ancient energy the things emanated was also a useful distraction. Soon enough, they were winding their way through tents and the like, before coming upon a large formation with formation flags and runes carved into the earth below. It was still being put together, but whatever it was meant for wouldn't be good for the chaotic conglomeration. She hadn't known about this in particular, but the general risks of the disciples of the Beyond were why she had chosen this particular threat to take out. Velvet gestured Chitty closer, but he shook his head. With his blade drawn, he gestured to the formation markings. All right. He also had knowledge of formations from his mother. He could disable the formation swiftly. That left herself and Runa as the ones who would participate in the actual assassination efforts. Durf had previously been assigned to wide-area combat. He would probably be the best among them at taking out masses of enemy disciples, though the fire cultivators wouldn't be far behind in that regard. Meanwhile, Misai and Julie would deal with any unforeseen issues. Their abilities were quite flexible, and they actually had preparations to fight against particular categories of distortion beast. Velvet spotted Zorka working within the area of the formation under construction. The woman was neither young nor old in appearance, though she did look somewhat haggard. She had bags under her eyes, but she didn't look weak, just haunted. Those very eyes flicked up towards their group. Chapter 1050. Normally, Velvet would have found Durf the easiest to blame for disrupting their stealth, but it could have been any one of them revealing a slight trace, even Velvet herself releasing her killing intent. They'd approached close enough either way, and Velvet sprang into action. Even if she hadn't been fully revealed, she and Runa would still wish to try to take out Zorka as swiftly as possible. The woman, who was an augmentation cultivator from the Disciples of the Beyond, reacted not by readying a weapon, but by taking her storage bag and appending it. However, in the time it would take for anything to begin to fall, Velvet and Runa were there in front of her. Velvet's twin blades, sadly missing any void steel, cut into the woman's left side while Runa struck her neck, stabbing upward. She hadn't locked onto their energies in particular, and barely moved to avoid the blows. Shifting her energy to block Velvet's incoming attacks was not enough to save her, as Runa's blade cut into her flesh. There was a pulse of energy from the surrounding formation the moment before Chitty cut into it, a single slash dividing it into useless parts. Velvet and Runa made certain of their kill, Runa's blade stabbing into the woman's dantian to disrupt any energy flow she might have in the last moments of semi-consciousness. Even as the bag continued to fall, Velvet turned to catch it, sealing it closed. But the pulse of energy from the formation continued outward, carrying with it something. Having secured their objective, they should have felt accomplished. Even with hundreds of enemy disciples turning on them for an immediate assault, Velvet felt that something unfortunate had happened. Perhaps not as much as might have been, but it was still concerning. Enemies flooded towards them and were quickly cut down, or smashed into each other, or set ablaze. Everyone had different fighting styles. The twins Misai and Julie seemed to swap weapons with alarming frequency. Velvet had first seen them fight with small hammers, but they seemed to use anything particularly agile, while also carrying weird trinkets. Specifically, the two had pulled out what Velvet was pretty sure were some of the teeth of the great worm that had almost killed them in subspace. Or rather, the very tips of the teeth, since they stretched up to hundreds of meters. Furthermore, to carry them it had to be ground down to a narrower profile so that it could even fit in their hand. If the twin had used them as weapons, Velvet would have understood. And in a way they did. But barely swiping the heavily modified teeth in the general direction of their opponents didn't seem like a useful attack. They might be taking advantage of the multidimensional properties of said teeth, but Velvet didn't notice any wounds. However, she did discern that whatever the twins were doing, it disrupted the flow of their foe's energy. She'd have to ask about it later. A seemingly endless tide of enemies posed some danger for the integration cultivators among them, as many of the enemies were in the same realm. However, they could not gather together to attack as one. Durf was also further advanced within the integration stage than the others, his wide swings devastating to incoming hordes of enemies, knocking them into each other and causing the demise of all intersecting parties. Chitty cut down cultivators with superior energy blow by blow, focusing on the segment of the battlefield where Xianxia and Yuval fought together. The appearance of something like a dragon approached the fire cultivators, a great scaled beast, a projection of the disciples and not a true distortion beasts. That did not make its fangs any less sharp, however. But the limitations of humans meant that when Yuval leapt towards it instead of dodging away, when he ended up inside its mouth beyond its teeth, he began to cause great damage to the projection. Creating an energy construct that did not have to follow normal rules was possible, but it also weakened the mental image unless all cultivators involved had sufficient insights. Thus, Yuval began to burn the inside of the creature's mouth, his own focused flames overcoming the natural resistance the projection had. And when it spewed a gout of flames from its throat, catching him in its mouth, the greatest harm went to the artificial dragon. Yuval caught the incoming flames in his bare hands, wrestling them back and causing the force behind them to build up, until the head of the projection exploded. Chitty had been an instant short of cutting the head off of the creature himself to free his brother, but instead he stood proudly even as his brother collapsed. The cultivators who had been forming the projection staggered at the loss, and the dagger-wielding duo began to slice them down. Xianxia's flames spread across the battlefield, and once they caught something alight, they did not die down until she chose to let them. They were flames that sustained themselves off of the energy of her foes, spreading from one to another. As the disciples of the Beyond fell, the battle was felt from afar. Exalted quadrant reinforcements began to stream towards the location, but so did others of the chaotic conglomeration, ready and waiting for something to happen. They hadn't been apprised of the exact operation for security reasons, but their approach proved to be a valuable deterrent to incoming enemy forces. Beyond that, the upper energy emanating from two augmentation cultivators, with only remnants of one who had perished, caused most of the enemy forces to take a cautious approach with their reinforcements, a few groups approaching in a staggered manner while many realized there was nothing they could salvage from the situation. At best, they could help cover the fighting retreat of the remaining disciples of the Beyond. Yet even with the great success, those present felt something ominous. Chitty carefully opened the neck of Zorka's storage bag, carefully protecting the area with his energy. Whatever was so important for her to focus on its use before anything else was no doubt dangerous, but also important. "It's a bunch of junk," Durf commented. Velvet didn't find there to be much of interest either, with a quick visual scan. Misai and Julie inhaled sharply. "It's bait," Misai said. Julie nodded. "Bait for what?" Velvet asked. "Distortion beasts. Obviously. That's what the disciples of the Beyond do." "So we smash it," Durf said. "Then it won't be a problem. Or should we eat it first?" "It's not food," Julie said. "Well, the distortion beasts might eat it, but that doesn't mean anything. It's just things with particular energy signatures that they enjoy. Best we keep it sealed up then," Xianxia commented. Chitty shook his head. "Too late. The pulse of energy from the formation, well, it would have been much worse if was sustained, but I expect we'll have some unwelcome visitors here." "We should leave behind this outpost then," Runa said. Misai responded before Chitty could. "They won't be drawn to anywhere so specifically, right? I imagine they'll come to look at the planet as a whole." Chitty shrugged. "I'm not an expert on distortion beast behavior, but the formation was certainly imprecise in its function. And I don't think distortion beasts are so small as to particularly care about where they are on a planet, for the most part. In short," Julie said, "we should have everyone prepare to fight them." Runa frowned. "How many would you anticipate arriving?" "It's hard to say," Misai said. It would depend in large part how many are in the region. If we're just dealing with anything wandering past the system, no more than one or two. But I have the feeling I'm not going to like what you say next, Runa commented. If this was planned beforehand, they might have drawn in many more to the general region. And any who noticed the pulse might be followed by others. How many? Runa asked. Alert everyone on the planet, and in the neighboring systems just in case, Misai said. We might get lucky and only run into a handful, but that's still a reasonable precaution. Or we might end up facing hundreds, Julie commented. Yeah, and they'd be the type that don't eat each other as often, Misai said. Though we can try something with that. How long do we have? Runa asked. Velvet had the answer for that. She could sense one already. It's already started. At least this one didn't have a stomach the size of a planet. However, combined with the others, they could cause widespread damage to the locals. The upside? That would likely also include the Exalted Quadrant, especially with the damage to the Disciples of the Void. About half of those involved looked worried, and the others excited. Chitty might not have wanted to test himself against distortion beasts specifically, but if they were coming, he was ready. And Durf would absolutely appreciate the opportunity to hit massive monsters. Paradise was a good turtle. Durf had never met Paradise, but just a small piece of shell easily convinced him of the truth. It was heavy and strong, and really good for smashing distortion beasts. He saw a few snake-like monsters, and of course smashed them back into the weird dimensions they belonged in. He also saw big tentacles, like sea monsters. There were also creatures with bat wings and nothing else. Those were awkward to smash as their wings simply tore apart and covered the land with weird goop. Maybe there were more smashable parts of them, but those were hidden in subspace, which Durf wasn't good with. Still, he found he was pretty good at smashing things back into subspace. An eye of something poked out, and then another, and another 100. Durf hit one, and all of them crumpled back into the creature. He didn't have to be limited by the size of his own hammer. He'd hit a planet-sized planet before, and a planet-sized clump of angry asteroids. If he could do that, he could also hit a bunch of eyes at once. It was simple, really. Giant Fong? Cracked in half. That was probably better than sending it back. Unless it smashed into the thing? Good idea. He didn't know how many distortion beasts there were, but the answer was at least hundreds. Or maybe one big one. They didn't really make sense, but most of them tended to have a theme, so it was probably a bunch of them. It was more likely to run into one with 1,000 eyes and 1,000 teeth rather than one with a normal amount of either and a sensible body. But it didn't matter if any of it made sense. He just had to break it. Was it a claw or some kind of sharp rib striking through into reality and trying to impale him? Didn't matter. His hammer came down directly on the end. Yeah, it didn't matter how these things worked. There had to be more of the thing at the other end of where he hit, so he could hit more of it if he smashed parts of its body into itself. Simple. Durf grinned, even as 10,000 teeth chomped down on him. He had some nice armor that molded around him and 2 working arms, so he was feeling quite safe. The more of these things he took down on his own terms, the fewer individuals he might care about on the planet would get hurt. Even if they weren't fully allies of the Scarlet Alliance, the chaotic conglomeration was in a similar position where they were forced into conflict with the Exalted Quadrant. Mostly, even if they had their own fault in the war, he still knew some of them. Others were Velvet's friends like Runa, which made them his friends by default, and he wouldn't let his friends get hurt. Within reason, obviously. When they were all fighting in a battle together, he just had to make sure he fought well enough that their battles were easier. Something roared inside of him. Not Durf's fighting spirit, but an actual monster trying to destroy him with a sonic attack. He focused on the solidity of his body and held himself together. Then he smashed at the general idea of where it had been. He wasn't good at hitting things in different levels of space, but he wouldn't get better if he didn't try.